Hello, test. Hi. Hello, everyone. How are we doing today? Great. Awesome. Good morning, afternoon, and evening. Welcome to the Food Systems Pavilion. My name is Jasmine Irisha, and I'll be your moderator for today. I am the Climate and Environment Consultant at UNICEF Malaysia and traveled a long way to be here, and I'm sure all of you have as well. We are here now live at COP27 discussing on the topic of interest of today, which is youth transforming food systems from idea to action. Now, the world's population is young. 4 out of 10 of the global population comprises of young people. That's about 42% of the global population. And young people have often been called energetic, leaders of tomorrow, innovative, creative, but yet, at the same time, recipients and victims of the current flaws in policies and decision-making processes. These young people voices are often left out in big decision-making processes. And both scenarios exist within the same space. They coexist within the same space together. So this session aims to answer the first part of the scene, which is showcasing leadership, amazing initiatives that the young people on the panel here have been leading and taking in addressing the climate crisis and creating the change that they want to see in the world. And by showcasing these initiatives, the session will then make it more solid, make it more concrete in positioning and centering young people at the forefront of taking climate action and change the paradigm and stigma that young people are lazy. No, we are not. We are out there. We are taking action. We are making the change. Now, without further ado, I would like to introduce the first panel to my left, the one in the center here, who is Jessica Antonis, the Policy and Advocacy Coordinator with the One campaign. Jessica, over to you.
Did that work?
Yep.
Ooh, perfect. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Jessica Antonissen. I'm from the Netherlands, but currently based in Brussels. And I work for the One Campaign, a campaigning and advocacy organization. And we fight extreme poverty. That's our main mission. And as you can imagine, that is a very big mission that can entail a lot. So we focus on specific topics, specific policy reforms that we propose. We do this in North America, in European countries, and in African countries. And as you can imagine, food systems and food security especially plays a big role when you think about extreme poverty, development, and the roles in the world. So one thing that stuck out to us at the beginning of this year was when Russia invaded Ukraine. We saw that a big food security crisis piled on top of different crises that we were already campaigning on. One was the COVID crisis. We had been campaigning on that for 2 years, trying to get vaccines across the world. Another one was the resulting economic crisis, the climate crisis, and these all came together. And then we had a food security crisis on top of that. So as you can imagine, we were a bit in a despair what to do. And one of the powers that we have at One are our youth ambassadors and our youth activists in African countries, which we call One Champions, and the youth ambassadors we call One Youth Ambassadors. They are really a big lever of change for us. And we sat together around the table thinking about a new campaign. And what we came up with was Generaction. Generaction, the full idea was if we do not act now on these different crises coming together, we are lost. And we need to see, to have people see the bigger picture. And our campaigns often have two sides to it. One is outsider campaigning, talking to people, raising awareness. We had a petition, we went to festivals, we talked to people, and we tried to explain how these crises interlink and have impact on people. And then the other side of that is to take that to politicians and to decision makers. So we take young people and we go into the European Parliament, for example, and we lay down the arguments, we take the petition, we show the support, and in that way we try to have impact. And we link this to very specific policy topics. So in the case of food security, this was about getting funding to countries around getting the food there actually, so humanitarian aid, but also a humanitarian corridor within Ukraine, because what you saw was that 30% of wheat was stuck in Ukraine and Russia. They are the breadbasket of the world. So once a conflict happens there, on European territory, it does impact all around the world. We saw this even in Brussels when the oil prices went up and our fries were a lot less. Sorry, thanks very much. The fries were a lot more expensive, harder to get. So you see the impact around the world. Let me finish there and hand over to the next speaker. I'll come back to you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Jessica, for sharing your experience. I like how you really brought us through the different segments of creating such awareness, education, and also translating it, bringing it forward to policymakers, connecting the dots, and bridging the gaps. I would like to share the next space with our fellow youth colleague on the stage here, Kofi Kisiedu Akwe, who is the Africa Regional Coordinator for Young Professionals for Agricultural Development. Kofi, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to connect on this platform. Um, in Africa, where I come from, we notice that the youth are the hope for agriculture because we realize that the sector itself absorbs it's the main source of employment on the continent, and the youth themselves need to get involved. And the FAO has actually projected that we would be able to increase production by 60% if we involve the youth. And this has been the focus of YPAD, trying to promote agriculture among the youth. Now, talking about the climate crisis we have at the moment, we notice that it is important to reposition ourselves, to rethink and replan the way we run agriculture, because to even start with, the youth are already having challenges in the sector, but then we are trying to solve them through YPAD's initiatives. And hello, yeah, we're trying to solve problems here. Yeah, thank you. Hello. So, through YPAD's initiatives, we're trying to address the challenges of the youth. And we realize that the climate crisis actually compounds these challenges. And we are now concerned as to how the youth are going to be able to achieve their dreams through agriculture. Because you notice that there's a challenge with food security, but then the youth are also concerned about their financial security. That is what we seek for when we engage ourselves on any sector at all, and that's the same for the agricultural sector. And so YPAD looks out to empower the youth to contribute to sustainable food systems, to improve their livelihoods, and to make sure that they are adequately positioned to contribute and to also benefit from the sector. But in FARA, the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, that's the institution that hosts YPAD in Africa, we noticed through our interactions with youth and through research that the youth are not usually consulted when it comes to initiatives that are designed for the youth. So it's more like a top-down approach in the design of initiatives. And so the youth do not have an input as to what they expect from initiatives. And so everything is designed and then dumped on the youth. And so we actually think that anything that is done for the youth without the youth is actually done to them. And so the youth actually become victims. And we have been able to come up with an initiative we call the Agri-Youth Empowerment Initiative. We seek to empower the youth through our initiatives, And what we do through this Agri Youth Empowerment Initiative is that we run a mentorship program that runs across various aspects of agriculture, having to do with policy, extension, research, farming, communications, and technology as well. And we seek to really we seek to have the youth become climate smart through these initiatives, try to be climate sensitive, and also um, pay attention to the best practices that are useful, that are going to help us fight the climate crisis. So through this, we have, and I have an acronym in mind, which is PLAN, PLAN, PLAN. We look at promoting the best climate smart agricultural practices among the youth, and through this we look at promoting that which other youth have done, because we realize this peer-to-peer inspiration is very important, where the youth are able to know that one youth is able to do this, and so I am also able to do it, and I'm going to be able to gain from it financially, get some economic benefits from it while I'm on it. And we also, for the L in plan, we promote learnings, and promote learnings through which we are able to upscale the practices. And we also gather through our connections with the youth. We gather their inputs for the A, for advocacy. So while we engage them, we try to see how best to improve on the situation in the agricultural space with respect to the climate discussion. And then the N in there is where we bring the youth together as a network to make sure that they stand together as a strong front. So that is plan, and that is how we work through the Agri Youth Empowerment Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Kofi, for sharing. It's really interesting that you have identified a challenge, a barrier, and turned it into opportunity, empowering more young people in the African region, and also really creating a safe space for peer support and peer-to-peer learning in the field of climate-smart agriculture. I'm looking forward to hear more. But before we go to questions, last but not least, we shall have Thomas Wethoff, which is the president of a global agricultural student association, IAAS. Perhaps you could share more a bit about your experience and what does your organization do. Over to you, Thomas.
Yeah, thank you very much. So yeah, I'm Thomas. I'm current president of EIS, the International Association of Students in Agriculture and Related Sciences. And yeah, we exist now for more than 65 years. And our association has been created in Tunisia in the aftermath of the Second World War. All the students knew the experiences then of facing hunger, and it came with a hope for peace and prosperity. And as you mentioned today, it's more needed than ever. And also the climate has changed. We now face this amazing disaster, and we have to work to find a solution. So I think our association has been more relevant than ever now. And students have come together more and more. When we started, there were around 20 countries involved, mainly African and European countries. And now we are active in more than 50 countries, more than 10,000 members across the globe. And we really try to make a difference everywhere. And our vision is to create mutual understanding by exchanging ideas. And in that sense, I think we are a bit the UN in small, because we have a lot of different perspectives. And as we see with the food systems and with the Coronivia discussion now too, it's very important that we exchange ideas and create mutual understanding, because that is sometimes missing in the whole debate. We don't understand what we mean with what we say. And there we really hope to create that exchange of ideas. And I can explain EIS the best by the triple A, as I call it. So first of all, the aspiration. Young people really want to do something, really want to go out there. And I see that a window of opportunity is opening there. We have signed for a first time ever a letter of agreement with the FAO last year, creating capacity building trainings for young people. And we were able to select 8 students and bring them to our International Conference for Youth in Agriculture in Germany last March, and really go in depth with them and give them the tools, because we often say young people need access to investments, and often there are already programs in place, but young people lack the capacity to apply for these funding programs. So what we did, we gave them training. How can I apply for funding? And it has been very successful. One those winners of the competition who participated in it, Jokatema from the DRC, he got a loan of 125,000 euros and is now setting up one of the biggest agroforestry plants in the DRC. So amazing projects are taking place. And yeah, he is inspiring a group. I'm in a group of EAS DRC. There are more than 300 students he is inspiring and helping out. And I'm very happy to see that those developments. So we really want to create a space where students can aspire to go further and give them the tools and capacity trainings to do so. And you also mentioned already advocacy. We are very much working together with YPART on that too. Towards COP, we trained our delegation with a training program together with YPART, which our delegation benefited from, but also many others. We open it up for everyone because we think it's very important that youth in these spaces have a voice. It's often lacking. Yongo is sometimes difficult to understand. So in that sense, we really want to explain and try to get that on the agenda. But we also do that with our events. So as I mentioned, the International Conference for Youth in Agriculture, but also our World Congress. We sit there together with our students, try to create that mutual understanding and put it on paper. Where do we agree on? What do we think we should go further on? So in that sense, that's something we really try to work on, and then also go to these conferences, present our ideas. But most of all, and that's my last A, act. We should act. We should lead by example. And that's what EAS is doing. We have the Village Concept projects, for example. It's running for decades now. I've a good friend of mine who turned 50. She's not happy when I say it here. But the old president started it up 25 years ago. And it's really trying to work together with students and bring them to their own local communities. So we are working on more than 25 locations in the world with students that go back to their local communities to try something. And I can best explain it by giving an example. For example, in Indonesia, we have a group of students that come from a community where there are floodings, where their tea production is not working out. They learned at university about biopore systems. They go back and they work with those techniques and they are preventing floods. But at the same time, they have a big network and they create our first ever EAS tea brand. So EAS, I don't have the box with me, but EAS has its own tea brand. So we have those students there working, and they have this big network of EAS members across the globe that can help them. We have friends here in the room, EAS France, the national director. They're working with EAS Togo on the same kind of projects. So really try to put our feet on the ground and yeah, try to make a difference there. So that is what EAS is doing in a nutshell.
Thank you so much for sharing, Thomas. That was really insightful. You've provided quite a number of experience sharing, especially when you talk about building capacity of young people. And IAS is such a global network, right? And you, by providing all these capacity building trainings, providing the tools to create the solutions, and global solutions oftentimes really needs local action. And one of the examples that you've given is on Indonesia. So Indonesia is a neighboring country for Malaysia, and having worked in the space for quite a number of years now, tackling the climate crisis with young people in Malaysia, we find out that the global climate crisis is such a big issue. Sometimes it can get very overwhelming. A lot of young people really struggle with eco-anxiety or climate grief. So it's really important to localize the climate narrative when it comes to the global crisis. And one of the initiatives that we've done in Malaysia is to create a database called YEL, which is the Youth Environment Living Labs. And a lot of people on this panel, I realize, love acronyms. We have PLAN, we have the AAA. And now I'm introducing to you another one. I hope you can keep it in mind. But basically, the idea is to localize the climate narrative, show what it's like when it comes to climate disasters in your own country. How do we take forth, how we create action to tackle the problems to the global crisis, and also to strengthen the environmental and climate network within the space. Which brings me to my first question. You've shared quite a number of experience. I just wanted to ask, and personally, I'm curious, what motivates you? What are the key enablers that allows you to do the work that you do? Perhaps Jessica, you may start first.
Yes, of course. I shared already a little bit about our youth ambassadors, and my role specifically at our organization is to train them in their advocacy efforts. So many of them, and I keep referring to my European Parliament experience because I'm based in Brussels, many of them have never been to the Parliament. So that's already an eye-opener for them to be there and to have those conversations. And one of the key things that struck me when then they came back from those conversations was, so the members of parliament actually do want to listen, they are open to our ideas, and actually we can tell them also something new because they don't realize that a lot of members of parliament have to focus on a range of topics and they are not as much an expert as those young people are that did their homework, that are genuinely interested and that are able to bring those conversations. And one key project I think that came to us during the COVID pandemic, which was maybe a positive thing if we can say it like that, was that we started an Africa-Europe task force. So we have those volunteers scattered out. We hadn't brought them together as much as we could. And now we saw this opportunity, so we started the task force with young people that worked together for over a year to formulate their own recommendations and to think through these differences and different perspectives to set up really a clear goal. And then we had a series of meetings with both African and European ambassadors in the lead up to the Africa-Europe Summit. And that was really, really powerful as well, those connections. I am still in the WhatsApp chat with them and I see that they are still connected and reaching out. So for me, it's a little bit more those little things when you enable someone else to also have an impact than it is me tackling the climate crisis, which feels very much undoable. And these little steps feel much more like something I can have an impact with.
That's really interesting. I think it's really important that you've created that connection and relationship with your parliamentarians because I know a lot of countries still struggle to even make that connection or even approach them. Some are a bit recluse or some are just a bit defensive when it comes to their work, right? And I think that is in itself a success story in your case. Perhaps we could hear a bit more from our other panelists on what are the enablers or what are the key motivators that allows you to do the work that you do.
All right, thanks. So from our side as YPAD, we're a network of youth. It's actually a movement of the youth by the youth. And we noticed that being a youth is just a transition stage. And so we don't become youth forever. So we try to stay connected to our members. So by the time they finally transited and become senior professionals in the space, they become mentors. And so that is the idea of the Agri-Youth Empowerment Initiative, having youth within the YPAD network that transit and still stay with us as mentors, trying to help the youth remaining to also build themselves in the space. So this has helped us, and also partnerships has helped us, partnerships with institutions that have like-minded vision, like the Africa Leadership Academy, and also our host institution, FARA, that's the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa. And I wouldn't forget Agridia and GIFRES as well. Those are our host institutions. We also work directly with our with our other regional coordinating units across the globe because we are a global network. And my director is here. We also have some Glindazers at the back. Yeah, they're part of our global coordinating unit, and we connect with Asia, Europe, to learn ideas, to see how we can transfer some learnings across the globe. Just trying to empower one another to be able to stand against the climate crisis. Yeah. Thank
I,
you.
I think a very important keyword that you mentioned is transition because oftentimes we tend to forget that youth, we will grow up to be adults and we will be the ones taking positions in power. We'll be the ones who are making decision in the space, right? And this is in itself a very great case to invest in young people, to invest in young people who are leading already in the space for climate action, especially in like yourself doing amazing work in climate smart agriculture. And again, Thomas, what are your thoughts? I mean, like, what excites you? What motivates you to do the work that you do?
Yeah, very good question. First of all, intrinsic motivation of so many members that really gets me going because it's all voluntarily, and that's often what people forget when they are working together with young people. We're all students, and we are all doing this in our free time. And if I see all those projects running and all that hard work of EIS members that are just doing it unpaid just because they want to create a better world, because they want to learn, because they want to work together with young people from across the globe, that really gets me going in the first place. Then, yeah, secondly, bring opportunities to all. When I was the national director of EAS Netherlands, I worked closely together with my university, Wageningen University, and there were countless of investment programs that nobody heard of outside of the Netherlands yet. So for me, it was really good to spread the word about all these opportunities. And now I'm in touch with 30 new countries of EAS, and when I get messages in my LinkedIn inbox like, "Oh, we see what you're doing, amazing. We want to be part of this," I really think I can open up a new chapter here. And with that, they get the communication, they get the opportunities. And yeah, one thing I want to highlight here is, for example, the project Higher Himalaya in Nepal. When I was the national director, they participated in a Wageningen challenge. They won 2,500 euros and are now working on a prototype in the Himalayas where they can create warehouses to store apples. And with climate change, it will become hotter in the Himalaya. Apples will spoil quicker. So there are young people that are on the ground working. They won another challenge and another challenge. They're really trying to work it out. The ministry is involved now. They are scaling it up. So I'm very happy that maybe that one recommendation from me showing that that competition exists led to that. And thirdly, opening doors in old institutions like the FAO, like big multinationals that have been inward looking for a long time. I see a window of opportunity opening there. More and more they're looking outward. They see the value of engaging with young people. And I think it's interesting to start a discussion with them. Of course, we don't always agree with them, but at least we can have a conversation with them and yeah, try to put things on the agenda. But that's work in progress, I must say. It's all new, but I see a space opening up. I hope it. The old president of 25 years ago said also she saw a space opening up back then. So I hope it's not stable. It will improve over time, but I see it opening up. And yeah, let's see how that evolves.
Great, thanks for sharing. You mentioned 25 years, and it took such a long time to build such a robust network of young people within the space. And I'm sure when you start off, you really start off from somewhere, and all these accomplishments that you just shared with us in this room does not go without its barriers and its challenges. And I'm sure you have been facing a lot of that to be able to get to where you are today. So this is an open question to whoever would like to share first. What are some of the key barriers and challenges that you have faced within your workspace, and how do you overcome it? Tough question, huh?
Okay, so for our initiative thrives on information. Our initiative thrives on information, and so we see this as a very vital aspect of it that we need to pay attention to. We notice that the youth are not a homogeneous group of people. They have their various challenges, especially as relates to the different aspects of agriculture they want to be um, tied onto, or the different aspects of the food system that they want to connect with. And so the challenges are not, there are a myriad of challenges, a whole broad spectrum of them. And so that is a challenge to us. But we try to scale this through regular conversations. We have this approach we call the YPAD Cafe, where we get our youth to come together to discuss issues. So that helps us get to know what they face, their anxieties with the climate issues, what they hope to achieve, and how they believe we can move forward. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I wrote some things down. Um, yeah, first of all, I think a lack of respect to civil society. I come from the Netherlands, and here it's all fine to start up an association, but we should not realize that a lot of countries are struggling to set up an EIS chapter, set up an international association, because it's seen as something that's forbidden, something that is a threat to their security. So first of all, I hope in these spaces civil society can be very strong and very loud about that. Secondly, I think youth washing, tokenism, trying to get youth as part of a panel or a program just to say they are working together with youth. I think that is a barrier, but I will come later how I think we all should solve it. Trying to creating something new, replacing us. I see that often, that they think, okay, we want to work together with youth. We create our own youth advisory panel. We create our own, now you call it youth program, but not working together with the already existing programs out there, because it's very hard to reinvent the wheel. Well, there are already so well-connected associations out there. And lastly, I think lack of funding. But as I said, I think there are a lot of funding programs out there. It's just a lot of bureaucracy to get into them. But I think it's also then up to us to create the capacity in our network to make sure people know the ways to that funding. That are one of the main barriers I've seen so far in my work. And some solutions, I think, to combat those.
Yes, I would very much agree with one of the points that Thomas made, that I relate to accountability of leaders. So often we notice that it is helpful to get through the door when you are with a group of young people, but how do you actually hold leaders accountable to the points that you made, even when they actually promise to do those things, or they are in the Paris Agreement, for example, but they are renegotiated here or even promised, but then in practice it's not really there. So that's really hard to track the numbers, to come back with sort of the evidence and say like, why didn't you actually do what you said? And I wanted to add one other barrier, which is that a lot of the time within big crises, people in countries tend to look inwards. So in the Netherlands, for example, with COVID crises, people are much more focused on what is going to happen in the Netherlands, how are we going to make sure that everyone can keep their job, how we're going to make sure that everyone can get a vaccine, and they don't pay attention to the fact that what happens on other continents will have effect in the end in their own countries as well, in the form of economic crises. So apart from the moral arguments that you should pay attention to everyone around the world, it's also very short-sighted. But you do see that this is a very big trend in European countries. So when you come to politicians, they also often say, I have a constituency, I have to deliver for the people that have elected me. And you have to keep making the argument for the bigger picture. And I don't feel we have put that fully through yet. Otherwise, we would also be much further with fighting the climate crisis.
Thanks for sharing. I hear you. And just, to summarize, youth face a lot of challenges, particularly lack of support, issues like youth tokenism, and also just simply getting our voices heard. And this is where you rightly summarized that, accountability. Accountability is needed, and we really need to put forward, hold the leaders accountable, and also mere respect. I think leaders and people in power should respect the opinions of young people, because what is happening for the future is happening to us now, and we're the generation who is going to take the lead in the future. And before we come to a close, I would like to open up the questions to the floor. If anyone would like to ask a question to any one of the panelists. Lady at the back, Michelle.
Hi, yeah. So great panel, really good insights and like really great work. So my question is like we are currently at week 2 at COP, and on Saturday we also had a thematic day on agriculture and adaptation. Are you following the discussions at the plenary, and like could you give some insights on there on your experience as well so far at COP? Has it met your expectations and so on? So yeah.
It's an open question, I assume. So any one of you would like to share?
Yeah, I've been following it mainly in the first week, and I'm very disappointed with the outcome. I hoped that Coronivia would pass, that we would find a conclusion. It has been framed as a presidency as something very important, agriculture on the agenda. I have seen no deliverables. It's very vague for me also where it was, yeah, halted. At the other hand, I also think for you it was very hard to follow because of all the informals behind closed doors. Very difficult to see what's going on. Not a lot of cooperation with the others. And I think they are missing out because young people can bring parties together. We can see ways that maybe they have not seen yet. It's good for us to understand what goes wrong and how we can help there. So I'm very disappointed. That's the main conclusion.
Yeah, I can agree again. For me, it's really the same. I've been in a couple of negotiations, mainly around climate finance, for adaptation, and for loss and damage, the famous one that is going nowhere. It's terrible. And when you are in these negotiations, I did find it interesting because they are the official negotiations, so they have to be very honest, and they cannot use the same speeches that they do when they say we really see the importance of loss and damage, for example, of adaptation. We will commit to it, but then in their official statements, they have to, of course, say we hope to continue this dialogue until 2024. I think that's the most ambition I got from the European Union, for example. So for me, it's also not going great. No.
Okay, so for me, it's been my first COP, and there have been some questions on my mind. To think that we're doing this for the 27th time, I've been asking myself what has changed. Has it changed positively in the right direction, or has it changed, has it actually gotten worse? Because I've been looking at the number of people who are here concerned about the climate situation, and I'm wondering what we would get out of it at the end of the entire conference. If we're going to get something out of this, it has to be concrete decisions. It has to be very inclusive decisions as well. It has to benefit women, especially because in conversations that I have paid attention to, I realize that women are the most vulnerable. And after that, then we have the youth. So then these are the ones who are supposed to be in the decision, at least contributing to the decisions. But if we do not see this, then I'm sorry, we may not be heading towards any place at all. Yeah, my few thoughts. That's just me.
That's totally valid. I think we all share the similar sentiments. The question is, even if the negotiations are progressing, are we progressing fast enough? Are we progressing fast enough to limit the global warming to 1.5? 1.5 is not a target, it's a threshold. If we go beyond there, there are serious implications, particularly to the global food crisis and also food systems and agricultural systems. But before we end, sorry, do you have one more question? Just a quick one, and then we'll do a round of summary.
Great, thank you all. You all work for, are a part of organizations that center youth as leaders. Most organizations don't. So when we think about tokenism of youth, would love some creative and very concrete ways that organizations can actually elevate and empower young leaders to be at the decision-making table.
Sorry, the question is? Or is that a comment? Oh. How ideas?
Yeah, I think it's difficult because there's always a power imbalance, and that is something companies have to have in mind when they are starting corporations, that they know, okay, I work together with youth, but you have to tell the whole story, and you should also give the freedom to associations to say, I don't want to participate in this, and you should also not create dependency in that way that you say like, okay, yeah, we can fund you, but you have to do this and this and this. It's more, if you believe in us, you should give us the trust and give us the freedom to work together in a way which is good for both of us. So I think that is, especially the power imbalance is always good to remember.
Surely there's a lot of other ideas that comes to mind, and we can have questions outside once we end up the session. Feel free to approach the speakers and the panels. We have time. But just to close the session, just to summarize a bit, I just want to lay out one more last question to you. What is your message to the youth out there to empower them to take action based on your experience? Just a quick 1 to 2 sentences. What is your key message that you would like to relay to the young people out there?
It's a big challenge. My key message is it. Ooh, big key message. That you are an expert in your own right. This I see a lot with the young people that I work with. They are not too sure, and I touched upon this before. You know your stuff. Like, don't be afraid to share it and just give your opinion.
Yeah. So my message to the youth is that if we're really going to transition to become senior professionals, we should be bold enough to step up now. We're not supposed to wait for opportunities. We should jump for opportunities. So that's my message to you.
Yeah, I will keep it short. Think globally, act locally.
Thank you so much, everyone. Round of applause to all of our panel speakers. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your time. To reiterate the opening remarks just now, young people globally make 42% of the global population, but we are 100% of our future. Thank you so much.
Sorry, hi everyone. I just wanted to take this opportunity to have everyone in this room. My name is Marilik. I'm from Klein Eat. And today we've given out this day to the youth organizations, and I just wanted to say a huge thank you to all the organizations supporting us today. So we have them all here in the room. We have YPAR, we have IAS, we have Yungo, where are you there? And World Food Forum. So a huge thank you, and I also wanted to reiterate that the reason why we are doing this is that we believe that we need to come together and that we need to collaborate if we want to have meaningful action, especially climate action in food systems. And so what we are showing you today is that youth are actually paving the way for that collaboration. We are all from different organizations, different backgrounds, different perspectives, but we're coming together because we're realizing that the urgency to act is bigger than the differences. And so in this way, we're coming together, and we're hoping to share that with you and continue the conversation the rest of the day. We will be back shortly at 10 o'clock with a new session on creating access, where we'll be discussing more about options and barriers for youth action in food systems. So thank you all very much, and a special thanks again to all our organizing co-hosts.
Oh.
Recording stopped.
Test, test. Hey, okay, so everybody in the room, if you can just help us real quick, put these chairs into like a half circle, I think it'll get done in about 30 seconds. So that would be fantastic. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, testing. Can everyone hear me? Hello? 1, 2, 3, testing. One, two, three. Is it like really low? Can you hear me well? Can you hear me from the back, all the way to the back, like really well? Yeah, it needs to be a little higher then. 1, 2, 3, testing. Okay, yeah, perfect.
Recording in progress. Good morning, everyone. Would you please come a bit to the front? Audrey, can you come join us for a close circle? Let's get started. So welcome everyone. As you know, today is the Youth Day at the Food Systems Pavilion. So we are taking the lead together with my colleagues from different organizations. Thank you everyone for joining us and helping us organize. Thank you dear speakers and friends for accepting the invitation. As you see, we changed a bit the set of the room to make it as a C and bringing the speakers closer to us because it's about youth and we are coming together to discuss what are the barriers we are facing as youth and what are the options we get offered but we don't make use of it. And I will be moderating the session today. I'm Aya from Morocco, from EIS, the International Association of Citizen Agriculture. A big thanks to my dear friend Vibe from Clim Eat and Michelle from the World Food Forum. We've been working for this months now. And my colleague Opeyemi, my co-moderator.
Yeah, thank you so much, Haya, and so good to have everyone here today. Okay, thank you so much. My name is Opeyemi Elujulo from Nigeria, and I'm with the World Food Forum as the co-chair of the Focal Points Group. And so good to see so many people here today to together explore what are the opportunities and challenges available for youth engagement when it comes to food system transformation in a climate changing world. So we look forward to the engagement, and thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Opeyemi. I would like to start with my spiritual mother, Mrs. Ismahan El-Wefi, the chief scientist of the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. With nearly 2 decades of experience in agricultural research and development in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East, Mrs. El-Wefi is a strong advocate for diversifying into neglected and underutilized crops. She is also internationally known for her work on promoting use of non-fresh water in agriculture and empowerment of women in science. Ms. El-Wefi has been a member of various strategy expert panels and advisory groups. Her contributions to science and policy have been recognized with a number of prestigious awards and accolades, in particular the Excellence in Science Award for the Global Thinkers Forum. Dr. El-Wefi, Mrs. Ismahan, would you please honor us with some opening remarks and your vision as a chief scientist how to engage youth in science and innovative food systems, as well as how is FAO working together with young people hand in hand?
Thank you very much, Aya. Good morning, everybody. And let's make it first name basis so that we take off the silos and the protocol and what have you. So really a pleasure to be with you today. I'm really delighted to be with you to celebrate the Youth Day at COP27. In my perspective, youth for me, when I think youth and I close my eyes, youth is passion. Youth is nothing is impossible. Youth is action. And youth is thinking out of the box. And this is really, I like the format that you put in place, Yemi and Aya and the team. And I think this is what we need to do as we grow up. Unfortunately, in our mind, we create barriers. We create barriers to ourselves, and we get molded in one format that goes with how we were grow up. I would never forget Nawal Saadawi, who is a very famous Egyptian writer and philosopher. I was at Cornell University, and she gave us a speech or a conference. And she started with, she said, I have 1 hour to undo what education have done to you. So education, unfortunately, is putting us in boxes. It's really stopping us from innovating and thinking out of the box. And it was amazing. I would never forget it. It has been more than 25 years ago, and I still remember that sentence. And I think youth has the possibility to do that. Although our education programs are still very much like it was 100 years ago. We have still the same way whereby one teacher is given to 100 students, and we are not getting enough feedback. So we need to change the way we are structuring our society, and this is only youth can do it. So talking about the subject today, whereby how could we really give youth more space in policy making? How could we give youth more space to be part and parcel of our decisions? I think it's in the hand of the youth. Youth has to speak up. Youth has to call for diversification. So we see one figure from Sweden, we see one figure from Sudan, we see one figure from Morocco or South Africa or Latin America. It's not enough. What we need is millions. What we need is a movement whereby we are getting youth to be part and parcel of the policy making at the national level, at the local level. And with that, what you need is we need soft skills. So we are very good. Universities are excellent to give us the technical background, but they're not good enough to give us the skills, the soft skills we need today more than any other day. And I think that's what we need to create. We need to create a parallel system to universities, or maybe we put it as part of our education program, whereby we need to acquire those experiences that we need to be able to influence policy making, influence programming. Just earlier this year, for example, as a chief scientist, I'm very concerned about how many young scientists we have. We don't have enough. And one of the reasons why we don't have enough is that we don't pay them enough. And there was a paper just on the 3rd of November in Nature. The paper is called "The Cost of Living Crisis is a Fundamental Threat for PhD Scholars and Early Career Researchers. They need to be paid properly." So what Nature does, it's a survey every 3 years or so to look at how it is. And they found out that really we are underpaying our PhD students and our postdoctoral particularly, and young scientists. So if we want to really find solution, we should invest more, not less. And investing in science and in a new solution include a better payment for young scientists. So this is one of the areas that I really, particularly in the agricultural science, we don't have enough taxonomists. We almost lost all taxonomists. We don't have enough seed technologies. We don't have many areas of basic science that used to be quite well furnished or quite addressed by scientists. It's not the case. So there are certain areas that we are losing, and there are areas that we are gaining in terms of IT and digital and what have you. So we need, as FAO, but also as government, to look at that and be really prepared for attracting young scientists to those areas that we need. As FAO, we have many programs that we are trying really to bring in youth. So we have what we call the GPOs and YPOs, whereby we are trying to attract very young scientists and young technical people, not only scientists, to join FAO. And those programs are open for everybody. But what we need to do more, it's maybe the thing we did in the World Food Forum, for example. It's engaging a larger group. It's engaging the larger group, but also exposing them to science and innovation and big scientists. It's exposing them to investors. It's giving them really that ability to talk and be part of a group. So I think that WFF is doing it immensely very well. We need to grow it more. We are only in our 3rd edition. So our 4th edition is going to be much bigger. This year we did the Young Scientist Group. That was excellent. I was very happy to be able to help to bring some of them on board. And I liked very much the closure whereby one of the young scientists said, "I'm a scientist, but many of us couldn't come because of visa issues." So we need to speak up. If you feel that you are discriminated against, you need to talk about it. One of them, it's visas. Come on, we are in 2022 and we are still blocking country scientists from the South because of visa. This is really not acceptable at this stage. What we have as well is really different programs whereby what we are trying to do is bring young people with young at heart like me. And what we did it in the Science and Innovation Forum, whereby we tried in every panel. Although when you talk science, you need a lot of experience. So we tend normally to bring very famous scientists with Nobel Prize or Wood Food Prize or a lot of publication and recognition. But still, if we could every time seed one or two young scientists in a group, it's going to bring a different perspective. The other area that I want to talk about before I leave you, I don't want to really monopolize the stage, is that really when we talk about climate change and we talk about adaptation to climate change, it's really the agenda for the next 40, 50 years. So we have really to put straight the priorities. Climate change is affecting mostly the poorest people of us. It's affecting mostly the small-scale producers. Look at what happened in Pakistan. Look at what happened in Nigeria. In Pakistan, pictures are really were vivid. They lost about 30 million 30 million families lost their livelihood because they lost animals and they lost their crops. So as we are thinking climate change adaptation, we should always keep in mind those that are affected the most and those that are producing food but are not eating enough because of the costs and because of their inability to really access healthy food. So we need really to think about food security, we need to think about malnutrition and put it on the front. So we want to climate adaptation to make sure we stop malnutrition. We want climate adaptation because it's the only path forward, but we need to prioritize poverty, reducing inequalities, and reducing malnutrition. And thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today.
Thank you so much, Doctor. For one, for addressing young people as nothing is impossible, and also for identifying some of the challenges that young people face and how FAO and World Forum is addressing these challenges. Thank you so much again for being here with us. As you would see, we've tried to make the panelists intergenerational, both young and young at heart. Thank you. We're so privileged to also have someone who is also on the panel, the Youth Advisory Panel on Climate Change at the UN Secretary General Youth Board, Ms. Nisrin El Saim. And by way of introducing her, she's an environmental and climate activist that started out in 2012. She holds a bachelor's degree in physics from the University of Khartoum in Sudan, and also a master's degree in renewable energy from the same university. She's the general coordinator for youth and environment in Sudan, which is a platform where she gives all working youth the networking they need. As part of, she's also part of many regional and international platforms where she leads and mentors a large number of young people, including Yongo, Bagja, Abu Dhabi Youth Voices, and others. She's also a junior negotiator with the African Group of Negotiators in Technology Transfer, where she focuses on policies of countries regarding climate change and renewable energy. And in 2019, of course, she was chosen as the chair, the UN Secretary General Youth Advisor on Climate Change, along with 6 other young people like herself. Yeah, really great to have you here. So my question that I would like to check with you today is, of course, I know you work with many young people, and then you represent the voices of young and marginalized people across the board. So the question I'd like to check is, what are young people actually saying the engagement of young people should look like for it to be meaningful? Because this is what we talk about, that young people should be engaged, but then it would be great to really hear how young people view meaningful youth engagement. And of course, I'd like to check if there are examples that you know of, and what measures and platforms need to be put in place for young people to be meaningfully engaged in terms of policy and action and yeah, whatever.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Well, I'm first of all glad to be here, and thank you for the Food Pavilion for the invitation. Also, thank you for Dr. Esmahan for pointing me as a figure from Sudan. As the moderator here mentioned, I started doing 10 years ago, in 2012. And it's been 10 years, 10 months for me in this field, and I can see how things changed from 2012 until now. At the beginning, we were talking about including young people, having young people in the table, finding our place in the discussions. And now, after 10 years, I think this part was fulfilled. So there's a lot of young people in many places. And our Youth Advisory Group to the Secretary General, who's the highest policy maker, within the UN is one of the examples, but there's a lot of other youth advisories for different, not only UN agencies, but other agencies, specifically in climate change. Now, I think the title of today is the real problem that we are still facing, which is the meaningful youth engagement. What does meaningful mean, and how can young people be meaningfully engaged? So meaningful for me means that when I am invited to be an advisor, for example, what I advise with actually being taken care of and being listened to and actually acted upon. It means meaningful youth engagement is we have a seat not for showing diversity, not for showing that we have young people in the panel, because a lot of time this is what happens. I get invited to events and I tell them, well, I have no background in this topic, for example. And the victim of that is normally Vlad, our colleague in the Youth Advisory Group. He's from Moldova. So I tell them, for example, he's a finance person and an economist. And I say, I'm a physicist. I have no idea about economy and finance. But I can tell you who's the perfect person for that. And I say, he's Vlad. Vlad is the person. And they say, well, unfortunately, we have too many white men in the panel. I was like, okay, then you are not inviting me because I'm Nisreen. You're inviting me because you have too many white men in the panel, and you want me to be the black female that actually shows diversity. And I end up at the end taking lessons and tutoring by Vlad himself. He says, Nisreen, this is the table for the seat. This is not your table. You are not allowed to give it up. So please take the seat, even if it's not fair for me, it's not fair for you, I understand. But if we give them our spaces, then we will very soon, even this one seat, we will lose it. So I end up talking to him hours on the phone, and I end up also signing for an economy degree just to be able to talk. They invite me to economy events, really. One of the other things that we are actually also facing, we hear a lot, especially in the climate change, from about greenwashing and how private sector is using greenwashing. And I think the terminology that we are using a lot, and I used it in one of the meetings with the Secretary General himself, is youth washing. There's a lot of youth washing happening. Well, everyone wants to work with young people. I understand, I get it very well, very good. But do you want to work with us just for publicity, or you actually want to work with young people? If you want to really work with young people, then you don't define what is the priorities of young people. You ask the young people and they say, well, our priority is 1, 2, 3. If you want to work with young people, then you don't say how young people should wear, not how young people should act, not how young people should say or what to say, or how their haircut should look like. We don't have to wear ties and suits all the time just to fit the criteria. We have our own style, we have our own way of showing things. If you really want to work with us, you should accept us as we are. And this is the actual meaningful youth engagement. We want to make change in this world, and we will not make changes by making posters, by stigmatizing ourselves, by being an activist only. And I don't hate to be called an activist. For some reason, a lot of people were saying that, no, I'm not an activist, I'm an advocate. And I was like, what is the difference between activist and advocate? Actually, there is no, because all of us are activists here. If you are actually fighting for a cause, then you are an activist. And diamondizing the idea of activism is really not the cool thing to do, because a lot of people who are activists just don't know how to move to the next stage of activism. So if someone is a negotiator today, this is a way of activism too. This is different tool. So as young people, we need to be able to reach different tools of activism, and then we choose the tool that we suits us and we think it's more meaningful and more to the point. One last thing I will be talking about in meaningful youth engagement. I hear a lot that youth are the hope of the future. You are the one who will save this world. And I say, why? why should we be the one who saved the world? Why we didn't actually mess up the world? I mean, what did we do wrong? So all of this huge burden fall into our shoulder. I mean, a lot of young people have a lot of mental health problem now because of this. They think we cannot save the world, we cannot do anything. And that's true. Sometimes we cannot do anything. We cannot access finance. We cannot access high-level meetings. A lot of areas in the world we cannot even vote to choose who's going to represent us. So how can you put this responsibility on us without enabling us for reaching resources, for reaching knowledge, for reaching meetings, for reaching even the voting boxes? So meaningful youth engagement is a process, and it's taking longer than it should, because especially with climate change, there is a very important factor that we should count on, which is time. We don't have time to waste, and we should act right now and don't accept less than you deserve, especially for the young people and the young audience here. If you being offered or given something less than you deserve, then just refuse it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nisreen. I have met Nisreen a few months ago, but our friendship got really strengthened because whenever I hear her speech, it's never the same. She never has a paper or notes, she just comes and speaks, and you know it's coming straight from the heart. Moving to Mr. Shuhail. Mr. Shuhail bin Saifullah is the coordinator of the youth program in the International Center of Climate Change and Development, also called ICAD. In his career, he has taken strides towards promoting youth inclusion in climate policy dialogues and creating landscape for youth to undergo capacity development. In the broader climate change action-related work, Shuhail plays an avid role in coordinating field visits for research and co-organizes the Gobeshona Global Conference Program, which is an international platform for climate change experts, academics, researchers, and practitioners. Shuhail also has experience working with climate change adaptation disparity towards people with disability, older people with disability, and others. Mr. Shuhail, thank you for joining us today. You are a coordinator of the youth program within ICAD. According to your experience, what options do you offer to youth, and how would you work on making these options more available and especially accessible by all? If you'd like to share with us, please.
Hello. Right. Hi, everyone. As the moderator mentioned, I'm Sohail. I'm from Bangladesh. Now, did someone fall? Okay. So, as I was saying, as with everything, I'd like to start with the problem and then usually tend to go into the solutions. So the problems that usually youth face is four phases. First is, when we talk about youth, one of the major aspects that came about was the educational aspect. Second was funding. Third was institutional. Fourth is basically opportunities. Now, we understand that these four are usually interconnected with one another, because if you have the opportunity to study, if you have the opportunity to get your education, you will be capacitated in that front, but you need the opportunity in the first place. So the way we work is we try and bridge those gaps together through our programs. Now, we mostly work in two modalities. One is we try and do it in a capacity building of hand-holding manner, that we will be bringing in experts, we will be bringing in practitioners from all over the world, and we will be giving you handheld understanding of what climate change is, and usually it has a specific theme or topic. This year around, we're working on how we can capacitate young women into understanding the feminist lens that persists in climate change, or the disparity that women face in climate change compared to men. So the way we do it is we bring in our experts, we bring in our knowledge practitioners, we bring in our partners and teach them about climate change leading up to intermediate level of climate change understanding. Once that is done, we do the thematic aspect of it. We actually take them to field visits and showcase how when you read something in a book and when you read something or when you see something in real life, there's a huge difference in it. The best example that I can give you is, I've never been to Egypt, but I've seen camels on TVs and YouTube. But the moment I saw a camel in front of me, which is like 7 feet tall, it's pretty intimidating. Similarly, when you're reading about how in a country like ours, it is very disaster prone. We have flash flooding, we have tidal surges, we have cyclones, we have droughts, we have you name it, we have it. So when you read about it, it's one thing. But when you go to field and you realize that this house needed to be elevated by 3 to 4 feet just to avoid being flooded away during, let's say, a cyclone. Or how, when we were in the northern side of our country, which is usually the most flash flooding and as well as poverty-stricken area in our country, I was in a focus group discussion with people with disability. And one woman came up to me and told me that just to speak with us, she wasn't able to wear anything for the past 3 days. Now that is a very interesting point to make. So when I asked why is that the case, she mentioned that during one of the flash floods, she lost her house, she lost her possessions, she lost everything. And the only garment that she's wearing right now is the only garment she has. So if she was wearing that for the past few days, she wouldn't be able to present herself in front of me or in front of our team from the from the capital. So that being said, when you read about it, when I'm telling you about it, oh, thank you. When I'm telling you about it, it's a little more. It affects one way, but when you, let's say, go to field or when you see something, let's say you saw the camera in front of you, you realize that there is a higher amount of impact necessary. And when we talk about, say, how youth can be, say, brought into the foray of climate change, we need to just look into the third world, least developed countries or countries which are most disaster stricken. In our country, volunteerism and as well as youth actions are the most pivotal part and as well as important part for disaster management, because it's not always possible to have policymakers implement their policies onto the ground levels and grassroots levels. It is usually seen to the communities and as well as the leaders to take it from there. So the youth are usually seen as the people who volunteer for doing the early warning systems, taking people to shelters, taking people with disability to shelters, and as well as making sure that the protocols are maintained. Now, back to the problems that we have, educational and institutional. Let's say if I was not educated enough, I wouldn't be able to speak about the problems that we see. So to capacitate youth in understanding why climate change is a major aspect is of, let's say, of very high importance. The other aspect is institutional backing. Say, when I was introduced as I am a part of International Center of yada, yada, yada. But if I did not belong to an institution, I would not have the, let's say, emphasis necessary to have my voice heard. So we need to have institutions and as well as universities and organizations back youth up so that they are capacitated and brought into the spotlight. The other thing, which is the most controversial as well as most tricky part, is financing or funding, or the lack of funds itself. Because when youth are brought into conventions like these, it's seen as a tokenistic understanding. That I'm going to put this person here just to take box my, let's say, requirement for my donor or my agency or whichever. But whether or not this youth is being able to speak about their problems is one aspect. So we have a few youth representatives from the LDCs in our CVF, Central Climate Vulnerability Forum Pavilion. And a few of them have mentioned that they got the party badge, they got the funding, but they're not being taken into negotiations itself. They do not get the coordination meetings itself. So even with funding itself, it's seen that we do not have the backing necessary. Now, all of this together, we find that there is a lack of opportunities. Now, how do opportunities come about is through networking. Networking leads to more people knowing more people. More people leading to them exchanging, let's say, business cards or your information. And let's say if you have a conference coming up or a training module coming up, you immediately remember, oh, I met someone that day. And that person was a youth. That person seemed like he had a bit of, or she had a bit of basis. And she can come in and basically take this session on capacitating youth. Using the training of trainer modality is one of the major aspects as well. That is what we use for our organization as well. We train youth for 6 months and then tell them, now that you're capacitated, go to your community and capacitate more youth as well. Because generally one major issue we find is that once a project ends, so does the leader. Because your project leads to funding, leads to the leader having the opportunity. But project ends, so does the funding, so does the leader. So if you're able to capacitate the leader to capacitate more of your community throughout the few months or few tenures that you have, you're able to continue that as a domino or, like, let's say, cyclic effect. With that, I'd like to end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shohai. I mean, I've always believed addressing the climate crisis would demand climate champion of all of us. Thank you so much for highlighting how you've been that champion in your community. Moving forward now, I'll be moving to Ms. Nada Fayu, who is a rural engineering student at the Institute Azan II of Agronomy and Veterinary Medicine. Nada is a Moroccan agronomy and rural engineering student at the IAV Azan II Water, Energy and Infrastructure Related Studies. She's interested in food security, nutrition, and agriculture in general. She gets deeply and consults in the water, energy, and food security nexus space from a youth perspective. She's also a member of HIAS, which is the biggest international association of students in agriculture and related sciences. From a youth perspective now, what I would like to check with you is, can you please tell us your experience and what young people need to achieve their integration into these change-making spaces that we're talking about?
Thank you. Hi, good morning, and okay, I'm stressed because there is my first speech, and okay. I was telling myself before, I just wanted to go out and run away, but everything has a start, and here's mine. I am a young Moroccan lady studying agronomy and majoring in rural engineering. I'm also a member of EIS, the International Association of Students in Agriculture and Related Sciences. Why? Thank you. It's an honor for me. And I have joined what we called Familias because of the youth-led opportunities it offers to people. Its missions is to promote the exchange of knowledge and idea across the globe through scientific events and related cultural activities and exchange programs. Thanks. Where studies get the chance to learn hard skills in the field of their studies and expertise in other countries. So this diversity of the member, their backgrounds and their motivation to innovate has pushed to create projects within food systems to solve problems faced by a community locally. With more enthusiasm and willingness to share and help each other, the global project competition is being organized every year to support ideas of projects to see the light and accelerate action on the ground. Being part of such an association opened the doors to the international world to broaden a person's visions and ideas and adopt a critical and more productive mindset. To be here with you, it's a privilege for me to be able to meet and interact with specialists in the field of agriculture and food system in general, to learn from all the amazing side events and being held in different pavilions and join the talks and workshops about the Coronavia joint work on agriculture. But sadly, this isn't accessible for all my colleagues back home or youth in general. I believe that many of us heard that youth lack support in terms of finances. But I personally think that the most important thing we need is trust. We want to be heard. We want to be trusted by you and everyone around us to support and guide us towards the right direction and help us shape our knowledge to make the best use of it. So as to invest in building strong and sustainably food system for the future, we are deciding for right now. We are urgent to close the gap between different groups to collaborate and empower each other, because today I'm considered as youth, but tomorrow I can be a decision maker. Thank you.
Thank you, Nada. I feel like we anticipated your speech because we all trusted you before hearing you and we encouraged you. We closed the gap, so Mrs. Ismahan was holding the mic for you as an expert. And thank you for your words. Don't be stressed. We all had our first time and we can imagine how it was. But this is the best start for you. Now moving to the audience, because this is our day and our event and our pavilion and our field. Who would like to share with us? Yes, Wiebe.
Hello. Yes, this works. Great. Thank you very much, Aya, and also my congratulations to Ms. Nada Fali for making your first intervention at a major conference. Very well done. I have a question actually for the two panelists sitting on my left, so Ms. Al-Wafi and Ms. Al-Saim. And this is actually a two-folded question around accessibility and culture in your organizations. So I would like to reference to a quote that my boss and founder of my organization, Danush Dinesh, often uses, which is, culture eats strategy for breakfast, which basically means you have all the plans and papers in place in your organization, but if there's a working culture and some sort of behavior in the team, there won't be any change if you don't address those. So my question to both of you is, do you see in your organizations that there is a change in behavior of your peers, especially on the senior level, to allow the youth to access also the high-level discussions? That's my first question. And the second one is very short, and it's actually more of a request, is if you can make a very small kind of statement or pledge or commitment that you will take back with you after this COP and implement in your organization this year, so that we can ask you next year in COP28 whether it actually has made a change.
طيب first of all, before answering your question, I want to also congratulate Neda for her first speech. I remember my first COP. I spent 3 days before being able to actually enter the venue. I used to do the security and then stand there for 3 days. But yes, first times can be hard. But well done. Back to your question. It's very manipulating question, because sometimes, yes, we are giving spaces, but they give a limit to how much our space can go. So for example, we get invited to rooms where we are not either, as Suhail mentioned earlier, not allowed to speak, or if we spoke, they give us little time, not like the other speakers. Or if we have like an equal speech opportunity, then very few are actually listening to what we are saying. And there is another part where we actually get invited to an event. We give equal speech opportunities, for example, and people are listening to us and referring to what we said, but then the implementation is something else. And as young people, I think what we all are working for, not the opportunity to speak, because we can speak in social media, we can speak in panels, is the opportunity to actually make a change by the implementation. So as long as our speeches doesn't make it to implementation, we are just like the world leaders that we are calling against every day. Well, we call them to walk the talk, while we also talk without walking the talk. The only difference, I think, between us and them, they have the say. They can say, do that, do this. They have the budgets, they have the governments, and we don't have anything. And that's why I said earlier that it's not fair to give the burden for young people without giving them the tools that can enable them. So, going to your second question, my commitment is we are working on something called Youth Climate Justice Fund, which is a fund that we are aiming to fund youth-led organizations with, to be able to do climate action in their countries, access to different conferences, be able to actually walk the talk. So my commitment will be working towards this fund and accessing as much bigger number of young people, youth-led organizations around the world in order to enable them to walk the talk. Thank you.
Just to add, from FAO perspective, so we have our strategic framework and we have two strategies that are really built on youth. So we have climate strategy and we have also the science and innovation strategy. So the purpose within FAO, it's a large organization. What we are trying to do is really to expand the basis. So in any organization, you need a pyramid. And in that pyramid, we realized that maybe we have made it off. So in my office, for example, I just got 3 P1s. P1s, it's an entry level in FAO. I got 1 in communication, 1 in IT, and 1 in digital as well. So definitely we are looking at that from FAO perspective. For us, the two strategy to bring more science and innovation, to bring more action in terms of action towards adaptation to climate change, we need youth. What I want to say from this panel, I think we see more action at the global level and less at the local level. So what you need to do, it's really local. That's where change happens. What we need, it's in every county to have young people as part of it. And I would say for the young people, you need to be entrepreneurial. You need really to think more private sector than anything else. So we need a transformation. We all agree on it. That transformation will happen only by having small and medium enterprise at the local level. And that's where we want youth to come to agriculture. We want a young Sudani to come to agriculture and walk the path of the agri-food system, not only production. Look at processing, look at marketing, look at logistics. That's where money is. That's where return on investment is. So I think for me, the two strategies we had at FAO, it's complemented with a strategy on private sector engagement. And there is finance and there is implementation, as you mentioned it, dear. We need really you to come forcefully and forget about the government job. Do your own enterprise sincerely. If you don't do it at the beginning, it's very hard to do it later on. And bring your innovation, try it, and finance is key. And I'm very glad to hear about this. And there are many other finances coming. Just grab them and run your own path.
Because we are running out of time, we'd like to take one last comment. We've got two, so.
Thank you so much. My name is Isaac Ndiamuhachi. I'm a social entrepreneur dealing in renewable energy technologies and post-harvest handling for smallholder farmers. I'm glad you have mentioned something to do with being enterprising as young people. But of course, as young people still, we have so many innovators, so many entrepreneurs, but to access the needed funding, it is still a challenge. Now, if I can give myself as an example, I run solar dryers for smallholder farmers. And in this, you find your solar dryer is as cheap as even $40 for the smallholder farmer, but they still can't afford. They need some kind of further subsidizing. You know the nature of farmers at the grassroots. So you develop more convenient models for such farmers, and still, because you need further subsidizing, the market forces cannot allow you. So you need such kind of booster funding. So you be like, oh, where do I go? You fail, you move here, you move there, but things don't pan out as expected. To date, I have deployed 2 solar drying centers for smallholder farmers, benefiting 60 farmers. So, but as the scale up is still a bit of a challenge. It is actually a big challenge So it is hard to access financing, even when we have these innovations. Not one innovation, not two innovations. I have tested and I have prototyped myself. So I would like to get more clearly how young people can get that kind of financing. And of course, in other aspects, like the science and innovation program, would also like to know clearly how to jump on them. Otherwise, your private sector is something lucrative in as far as climate action is concerned, because it helps more people contribute either in the slowest way, in the smallest capacities and biggest capacities, while addressing a broad range of SDGs. So I like that direction, and I think it would be much more impactful in as far as young people are concerned. I thank you so much.
Thank you for this. My advice for scaling up this project would be three things. First of all, the Global Center for Adaptation. The Global Center for Adaptation launched a competition called Call for Adaptation Resilience. And I think what you are talking about is very much fitting to the criteria of that competition. Secondly, the agribusiness project by African Development Bank, and both GCA and African Development Bank have booths here. It's the two projects, I tried them. I worked with some of people who actually work there, and they are very much working well, enabling you to access more funders, also more markets for not only you, but for the small farmers that you are working with. So I will really recommend these two things, the GCA Adaptation Resilience Competition and Enable Agriculture Program by the African Development Bank.
Thank you so much, Nisreen, for this short and precise answer. Now you know who to contact to get some funding. We are running late and we have to free the room because there is another session, but welcome everyone to network outside after we wrap up.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. It's been an amazing discussion such that we don't want to end it. So, but then thank you so much for the amazing panelists that have shared their wealth of experiences and best practices with us. Unfortunately, we can't go beyond this. So thank you so much for coming, and then we appreciate the rich discussion. Thank you.
Before leaving the room, would we take a picture, all of us together? Do we do it around, or just with two speakers? We can take it with the logo. Please join us for a quick picture around the world.
Hello, everyone. So our next session starts in 15 minutes, so don't go away. There's more coming. You're going to love it, so please come back. Please come for a quick picture. Otherwise, please exit the pavilion of the room over here. Be nice. The speakers in the front, please, for the picture.
Recording stopped.
Hi, Facundo.
Hi. Hi, Tom. Can you hear
Hi, how
me?
are you? Good morning.
Good. Good morning.
I'm kindly going to ask people to please have the conversations over there in that coffee area. There's coffee, there's water. Please have the conversations there. We have to organize this room. I would really appreciate it. you hold it like this, it's perfect. If you hold it like this, I'm not really gonna hear me. Yeah, but. Very testing. Okay, testing.
Good morning. Hi, everyone. Hi, people here in the room and also people joining us virtually. Welcome to today's discussion on adapting to transboundary climate impacts in food trade. Let me start by giving you a short introduction of today's topic. So we're finding ourselves in an extremely interconnected world, and this has many benefits, but it also comes with vulnerabilities. So we are looking at trade issues today. So I said in today's world, climate impacts can cascade through international trade from one country to another, creating risks for everyone involved in the food system, from producers to consumers. So, for example, reduced agricultural yields as a result of climate change can lead to higher food prices, and then this can lead to export bans or panic buys with effects on usually the poorest and most vulnerable countries. So we have seen, for example, the Arab Spring in 2011, in fact, droughts in grain exporting countries like Russia, like China, were one of the factors that eventually led to this instability. So transboundary climate risks escalating through international trade require new forms of adaptation, and this is what we will discuss today with our panel. Let me introduce to you the speakers of this talk. First, next to me we have Magnus Benzi, research fellow from Stockholm Environment Institute, SEI, with extensive expertise on the climate trade and food nexus. Then welcome Anthony Chapoton, technical chair of the African Network of Policy Research Institutes, ANAPRI, and also he has a role as a research director of the Indaba Agricultural Policy Research Institute. Then joining us online is Facundo Calvo, agricultural policy analyst at the International Institute for Sustainable Development, known as IISD. And Facundo also was involved in the agricultural negotiations of the WTO prior to joining IISD. Then we have Etienne Coyette, who works in the Sustainable Agri-Food Systems and Fishery Units of DG INPA, so Director General for International Partnerships at the European Commission. And last but not least, Richard Kachungu, who is Director of Resource Mobilization for the Young Emerging Farmers Initiative, known as YEFI. And it's really, we are happy to have him today because it's also Champions Day, focusing on youth action. So welcome, Richard, and welcome to all the other panelists. So now let me start with the first question for Magnus. How to adapt to transboundary climate risks in the trade of food products, not only globally, but I know you also worked on you did a case study on Sweden, so perhaps you can also elaborate on this, on the work you did there. Thanks.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Hannah. 87% of the maize that's consumed in Jamaica is imported from one country, and that's the United States. And maize is very important for Jamaica, both as a feed for poultry, but also as an input to the ethanol sector. And yields of maize in the US are projected to decrease by 45% by the end of the century. So this combination of high dependence and high production risk means that consumers in Jamaica are exposed to climate risks that originate in the US. And this could have big impacts on food affordability and food security in Jamaica. And these statistics come from a study we did, a global assessment of climate risks to food commodities and how that climate change will affect food production and how those risks are distributed through the trade system globally. And the pattern is repeated for several countries and several commodities around the world, both rich countries and poor countries that are highly import dependent. And we revealed that there's a high dependence on a small number of key agricultural exporting countries like the US, Russia, China, Brazil. So the climate risks also interact with geopolitical risks if importing countries are depending on these powerful agricultural exporters for their food security in future. And another finding of the report is that countries can't diversify or substitute away from a risk that is happening everywhere at once. So it's not just that there is one risky exporter. Climate change will be happening everywhere at the same time, and therefore all countries will be looking to mitigate those risks in their supply chains. And you can't substitute your way out of a systemic risk. We also did an in-depth assessment of Sweden's exposure to climate risk via trade. My colleague Frida Lager, who's in the audience, it's called New Risk Horizons. It just came out a few weeks ago. And we found that Sweden mostly trades with countries that are quite resilient to climate change in the Nordic region and the EU. But the material inputs and the lower stages of the supply chain actually exist in a statistical shadow where we don't normally see those risks, but this report digs into data that reveals the water and land inputs to Swedish consumption that come from highly vulnerable countries in Africa and Asia in particular. So Sweden can't adapt bilaterally with all of these countries. It will rely on multilateralism to build systemic resilience to these risks. We looked in depth at Swedish consumption of Brazilian soy, which is an increasingly embedded product in Swedish consumption of meat and dairy, but also of vegetarian and vegan food products. And climate change really threatens soy production in Brazil. And climate change also creates choke points in the food trade system, whether that's the inland road network in Brazil or threatening ports that are essential for food trade around the world. We also revealed that there's a clear need for public adaptation strategies to align with the risk management plans of private companies who tend to manage these supply chains on a day-to-day basis. And the findings of that report have made quite a big impact on the Swedish adaptation process, where the review of the national adaptation strategy is now trying to take on board these transboundary risks, which have been missing for a large part of the adaptation plans we've seen to date. So I'll leave it there and we'll move on.
Great, thank you. And thank you for explaining also how climate change can interact with geopolitical risks and even creating more vulnerabilities, and that you need, when adapting to transboundary climate risk, you need multilateral and also multi-actor agreements. So this is very important. Now, I'm looking at you, Anthony. There is a lot of talk about the African Comprehensive Free Trade Agreement, so the AFCTA, and this can be a mechanism, let's say, to help adapting to transboundary climate risk, but we also understand that there are a lot of barriers to implementation of the AFCTA. So perhaps you could explain us a bit more in detail what this means. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation. Maybe let me start from where my brother left. Climate change knows no boundaries. It can happen somewhere, and it can affect a country that is far way off. And as he has explained, you'll find that any shock in the world can have tremendous impacts on the livelihood, particularly of the poor that are not able to deal with the shock. So Africa currently is facing three kinds of problems. There's climate, there is conflict, and there is health problems, or COVID, like you saw it with COVID. So the three C's. So the question that comes to mind very quickly is to say, as a continent, we import 50 billion worth of food every year, all right? And any climate shock elsewhere, you find that that disrupts the flow of goods and services into the continent. The other statistic that maybe I have to tell you is that only 14% of the export statistics in Africa is inter-African trade. That means there's a huge deficit of trading within the African continent. And currently, I think there are discussions on how we can mainstream issues to do with climate and trade issues. But I think we are discussing these issues. I think there are disparities in discussing these issues because there are developed countries and developing countries. Developing countries are not in the picture when we are discussing issues to do with how to deal with climate change and trade issues. You know, when you say let's move to greener economy, greener production systems, you find that some African countries are not prepared to move to that. Others say let's move production to countries where they are moving towards a much more carbon neutral production systems. Africa is not prepared for that. But remember, Africa is the least polluter or emitter of carbon, but it's the hardest hit. So the Africa Continental Free Trade Area is an opportunity for the continent. Most countries have already ratified this, but the issue is how do we implement such a great agreement? I think that's the most important thing. I think according to the statistics, this will increase trade within Africa by maybe 33%, from 14 to 33%, which is a good thing. But we face challenges in terms of infrastructure in between countries. You find that it may be cheaper to import from Brazil into Senegal, for example, than taking food from the next neighboring country because the road infrastructure is not correct. This raises an issue in terms of regional cooperation, cooperation in terms of infrastructure development. Issues of capacity building, very important. I think in terms of people understanding what the Africa Continental Free Trade Area entails. There are non-tariff barriers. You find that the flow of goods and services in between countries is also constrained by just border rules and regulations. So it is important that in the context of making sure that Africa trades amongst itself, it is important that we look at these non-tariff and even tariff barriers. maybe because I have very few minutes, maybe let me say the last point is that there is, you see, Africa is a big continent, and the agroecology is different. Because agroecology is different, Africa is good for everything. I mean, you can grow tomatoes, you can grow sugarcane, you can grow maize, you can grow wheat in Africa. So Africa has to be a unit, and we have to think about regional value chains. We need to look at the opportunities. Where can we produce food economically, sustainably, and then move that food to where it is required. I think I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anthony. I think it's very important what you are saying, that there is a strong need for more food production diversification, but also trade diversification. And indeed, the AFC, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement could play a strong role there, but many barriers. Now I'm looking at Facundo, who is behind us on a big screen. So Facundo, I have a question for you with regards to the role of the WTO. What is its role in dealing with climate impacts to our food systems? Please, Facundo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Han. Let me start by saying that trade can be a double-edged sword. On the one hand, trade can contribute to improving our food security by moving foodstuffs and agricultural inputs such as fertilizers from the places in which they are produced and exported from to the places where they are finally consumed. In that regard, the role of trade and international trade is key. Trade and trade policies, more specifically, however, can impede and be an obstacle to the normal flow of agricultural products. And that's when trade openness and the free flow of agricultural inputs becomes particularly relevant. So to answer specifically to your question as to what extent the WTO can ensure trade flows, I think it would be useful to refer and to go back to the latest World Trade Report that actually was released at this COP in Egypt by the WTO Director General last week, in which it is very clear that trade can facilitate the diffusion of adaptation technology. So this is a very first important take. For example, climate-resistant crop varieties, water management systems, early warning systems, and so on. So trade and international trade benefits from larger economies scales in which different regions of the world reap the benefits of their comparative advantages. And by increasing the size of the markets and having a global market for agricultural products, trade can also spur and entice investors to go for greener technologies. So to answer specifically what the WTO can do, well, there are a few studies showcasing that, for example, unfortunately, tariff and non-tariff barriers tend to be lower in carbon-intensive industries than in cleaner industries. And that's why I think that there is still a lot of room or margin to think in terms of, for example, of a list of services or a list of goods that can be further liberalized and promote positive spillovers. So this is one area of work where the WTO can do a lot to improve climate adaptation efforts. And a second area, and this has more to do with some of the climate change factors that were previously mentioned by the previous speakers, have to do also with reining the natural instincts of WTO members and countries in general when we have situations in which, for example, there is a lot of food price volatility, or situations like we had in 2008, 2011, also this year, in which even if prices have a slowdown in the last few months, what we have is that in historical terms, food prices are very high. So what members and what countries tend to do in these sort of scenarios is to overreact. And by overreact, I mean they resort to measures, to trade restricting measures that, of course, they do have a rationale. They are there to tame inflation or to ensure the availability of certain agricultural inputs or certain agricultural products, but at the same time, they are, as they are so-called, the child neighbor policies, in the sense that, especially when they're imposed by large players in agricultural markets, that as the first speaker mentioned, they are highly concentrated, and it's not only for agricultural products. We also have the same, for example, in the case of potassium-based and to a lesser extent, phosphorus-based fertilizers. When we have these highly concentrated markets and a very high import dependency, and the previous speaker mentioned the import dependency in Africa, and we have many other regions that are facing a similar situation, both for fertilizers and for agricultural products. When we have that situation, any sort of trade restricting measure, either an export ban, export licensing procedures, an export tax, and so on, has a negative effect. And by negative effect, I mean an effect on the price volatility, as, for example, some OECD studies have showcased. So, to reply to specifically to your question, what the WTO, and more than the WTO, what can countries and WTO members do? I think that at present, there is not so much appetite to go for further disciplines to improve the rule book on export restrictions, but still, there are certain behaviors, certain small actions, I would say, that countries and WTO members in general can carry out in order to have more transparent markets. And I think that one action would be to improve the notification rate, that as a recent background note by the WTO has showcased, is very low, not only for export restrictions, but also for subsidies and for other measures. So one possible way forward in the meantime, if members are reluctant and countries are reluctant to negotiate further disciplines for export restrictions, would be to improve the notification rate. And this entails not only notifying, but also improving the quality of the notifications, having notifications with enough information as to the legal justification of the measure. Enough information, for example, means also that the notifications are translated into the 3 official languages of the WTO, English, French, and Spanish, and so on. So I think that this would be a very first important step forward that countries and WTO members can take. So I leave it there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Facundo. Thank you for giving us these concrete examples of what the WTO and its members can do. And I think it's very important to have this discussion because there is still a gap between WTO deliberations and the negotiations at the COP. And so the big question is really how to bring these climate and trade agendas closer together. Perhaps we can elaborate on this during the discussion. Now I'm looking at Etienne. So my question for you is that on the one hand, so in the face of transboundary climate impacts, the EU is focusing increasingly on adaptation of the European food system, on building resilience here of agricultural systems, and the farm-to-fork strategy is one example of that. Then on the other hand, you have also the European adaptation strategy with a very strong international dimension, and the EU has pledged to support partner countries also with adaptation. So you have these both agendas, so the internal EU one, the international one. How to bring these two together, like how to put that into practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Good morning to everyone. Well, EU policy coherence, I guess that's the substance of your question.
Right.
Yes, indeed, that's a challenge. We have a strong international dimension in the EU adaptation strategy, but there's also a strong international dimension in the farm-to-fork strategy. The farm-to-fork strategy is part of the EU Green Deal, so that's the first point. It's for the first time in the EU history we have such a wide array of policies across the different areas in which the EU has competence that is actually organized around an overarching objective to achieve climate neutrality for the EU by 2050. Of course, that has implication as well on the outside boundaries of the EU. So I'm working in the International Partnership Directorate. So part of our work is also to support our partner countries in that.
Etienne, can you keep the microphone a bit closer?
Sorry, is it better like this?
That will be easy.
Try not eat it. And so yes, our role as an International Partnership Directorate is to work with our partners and support them also in the same type of efforts towards transition towards more sustainable food system, but more generally, more sustainable economies and societies. As my neighbor was saying, climate change knows no boundaries, so we have to address it almost everywhere. We have been one of the donors with the biggest share of its support going to adaptation. We intend to continue doing so. And that's also part of our response, for example, to the recent global food crisis. The bulk of the additional support that the EU has provided to partners is actually not going to emergency operations, but the majority of it is going to support to the local production, because that's part of the answer is in building the resilience in partner countries, is making sure that they are working to their full potential, for example, on agricultural production. There's a lot of potential in supporting local food production, even forgotten foods. So why should we turn to global markets for wheat or maize when we have all the resources locally to actually produce that food? Another important element in our approach within the framework of the Green Deal is that we have for a long time worked on agriculture, and then we have also worked on sustainable resource management, and then we worked on nutrition. What we are trying to do now is to bring all these areas together and try to promote much more integrated approaches. 3 years ago, we launched an initiative that is called Landscapes for Our Future. And the idea there was to work in supporting food system, but also with a very strong element devoted to the climate agenda, so a lot of resilience and adaptation, but also sustainable management of resources. It was kind of a pilot approach, and that has led to a lot of good buy-in from the EU delegation and a better understanding of how such integrated responses can actually achieve multiple objectives. And just to end my presentation, the last point on your point on the need to promote the African exchanges, that is also part of the EU strategy, and there's with the EU Global Gateway, we see this as a mean to actually mobilize a lot of investment, and in particular to support the regional integration in Africa. I would just stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Etienne. Very glad to hear that the EU is also moving towards more integrated approaches and systems thinking. And I think also food systems and beyond food security is also higher now on the COP agenda, as we can see. Slowly, it's climbing the agenda at least. Now, Richard, looking at you. So as a young farmer from Zambia and also representing the farming community there, my question to you is that the fact so that trade can help, as we have heard here already, trade can help in resilience building for farmers in Africa, but there is also little market integration, as Anthony was saying. So what is, according to you, what are the real needs, what are the solutions if you want to have, for farmers, if you want to have more cross-border trade, more market integration? Thanks.
Thank you very much. It was interesting to actually hear how I think panelists, experts really dived into the statistics and I think all the critical elements of what is bordered around trade within the food system. I think we need to also just recognize the fact that we need to go back to the original and most fundamental element of the food system, who is the farmer. And I think this is very critical because I think we usually talk about things from a higher level and a broader perspective and forget the most important player in the food system, who is the farmer. And it's very important when we're talking about cross-border trade and trade within the food system that farmers themselves need to be resilient because in terms of adaptation, we need the farmer themselves to be resilient. Because if the farmer is not resilient across the world, we still have challenges because we still are going to face these challenges in terms of climate risks and shocks and so forth. So how do we ensure that a farmer is resilient? And I think those are the fundamentals we need to actually focus on before we actually talk at the broader perspective. Because at the end of the day, this is the person who's going to offer the food on the table. About 80% of the food that we eat come from the small-scale farmer. And it's very important that we realize that this is the player we need to focus on, and how do we enhance what this farmer is doing to be able to ensure that issues to do with trade at international level, or even issues to do with climate shocks that might affect the food system in the long run are taken care of. Because I can give you an example that my organization had. For instance, I think just at local level, we had realized in Northwestern Province in a district called Mufumbwe, when we did our own assessment, trying to develop a project there was a crisis where these farmers who were actually producing vegetables for the entire, I think 70% of the vegetables for the entire province were experiencing a shock because water levels in where they are tapping water to actually irrigate were actually dried up. And the food system in that province was actually disrupted. And the time we actually went there and did an assessment and actually made this public, and then it was covered, ZMBC and so forth, DMMU tried to respond, but I think the fact still remained that those farmers were not resilient enough to be able to accept these climate shocks that they were experiencing. So it's very important that we look at the farmer first and then see how best we could help these farmers in terms of leveraging on the existing policies, whether it's by regional level, which are embedded in some of the regional agreements that we sign within our regions, whether it's Europe, Africa, and so forth, because these farmers play a critical role in the supply chain. So it's very important that that is looked at important there. So in terms of policy, I always wonder how, because these beautiful policies that are tabled in these agreements, and it's for the past 7 years in the food system, I think I've experienced the issue of lack of inconsistent and weak implementation that these policies offer. Because I think most of the time, I think we have amazing policies that could transform our food systems and help a lot of farmers in terms of the pricing and just markets, creating markets for them to be able to earn income and so forth. And I think it should be maybe we go back to why do we do what we do? Because I think we have to go to the fundamentals. Why are we actually in the food system? Is it the issue of just commercializing and making the profits, or what to better the lives of a farmer and so forth? And I think that's why if any of you have listened to my president, I think his emphasis he's been talking about unity. He's been emphasizing on the aspect of unity. And I think there's a very big gap on what's happening in these countries where, like for instance, the stats that my colleague from my IAPRI had lighted that only a very small percentage of trade is happening within Africa. So I think we need to look at that.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. It's really impressive, this number, that 80% of the food that we consume comes from smallholder farmers, and that makes it so important indeed, as you are saying, to build resilience. And I think there is indeed a gap between policy and practice. So thank you, and thanks everyone for sharing your insights. Now I would like to open the floor for questions. We have about 15 minutes. So yeah, I can take 2 questions. Please state your name and organization. Also, if your question is for a specific panelist, please say so. I think you will get a microphone, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you so much for the excellent submissions. But mine is a comment basing on what he said, that the farmers. It's unfortunate that you have looked at mainly the high end of the value chain, minus focusing more on the lower stages of the value chain. In my country, there was a time when maize was blocked from entering Kenya. I'm from Uganda, and so many farmers produce maize. So why did they refuse the maize from Uganda? Because it had so much mycotoxins. It was not properly managed after harvest. So the market rejected someone's maize, and at the end of the day, they could not sell, of course. So what are some of those interventions that, that we should be looking at? Can we also focus on farmers to have much safer food at the lower end so that the markets can be appealing for those foods? Also, if a farmer is losing 20% of what they are harvesting and the market is expanding, how will they effectively get that market? At the end of the day, still the markets will fail. So also looking at the food secure homes, if farmers can produce much more food and they lose it again because of poor post-harvest handling, at the end of it all, who will, how will they address even the markets? They will definitely fail to even be food secure. So specific interventions at the lower level in the value chain could be very, very much important in as far as looking at the sustainable food systems is concerned. So possible solutions are there. Like I can give an example from our own perspective in Uganda, where we have fabricated efficient solar dryers to help farmers reduce post-harvest losses, produce more safe food, and increased quality so that the markets can effectively be addressed. I thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you. There is another question. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Alphonse Molo, a student from University of Nairobi and University of Copenhagen, but also a fellow at ARIN. And when he talked about the maize trade between Kenya, Uganda, and the region, there are those protocols like for commerce and aflatoxin. So there is also a lot in terms of trade barrier. But that's besides the point. Mine would be the issue of pastoralists and how they play an important role in terms of the food system between the Horn of Africa and the Middle East. But in this kind of conversation where we are talking food, pastoralists are rarely appreciated in terms of their role. Like there's a lot of the trade in sheep and goat from Kenya, from Somalia, Djibouti. There's a big corridor, both for formal and informal trade. And right now, if you ask them, they're saying, yes, climate change is something that is here, but most of the solution that we talk is either generic and not specific. But again, some of it is in terms of relation with the landscape, where if you go for integrated approach, for instance, you find there are times when farmers upstream times dam the waters or block water for irrigation, and now they have to fight over water resources downstream because of what has been blocked on the other side. So there's that case of how then do we address that integrated approach where we allow for water or we develop water resources within this region, and also like appreciate the volume and the value of trade in terms of livelihood here. They say when you come talking about climate change, we're already affected. We know what it is in terms of when you are telling us to destock. Climate change is already doing it for us. We are destocking. We are doing hard reconfiguration. So what do we do in terms of adaptation? How better then can this integrated resource management help us or make it here?
Great question. Thank you. Okay, perhaps I can take one more from Katie. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks so much. Thanks for the really super interesting insights and reflections. We've heard a lot about the need for cooperation, that managing these sorts of climate risks through trade and to food security requires cooperation at all scales, so regionally, globally, locally, and also across lots of different sectors. So it falls to trade and climate policy and development policy and so on. I'm wondering if there is a risk that in it sort of becoming everyone's problem, it's no one's problem. And so my question to you is, if we fast forward a year to COP28, what would decisive leadership on this issue look like to you? What needs to happen over the next year, do you think, for somebody to or some actor to show really decisive leadership in managing these sorts of climate risks through trade? What would that look like to you?
Okay, great. Critical question. So I'm looking at the panel. So for the previous question on how to manage water resources in an integrated way, who would like to share his insights on this?
You see, the problems we face are more of a systems problem. You solve one thing, it doesn't solve the rest. So you have to look at this using the food systems lens. Right now we are talking about climate and trade issues. There are issues to do with trade policies. So we can solve one issue, but it opens up another issue. I mean, it's real that if we don't look at food safety issues, I think the trade issues that we faced between Kenya and Uganda were because of a standard maize crop that was not kept very well. So the issue is, how do we ensure that the farmer invest in storage facilities to retain good quality so that they can benefit from trade? It's not Kenya's problem, because Kenya is protecting its consumers. So this is why I think it's important that we look at these issues in a more holistic, with a holistic or food systems lens, because that helps. I mean, I indicated is not one country. Africa is it's a consortium of many countries with different opportunities. So each country, I'm trying to answer to your question, each country has to look within. What are the opportunities? What are the challenges? And who within Africa can be able to resolve some of my challenges, right? And which countries in Africa can take advantage of the opportunities that I have in my country. That's why I'm talking about regional value chains. Because deep sea imports, yes, they'll come in, but you find that it's very difficult to really diversify local production. Deep sea imports affect local production, it affects the farmers. So we need to look at these issues more holistically. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. We have 5 more minutes, and I think it would be good to discuss the question that Katie asked just now about decisive leadership and what is needed in the run-up to the next COP28. Who would like to take this question?
Oh, okay. So thank you for that question. I feel it should be. I think there should be a leadership that is focusing on a vision to ensure that we focus on ensuring that a farmer is resilient, and that should speak to how these policies are being implemented. And I think there should be serious alignment between the climate policies that are being, developed, as well as trade policies, so that there's cohesion in how things are run in the value chain, in the food system as per se. So I think there should be an holistic approach to how this is looked at, because I think in most times we do have disparities between certain policies, even embedded within the national and regional. So sometimes I think it's very important that even leadership from president level, there's need to ensure that these are aligned so that we have an holistic approach to how we can ensure that a farmer is resilient and is able to trade. Because I think for me, I'm always emphasizing farmers, small-scale farmers can trade at international level. We just have to build the capacity. Yeah.
Do you want to still react to the question? Okay. Is there one more, or Etienne, you want to come in? Please do.
Yes, please. Thank you. Very quickly. First, fully agree with your comments, and that's also part of the work that needs to be done, is making sure that the farmers, as you say, they are the basis of the value chain. They can also make sure that they start to process, dry, conserve the food, preserve the food, and even transform it, so that part of the added value over the value chain can come back to the hands of the producer. A second comment on the pastoralist. There was a very interesting side event yesterday on participatory rangeland management, which is seen as a very powerful adaptation practice, which involves actually the different users of the land, so farmers and pastoralists. And I think that's the only possibility, the only way forward is to build this kind of multi-stakeholders platforms for dialogue. Otherwise, if we leave things like they are, we can only fuel tensions and conflicts. So that's one way to. And then on the trade, if there is one thing that may be happening, I think we are discussing food as we have never discussed food before in these COP context.
Right.
That's one example. Maybe WTO could start also to have a stronger discussion on climate change and food. I'm not a WTO expert, but that might be a way forward.
Okay, yes, great, thank you. Anthony, one last comment then? Because
15 seconds. We want leaders who take advantage of evidence-based policy. If they ignore the evidence, definitely will be back next year without any achievements. Thank you.
Great point. Okay, it's very difficult, of course, to sum up the whole discussion, this very rich discussion that we had. But what I think is very important that we were talking about exactly this nexus and this interconnection between climate, trade, and food, because we see that, as I said earlier, trade is not so high on the COP agenda. So it's very important that we have this discussion. And what is good, what we heard from Facundo, is that there is indeed more of a recognition of climate impacts on the WTO agenda. So there is also, as Etienne was saying, a move towards more integrated approaches. We hear that more talk about food systems also on the COP agenda. But at the same time, there are many barriers. There are still silos, as I said. There is still a big gap in between policies, talking, and actual practice on the ground. There are many practical barriers as well, as we heard. Very concrete things like issues of infrastructure, lack of infrastructure in African context, lack of capacity, issues with non-tariff barriers, and so on. So let me stop this discussion now. Thank you very much for everyone here. Thank you especially to all our panelists, also Facundo was joining online. And I hope this has been inspiring for all of you. Thank you.
We start? Can you hear me? Yeah? Great. So, hello everyone. Thank you for joining. We have a session on cultivated meat. So, a very brief introduction. My name is Ala Voldman. I'm the Vice President of Strategy and Policy at the Good Food Institute Israel. The Good Food Institute is a global international non-profit organization working to make the global food system better for the people, the human, the planet, and the animals. Powered by philanthropy, we work across the globe to advance alternative protein as an essential solution, part of the global food system, biodiversity, and food security solutions. And a little bit about the reason why alternative proteins. So, meat consumption today is the highest it's ever been, and it's been growing. And the UN has projected that it will increase by 50 to 100% by 2050. The problem with that is that current meat production is not an effective way to make our meat. It takes 9 calories fed to a chicken to get 1 calorie back out in the form of meat. And the conversion rate is even lower with other animals. The vast majority of the crops that we grow is not fed to human, but to farm animals. So we ship the crops, we feed the farm, we operate the farm, then we ship the animals to the slaughterhouse, we operate the slaughterhouse. It's a supply chain that is highly energy intensive and polluting, and the UN has determined industrial animal agriculture as one of the top 3 environmental issues: water use, biodiversity laws, and climate change. So how do we feed 10 billion people by 2050 and do it in a sustainable, efficient, and safe way? For over 50 years, people have been advocating to reduce meat consumption. However, it has been growing constantly. The way we are trying to do it is not by educating only. We are not trying to change human behavior. We are trying to change the way that we are making meat. And one of the technologies of doing that is using cultivation technologies. An exciting technology that allows us to replicate completely and create genuine animal meat without the use of animals. And briefly, just on a high level, how it's done, we take a small, very small biopsy of cells from the animal continues to live. We grow these cells, we feed it with the required nutrients for these cells to continue and grow and proliferate in a sterile bioreactor conditions, and we can grow muscle cells and fat cells and connective tissue with this technology. And a life cycle analysis conducted by the research center CE Delft has shown that cultivated meat production has the potential to use significantly less natural resources as land and water and reduce significantly the output of greenhouse gas emissions and pollution. There are over 100 cultivated meat companies worldwide. Some of them are making cultivated meat, poultry, fish, seafood. Some of them are making ingredients such as medium and growth factors for the industry. And investments in cultivated meat technologies have tripled in the last 2 years. There is a promising level of interest also coming from consumers. Few examples, taking the US and the UK market, over 80% of Generation Z has declared that they are likely to try cultivated meat products. 60% of South African consumers are highly likely to try cultivated meat products. And maybe just before I pass it on to the people who are actually promoting this technology, a small word about youth, since it's a Youth Action Day. The amount of opportunities that rely on this industry is enormous. There are so many white spaces still and challenges to tackle. It is definitely an opportunity for anyone to join the field and become a leader. From the academy, joining in masters and PhDs and studying various disciplines who are relevant to the industry and training others, as well as joining the industry, startup companies, food companies who are involved in that, not only in technological fields, but in other areas as well. Government supporting fair regulation for the field, promoting research grants and R&D, and of course, various roles that support the ecosystem in NGOs. And I'm happy to pass now the stage to the people who are doing this amazing technology. Didier Toubia, co-founder and CEO of Ale Farm Company, and Gabriel Avec, CTO and co-founder of Orbillion. And maybe before we start, we'll show a short video from Ale Farms.
Just imagine what might be possible.
The Earth today is at a global tipping point. The meat industry is responsible for a large amount of greenhouse gas emissions. Larger demand for meat also means larger demand for pastures to raise the meat. All of those come at the expense of tropical forest land. Reducing meat consumption is really something we have to do if we want to protect ourselves from these emerging environmental challenges.
Scientists around the world, including myself, had succeeded in growing human tissue for medical research. It's called tissue engineering. One of my students asked if we could also try to grow tissue from cattle. We thought that if we could grow cultured beef, it might have far-reaching positive impacts. And that was a trigger for the new direction.
The idea is to take cells and grow them on 3D scaffold. So the cell attached to the scaffold, they fill the pores of the scaffold, they grow, differentiate, and assemble into the tissue. And based on this technology that we developed in the lab, we established Ale Farms.
So far, this work has created a thin-cut steak and developed the technology to make the world's first cultured ribeye steak.
Growing meat like this is really fast. We take just 3 weeks, compared with an average of 2 years using conventional methods of growing meat. And it uses a fraction of the resources required for raising an entire animal.
When we reach the market, cultured meat will grow in large and clean facilities with tanks, which will look similar to breweries or to dairy facilities with much less resources than the meat we know today.
Just imagine what might be possible.
Good morning, everyone. We're super excited to be here. as part of this pavilion, which is doing a great job really bringing together and gathering a lot of significant stakeholders, especially the youth today. Maybe I'll switch microphone. So thanks for having us, and we're super happy to have this opportunity to exchange and dialogue about cultivated meat as a new category of animal protein beside conventional sustainable agriculture. No, sure. So as we all know, we've been talking about those issues for more than 10 days already. The food system is today responsible for over a third of our greenhouse global emissions. But there's more than that. The food system, as we know it today, I would argue hasn't been designed to feed the people. And the clear proof of that is that on one hand, we throw away more than 30% of the food we produce. But on the other hand, close to 900 million people are undernourished, demonstrating the fact that the way we manage our system hasn't been designed in order to bring the right nutrition to the right people at the right time and the right place. So there are some issues related to climate change and biodiversity, but also to food supply, resilience and food insecurity, and public health crisis. Cultivated meat is one of the new technologies which is intended to reach the market in the next year and following that to expand into the larger mass market, beside other technologies such as algae-based fermentation and regenerative agriculture. And this specific technology is about growing an animal product which is similar to meat directly from its cells, from the ground up, the cells being the same building blocks as we can find in the meat harvested from a slaughtered animal. It starts with isolating cells from a healthy cow. The first products we intend to launch next year has been donated by Lucy, who is a Black Angus cow from California. The first stage is to grow a mass of cells, and then we seed those cells onto a matrix, a scaffold, which induces the interaction between the different cells and foster the formation of a tissue which is equivalent to a steak. It's not exactly the same as meat. We call it cultivated meat as a category. We believe it will be a differentiated product and a new category of animal products. Based on this new approach for producing high quality nutritious food, we aim at providing continuous access to the required nutrition for everyone while being a good steward for the people, the animals, and the planet, meaning our vision incorporates a range of different objectives, optimizing the food system as a whole. On the affordability, we believe we can reach price parity within 5 years from initial launch, which is quicker than the time it's taking to the new generation of plant-based products. We believe we can get to price parity quicker. We can delocalize our production system with a shorter supply chain and better availability, better agility in terms of meeting the demand and adjusting the supply to the demand, thanks to short 4 weeks production cycle and shorter supply chains. The fact that we incorporate new production systems in the food production infrastructure is also a way to increase the resilience of the food system. Today our food system is very much concentrated in specific regions of the world with uniform farming practices using the same inputs and concentrated within the hand of a few large companies. In order to make the system more resilient to shocks, we need to have circuit breakers, to have B plans, to diversify the supply. And last but not least, because our cultivated meat grows in a closed system, we can avoid the use of antibiotics at scale, but also provide a product which is free of any pathogens. Compared to conventional beef, cultivated meat is using much less water, but also has a much lower carbon footprint when fueled by renewable energy. At Alphonse, we're working closely with ENGIE as a global partner for our energy infrastructure. Much less particles and 95% less land. We've seen over the course of the last few years a wider endorsement of cultivated meat, including by large international organizations, and the FAO recently, as part of their 5 years plan for food safety, the strategic plan which has been released in September. But also the IPCC, the White House, M4Climate, and other organizations. The way we're looking at the transition of the food system is really to think on a system base. We believe that we need on one hand to support and to continue this transition of conventional agriculture toward regenerative agriculture and more sustainable practices. There are some ways to reduce the emissions of methane with conventional agriculture, for instance. But our vision is that we need less cows and better managed. We believe there might be better alternatives to concentrated operations for animal farming. And we should supplement sustainable conventional agriculture with additional production systems. Cultivated meat is one of those, for optimizing the outcome of the system for all the stakeholders. So our vision is really to refocus from output, meaning producing more efficiently, maximizing profits at the expense of quality and food security, back to refocusing on quality, more expensive conventional agriculture, decentralized, higher nutrition, and better security. The way we're managing this go-to-market and driving this impact is really to work with a very holistic approach with the different stakeholders, but also defining 4 different pillars of sustainability, including health and nutrition, social, and economic, working on the demand and the supply side, meaning developing approaches and strategies to also incorporate food cultures globally and to drive the change from the demand side. And all together, we believe that we can reach our goals for a just transition. So we'll stop here this presentation, and I believe Gabriel will take the lead on the next part. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Gabriel, and I represent Orbion Bio. We're based in the United States. We have office in San Francisco and Los Angeles, and we are a cultivated meat company. What we do is we are producing Wagyu beef, which is a prime beef, but we have the capacity in-house to produce about 4 breeds of cultivated meat, including bison, wild elk, and lamb. But our first product is going to be a Wagyu product. Now, can you hear me? Now, the way we produce beef right now is not sustainable. And one way to change this is to do cultivated meat. And one of the reasons why we would do beef is that beef alone is responsible for 8% of all green gas emission. And it takes about 60% of all agricultural land available right now. And it's also a very water-intensive process in which it takes about 1,800 plus gallons of water to produce 1 pound of beef. But let's tackle the elephant in the room, is that cultivated meat is also an energy-intensive process as well as water-intensive process. To mitigate this at Orbion, we are using a technology that is a high-density cell culture process, which allows us to produce about 20 times more meat by bioreactor batch than conventional reactors. But additionally to this, we are working in collaboration with other companies who are working on other sustainable goals, including clean water and clean energy, to produce the first US-based pilot plant that will be fully sustainable. Now, as my predecessor talked about, the cultivated meat is growing across the world. And in the United States, we have the Alliance for Meat, Poultry, and Seafood Innovation, for which a few members are here in the audience, who is a trade organization that support our industry in the US. But there's additional organizations that are similar that are being launched in Europe, as well as one recently, about 2 weeks ago, was launched in Asia. And this is really great to see other organizations supporting our alliance and bringing our product to market, helping us bring our product to market and lobbying for us to get the approval in the US and internationally. Additionally to this, we can see large grants and initiative internationally. So many nations have actually invested tremendously in the cultivated meat process, which include the Netherlands, the United States, Israel, and many other countries. But what I think is even more interesting is that when you have a technology that's very close to deployment, you start seeing local investment. So for example, the government of California, which is a state of the United States, have recently given millions to support the initiative locally. There's also many universities in the ecosystem across the world that are working on the cultivated meat process. But I'm blessed to be sitting on the board of UC Davis Cultivated Meat Consortium, so I just wanted to mention it here. They are one of the pioneers working on the topic. So they are creating the technology for cultivated meat to make it more sustainable that will be deployed in the future. I also want to be very thankful to nonprofits. So GFI is widely known as the organization supporting alternative protein across the world. They are hosts today. So I want to first thank them, but they also have all resources regarding this new industry. So if you actually go on the GFI website, you will see plenty of different resources, including educational resources, as well as link for TCA, for example, and more information on the economic and the impact level. Our industry is really growing, so there's about 70 total companies. There's additional companies that are supporting our industry, but there's about 70 companies in the cultivated meat industry working on various products from seafood, pork, beef like we do, and we are not a dream, we're actually a reality, and we're coming very soon to the market. So it's already sold. There's one company who's already selling product in Singapore. The US regulatory affair, we're expecting it to come this year in Q1 of 2023. And I'm very hopeful that you will see it internationally in many other countries as well. Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions, but maybe anyone else has? So I'll start. Maybe asking, since we are so close to it and it's already sold in Singapore, what do you think about consumer acceptance? Would this require changing any food habits?
Yeah, so I'm happy for the question, and we believe there's a preconceived idea that food habits are very rigid and don't change over time, and that's not true, and it's a good news. We see that even in large markets like the US, for instance, the food we're eating today is completely different than the food we were eating 100 years ago, and most of the foods in our plate in 2022 are different from the food our grandparents were eating 50 years ago. If we're talking about the sushi, about the pizza, the tacos, the Caesar salad, the milkshake, which is a completely new food from 60, 70 years ago, even the hamburger is a completely new concept, which started to develop 102 years ago with White Castle in the US. 100 years is nothing in the history of eating meat. So we see that despite our preconceived opinions, food does change relatively quickly. I think that the key for driving the change in consumption habits is good choices. Consumers need to make choice based on what's good for them or on their own preferences rather than being directed or told to change their food habits. If we tell people, okay, eat less meat or only sustainable beef and eat this and that instead, it will not work. It's not like pushing a button. We need to provide good choices which would actually meet the preferences of the consumers.
I can add a little bit that at Orbillion we've done some different studies, but already, as you can see in some countries, for example, I'm just going to use the United States, but in the US, we see on the shelf many different type of ground products, for example. So people are already educated on eating alternative proteins as a ground product. So it's much easier in terms of consumer acceptance to come with these type of alternative early on. And you can see also that milk, for example, there's already 15% of all milk sold in the United States is now an alternative proteins. So you can see that other markets have grown tremendously. So in terms of consumer acceptance, I think people are now it's just going to be about the taste now. So if you have a good taste, there's a lot of other product out there. So if you have a good taste, you will be competitive. You want your clients to come back a second time and taste it again and want it for their meals.
Yeah, I actually have a question following up on taste. So I remember reading some time ago that there was a study that the experience of eating meat was, not so much the taste, but actually the texture. So the experience of chewing and biting. So with this technology, are we solving for that? And how do you see that being solved, basically?
So I've learned that in food science, the first few seconds in which you're biting are very important. So there's actually a whole science of texture, and there's also added ingredients you can add to the cultivated meat to add texture, for example. You can also produce it through a scaffold technology. There's various different ways to add that texture. But I think the emulation of the texture is a very important component of food in general. And it's also a full science, so I think this is really not an issue anymore to add texture to the product.
And that's definitely true. And at Alefance, we're putting a lot of focus on 2 dimensions of quality, nutrition, culinary properties, which is also very important, how the meat cooks, the versatility of what you can do with it, and the range of dishes which are applicable to it, and then taste, texture, flavor, which is the sensory properties. I must say that the approach we are implementing and other companies are also working that way is not necessarily to be a one-to-one substitute as the meat we know today. We're not trying to be a fake sirloin or a copy of a ribeye. At Alefance, we're looking at our products in the framework of Aleph cuts, meaning being new cuts of meat which does not exist today, and optimizing the set of attributes of our products to make them attractive and appealing per themselves based on their inherent merit and their own value proposition. Slightly similar to electric vehicles in the car industry, where an electric vehicle is not necessarily one-to-one equivalent on all the parameters as an internal combustion engine. They're differentiated, branded differently, probably targeting different set of consumers. That's a little bit the same approach we're applying for cultivated meat. Of course, it has to be tasty and it has to be a great experience, but we're not necessarily trying to copy anything.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask about the affordability, because I don't know the cost of production of cultured meat, but I would just like you to it at least to clear our doubt. Looking at the population of the greater percentage lives in rural, and looking at the variation in financial tools, I would just like to ask how expensive or how affordable will this will be if we are to change attitudes. I think it should be affordable.
Yeah, thanks. It's a great question. When those products are launched, they will probably be relatively expensive, but we aim at driving the cost curve down relatively quickly with the increase of production scale. If I'm back to the electric vehicles analogy as well, the first electric vehicles were relatively expensive, and as the industry is scaling up and economies of scale, but also improvements in production process and better technologies are available, the cost is going down. In our case, at Ale Farms at least, we intend to reach price parity within 5 years from initial launch, which is again relatively quick compared to, as I mentioned, to the new generation of plant-based products, for instance, which launched 8-10 years ago and are still more expensive. So there is a good potential for driving the cost down relatively quickly, but at launch it will still be more expensive.
Yeah, and at Orbillion, we're in the prime sector, so obviously we'll reach price parity, which is much higher in the prime sector faster. But eventually our objective is to reduce the cost to the price parity with conventional beef. So yeah, this is definitely a super important issue. But I think there's also advantage to the cultivated meat is that it can help areas where they cannot have agriculture to have their own independency in producing type of protein. So Singapore is obviously an example of this. If you live in the desert, for example, it's really hard to have cattle because they use a lot of water and you need to have the feed. So there will be a lot of opportunities coming from the cultivated meat. Also, meat is highly subsidized in many countries, right? So right now in reaching price parity in the alternative proteins, we are not subsidized at this point. So if we are saying we're reaching price parity is actually a very good example. We are much more at price parity than conventional beef in that sense.
We do hear a lot on just transition on the scope. Tell us a little bit more about the consequences for traditional farming, not the consequences for industrial farming. We know that industrial farming causes a lot of problems, but in many parts of this world, farmers depend on animals. What is the consequences for that? You know, second question. The name of one of the companies which was shown here is Aleph Farms. Why do you use the word farms? It's not a farm, it's industrial production. And you should say this is industrial production which has nothing to do anymore with farming and agriculture. It's industry. It's I have a problem with that, honestly, because I think this wording is not fair.
Yeah, it's a super interesting question. Before I pass it on to Alaform, actually, to discuss the name, I could mention one thing is that we're not there to replace conventional beef. This is not the objective here. People are eating more and more protein each year, but there's no more land to grow beef, right? So what are we going to do in the future? So we're just adding one more alternative. I see a world where you can eat conventional meat, you can eat plant-based, and you can also eat cultivated meat as one of the alternatives. And also the farmer is integrated in this system because if you take the biopsy somewhere, you need someone to maintain that genetic variation, and the farmer is very important in that. So actually we have farmers and we also have butchers in our advisory, and they were very instrumental in creating this future of food. And in terms of the name, I will.
First, thanks for your two questions, which are important. Getting the first one about smallholder farms, we are developing a few different projects. For instance, one in the Netherlands with Respect Farms. We're starting a new project in France with Hectare, which is an experimental farm which is testing different methods for the regenerative transition. And we're starting other projects with the Federation University in Australia to develop different models for incorporating cultivated meat within the farming industry. And our view is that the role of feeding the world is the role of the farmers, not the role of the startups or tech companies. So we appreciate your view, and we're discussing those models with different Ministry of Agriculture. I don't want to give too many details, but For cultivated meat to work, it needs to be part of agriculture and not a competing technology. So that's one thing. Regarding the name of the company, we do see cultivated meat as part of what is called cellular agriculture. I want to explain what we do. When 10, 12,000 years ago, people domesticated animals for the first time, they were looking at how animals reproduce and grow in the wild and were running after them to catch one from time to time, and found a way to incorporate this spontaneous natural phenomenon under a controlled environment, which is domestication, to get a better access to their food with less resources and more predictability. What we do at Ale Farms is looking at how cells, which are the smallest living entities in organisms, divide, grow, form a muscle tissue in nature, and we incorporate this phenomenon into a controlled environment for the same purposes of having better access to our food with less resources, better predictability. So to this extent, what I would like to tell you is that we're domesticating cells. The approach of Ale Farms is really to be an extension of agriculture and to use advance in technology and progress to be able to domesticate the edible part of the animal rather than growing an animal, farming it for 1.5, 2, 3, 4 years, slaughtering it and harvesting the meat from its carcass. So from our standpoint, it's an extension.
Yes, hello. I had a question with regard to the substrate that you're using for the cell cultures. What is it and where it is coming from? Because I've worked a bit in cell culture, and it's for plants, and it's not an easy business, and normally the mixture is quite complex. So I was really interested.
You're right. What we do, the question is about the feed to the cells. The concept of cultivated meat is to feed the cells directly instead of feeding the animal, then letting the animal digest the feed and then breaking it down into small building blocks and letting the blood flowing through the cells and bringing those nutrients to the cells to directly feed the cells and shortcut to some extent the digestive tract of the animal. So we need to reproduce a nutritional environment which is similar to the one of the blood, practically, to replicate the same conditions for the cells that they're used to inside the body. This solution is named a growth medium. All the companies are working on animal component-free growth medium. At Ale Farms, we're working without any animal components and without serum for at least 2 years. That's one of the big challenges of industrializing this concept and one of the cost challenges associated with cultivated meat. Thanks for this question.
So you are moving to let's say, animal-free substrate, right?
We moved already a couple of years ago, and we're completely animal component free. Not only serum free, but any animal components are removed from our from our cell feed. Thanks for asking the question.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to follow up on the previous question on the problem with the farmers. I think that today, or at least that's what I see, the culture meat is positioned kind of against the traditional conventional meat in a way. No, but I will explain. Not against, but I think that it's also because of the maybe some investors or some NGOs that are supporting also those companies that are positioning as the alternative to avoid slaughtering animals, or the alternative and not really as a new product that is let's say a new product that can be that can coexist basically with the conventional meat. So do you see that also as an issue today? I mean, for the public in general, right? And how do you expect to position in the product once they will be on the shelves? What will be the messaging basically, and how you expect to sell that to the large audience? And maybe just nothing to do, but then another technical question about the production. If you scale that, your facilities, I guess we are talking about, or big production plant or a succession of smaller ones. But do you have also some byproducts or waste coming from the process? And if so, what are there and what do you do with those wastes?
Yeah, I guess we can both answer, but there's definitely different ways, right, coming from this. There's a lot of different ways in cell culture where you can, there's different ways in cell culture where some technologies, pardon me? Oh, okay. Well, can you hear me now? Yeah, I apologize. Yes. There's different ways in cell culture where you can reutilize some of the component in the media. So a lot of the cultivated meat company, as well as some other companies that exist right now, are supporting and creating new technology to work with bioreactor and reutilize, if you want, the media that was used one time in this process, right? There's also high density process in cell culture where you are trying to use less and less media. So that was one of your question. The other one, I think you pretty clearly was talking.
Yes, maybe to expand on what Gabriel said, at Alphonse we're working on a growth medium recycling, meaning using as much as possible 100% of the nutrients and some of the waste, which is, for instance, cells do produce lactic acid or have different waste products which are filtering out and reusing as part of fertilizers or other uses in agriculture. So the idea is really to use as much as possible 100%. We're not there yet, but that's definitely the direction. And regarding the positioning, I agree with you. I think that might be sometimes difference between among the industry. Some companies are a bit more activist. We are not. I eat meat myself, and I like meat. That's why I'm involved in this project. And we believe that there is room for animals in agriculture, both for regenerating the soils. Meaning, if we're talking about regenerative agriculture, it's difficult to regenerate the soils without animals. It's part of the cycle. We also need animals as a bond in rural areas, as an economic source of revenues in many parts of the world, especially smallholder farms on which there is above 1 billion people living today in the world from animal agriculture and farming. Animals have a role in landscape management. So the idea is not to replace animals. We believe we need animals. Our views at Ale Farms, at least, is that we probably need less animals than we have today and better managed. In the framework of a transition toward a more sustainable system as a whole. And for that, we need supplements to provide additional pieces of solutions and work together with the farmers and the other stakeholders.
Hi, thank you. There's a lot of discussion on the reality of scaling up culture. Is this working? A lot of discussion on the realistic scale up of cultured meat, and I'm wondering, as two people who are working on it now, your kind of how you stay optimistic. I know I just read an article recently that came out that paints a very pessimistic picture, pretty much saying this is not going to be a reality. And so how do you stay optimistic in your fight kind of to move forward and make sure that this is an accessible product for all in the future?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest issue in cultivated meat is not if it's possible to scale, but it's the capex that's involved with scaling. So the amount of money you have to put forward in order to scale. One way that we've done this and to mitigate that risk is actually to do partnership with meat company. We just announced a big partnership with European companies who's a distributor on meat, and they are invested in paying for the manufacturer. So they will also pay for the production. So that's one way you can reduce the very high costs. Another situation is also to use new technologies that are, like I said, high density cell culture. So you don't need to scale with very large bioreactors. There's also modular manufacturing, which is like using smaller, different ways to manufacture your cell culture. So there's plenty of different opportunities and ways to do this to reduce the cost. And then there was one article published that was less than optimistic on the cell culture itself, right? And so one way that we've worked around this is to actually have the people, the very people who wrote that article, to look over our models. And now these people who are co-author of this article are now validating the model that we created within at least Orbillion. So therefore, it is a possibility even from the author of this article.
So I think we ran out of time. I would like to thank you for staying and for asking really relevant questions. And I would like to encourage you to continue and ask questions. And as you heard, this is not science fiction or a far future. It's already present, but there are still challenges and white spaces. And wherever you practice and active, there are ways that you can contribute. Different partnerships, and by also contacting and engaging. And you're welcome to enter our GFI website. There are plenty of material and article to learn more about it. And Gabriel and Didier, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Whoever wants to take a copy of a children's book that we sponsored about cellular agriculture is happy to stop by the table and take a copy.
One, two, three, testing. I would kindly ask if you guys can like shift over here to this side so that when people come in, their spaces there available. That would be really great. I would really appreciate it. Hello, everyone. So we're going to be starting in the next 2 to 3 minutes. So I'm going to kindly ask the people that are out there to please join. Otherwise, we can close the door. You can already come here. And I'm going to ask our speakers that are already here to please take a seat up here in the front.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aziz Salau. I am the founder, Community Action for Food Security Initiative from Nigeria. I'm also a strong member of Yongo, and I'm really excited about this panel. I'm really excited to have panelists here joining us as we discuss accountability around the NDCs, the NAPs, and the food systems from the youth lens. A lot of things has been happening since last week. We're in Glasgow last year talking about the COP26. And of course, last year was really scanty when we talk about the food systems. Unlike this year where we have a lot of discussions around food systems, around adaptation, and around loss and damage, even though we are really not happy with what is happening around the Coronavia Joint Agreement on Agriculture. So we are really going to be discussing a lot of things happening around the food systems, especially around youth lens, what young people are doing, how we can actually hold our leaders accountable around our NDCs, national adaptation plans, and also the food system is really critical. And I'm really excited to have our panelists join us. We have Martina from the Global Policy Director of World we welcome WWF. We have Anne from USAID, and also we have Maria from the Dominican Republican Youth. She's also a delegate at COP27. This is our first COP, but then we are really excited because young people are now being carried along when we talk about negotiations and dealings around food system NDCs and also our national adaptation plans. But before I actually, because we really don't have much time, I would really like to. Okay, she's she's gonna, because she's gonna set the scene for us, and we're really excited to have you as a leader. We're really excited for the work you're actually doing, for your encouragement, enthusiasm around young people's participation, especially around the NDCs, National Adaptation Plan, also the food systems. We are really excited to have you set the scene for us. Please, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, it's great to be here at the COP, and to be very open, I got confused and I was at the wrong pavilion. There are too many food pavilions, and that's why I'm just running from another food pavilion. So it's amazing to see all these engagements on food here at the COP27, and it's really the first time that really we brought food in the COP, in a climate COP. And okay, and it's also amazing to see all the young people here. I was a little bit reflecting, I'm already a little bit older, and 20 years back when the first COP happened, and even in the first years, youth had never the chance to participate. And I think this is also something what we really made to manage that no COP without youth anymore, yeah? And this is even getting more and more as a kind of mandatory. If you have an event, it's gender and youth balanced, yeah? And if I think back 10 years, nobody was interested, and you see here 6 old men sitting on the panel. So that's a little bit as an entry to my reflections, to the topic today, and it's on the nationally determined, as WWF is working on 2 areas here at the COP. The one is on the coronivia, where we are still really fighting and lobbying, and I think a lot of you, also the Food System Pavilions hosts, have been engaged really to push for integration of food systems in the new mandate of the coronivia joint working group. And also youth has signed, and this is also amazing, and especially on the coronivia, and I'm very grateful that we are working together, or have worked together also in the preparation of this COP, together with Jungo and Jaipa, the young professional on agriculture and rural development. And they gave us such a great support also, have supported our submission and are still with us really fighting for integration of food systems in the coronivia. The second topic, which also WWF is working on, and others like the Global Alliance for the Future of Food, are the nationally determined contributions, which has been set up under the Paris Agreement in 2015. The member states had been asked at that time to really set commitments how to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions. And it's also now an adaptation, it's mitigation and adaptation in the meantime. But what is reality? The reality one is that the ambition or the commitments are not ambition enough. So if we go like this, we will never reach a 1.5 target. And for WWF, we have been interested to see how does it look like on food systems. And we have done an assessment together with Climate Focus. There is slight optimistic, so at least compared to the 2020, where we started to work on, at least 93% of the member states are now mentioning at least one element of food systems. But the reality is also that only a small number are really mentioning food loss and waste, and only 5 governments are mentioning the diet topic. Maybe I stop here and we have more time for exchange later.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you so much for that critical insights around what you do with food systems around the coronivia. We're actually not really happy because we've heard what is really happening around the coronivia. The loss and damage discussion it's really hanging, and everything is really hanging, and that is really why we really need to have young people at the center of everything, because it's actually critical for us to be part of it. Anything they are actually planning without us is really not going to be sustainable. It's really critical. And thank you so much for the insight. And to say that we also have Sarah joining us virtually. Thank you so much for joining us. And I'll really start, thank you so much, Sarah, for joining us. I'll start with you, Maria. This is your first COP, and as a youth, youth delegation how does it feel to actually be at COP27? This is your first experience, and you're actually, working with with your delegation. How does it feel to actually be there as a young person in this process?
Hello, everyone. Perfect. Yeah, it's my first COP, and I'm part of Dominican Republic delegation as a youth ambassador, and I'm part of the climate transparency negotiations. So I have experiences in greenhouses emissions and a technical way, like to report and also to track all the common metrics that it has to be. And for food system is a very important topic for my government because we are very a small and development country that only contributes 0.01% of greenhouse emission worldwide. That's why we have hurricanes and also long droughts that really devastate our fields. So our food security is also a challenge for our government. That's why we have policy in focus on climate change and also diversity on our market system for food markets. So we have diversity in food. So our population doesn't suffer so much about food system collapse.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's actually critical for young people to be part of this. It's really happening. Even in my country, we have some young people representing a part of the delegation. And it's really interesting to know that a lot of things are actually happening as young people are now really getting involved. Thank you so much for that insight. And now to you, Sarah. Can you hear me? Yeah, as a parliamentarian, your role is actually very critical. It's very crucial talking about the commitments and holding the government accountable for a lot of things happening around the food systems, happening around our NDCs, especially country-based NDCs. What do you feel? What do you feel you feel about the role of parliamentarians in the execution and accountability of the commitments that has been made so far? And also, from your perspective as a young parliamentarian, how do you feel this process works? You're muted. Can you unmute yourself, please? Yes. Oh. Can you try to unmute yourself? You are still muted. We still cannot hear you. Yeah, I think we will just come to Anne. Anne, you work with USAID, the Bureau of Food Resilience. Can you share or give us some insight around what you do, especially as it pertains to young people inclusion in food systems, entrepreneurs? USAID is actually almost everywhere in different countries. So can you really share or give us some insight around what you do and how you're actually including young people in this process of the work you do?
Sure, thanks so much. And first, I just wanted to start, it's really wonderful to see, just as you noted, the number of youth that are here and the advocacy that you're doing is really important, and hope you keep doing it. And continuing the advocacy. We need your voices, we need your ideas, and also the experience that you have on the ground, working in communities, in farms, in small, medium, and you name it, we need your help. Let me switch with you. Sorry. All right, thanks. Is that better? I think so. Sorry. Turn that one off. You can tell your help with technology. So I'm feeling quite old right now that I can't get the mic to work. So apologies, but again, thanks for inviting me here today. I work for the Bureau for Resilience and Food Security at U.S. Agency for International Development, and we help lead the Feed the Future initiative, which is the U.S. government's anti-program that works in countries around the world to improve food security, hunger, and we've, to answer your question directly, we have a strategy that is helping, sorry.
One, two, three, testing.
Okay, sorry. So we've got a global food security strategy that focuses on inclusion, and that includes working with youth and other marginalized populations. And we take that commitment really seriously. And then we also have a climate change strategy we released on Earth Day of this year that has an explicit target of actually working with different marginalized groups and including people, indigenous populations, to make sure that we're really learning from and working and co-creating programs with people around the world. Because we've learned after decades of development experience, unless you're working closely with communities on the ground, you're not going to be very successful in developing those programs. And as an overarching frame and target, I just flagged, the administrator has challenged our agency to increase to 25% of all of our funds to go to local organizations, which could include youth organizations. So I would really recommend you check out USAID's localization website, where you can apply for programming to work with USAID. So we have to get 25% of our funding towards local organizations in the next few years. And by 2030, we are committed to working to co-create with local communities half of all of our programming. So it's a significant change for us. So I think we're taking working with local partners really seriously. On a couple things on just food security, would really note we're also investing a lot in innovation and research and development to make sure that the next generation of seeds, the next generation of irrigation, different types of technologies are ready for a warmer planet. So we've invested in something called the AIM for Climate. Agriculture Innovation Mission for Climate is pushing governments, people in the private sector, to invest more in climate-smart agriculture that can help advance, make sure that when you're older and are having trouble with your mic and have these problems, that you'll actually be able to have some of the food to be able to thrive. So thanks, over.
Thank you so much for sharing that insight. Sarah, can you hear us now?
Hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah, please, you have the floor now. Your insights, your perspective as a parliamentarian, please, over. Thank you.
Thank you, Aziz, for the question. And sorry, my iPad just frozen. And I feel like Anne also, her mic got unmuted, muted problem. So that technology is failing us. Well, I'm glad to join the panel with these esteemed panelists, Anne, Martina, and Mariana. And I'm happy to talk to the audience today as the president of the Forum of Young MP. And for the people who don't know the Forum of Young MPs, it's a permanent body for the IPU in Geneva, and it represents 178 countries where we give a voice for young MPs. There are around 24,000 young MP in these countries. So I resonate with Martina when she says that it's important to have young people engaged in climate change and food systems issues for the future, because they are the future and they own the future. So coming to your question, as a parliamentarian, we have 4 main roles. We represent our constituents, we adapt laws, we pass the state budgets, and we hold government account. All the commitments done by the government should pass and should overlap with these roles. So like adaptation and mitigation, it needs legal framework. So that's where we come in. And also the inclusion of the budget and climate financing. We are the ones who approve the budgets and pass it. And we are the overseers of the commitments that the governments take. And we make sure they align and they commit to implementing these commitments. And most importantly, we are the microphone for our people and citizens in our communities. We are the channel for their voices to the government. And as young MPs, we have a special role because we bridge the young people and the youth voices and concerns and solutions for climate change to the parliament, so we can include it in policies, and to the government. So this is a very important role for young MPs, but I have to say that sadly, the whole world, we only have 2.6% of the total number of MPs is young MPs, which is under the age of 45. So we need to increase that so we can really voice more youth voices into the process of decision making and the legal process and legal framework process. I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that insight. And I would like to ask the three of you, and like to start with Anne. So there've been a lot of commitments from COP26, and I would want you to give us some insight. If we have the ones that has to do with food systems, what do you think? Do you think food systems is really core part of this commitment? And if it's not, how do you think we can actually embed food systems into all this process around COP negotiations, talking about the NDCs, the NAP, PS, and other things around COP? And we're actually planning to take it to COP28. So what do you think we can actually do to make sure that food systems is really being part of this process? What has been the process or progress around food systems within all these negotiations?
Sure, thanks. Does this work? Yes. So I think we were really excited. I think it's me. Sorry. We were really excited last President Biden announced his emergency plan for adaptation and resilience, or PREPARE, which is, and we released an action plan as part of the commitment to move forward and implement PREPARE. We introduced an action plan, or released an action plan back in September that included a section on food security, because we know we cannot, the impacts of climate change on food security right now is extreme, and need to make sure we're helping communities around the world to climate change. So we think as part of that commitment that the president made again last year, we're showing progress in advancing how we're working on food systems. Part of that action plan includes things on food loss and waste that were mentioned earlier. And the broader PREPARE umbrella and framework includes a whole section on plans and programs and how can we help governments support and be empowered in having enough climate ambition. So as part of helping advance that climate ambition and plans and programs aspects of PREPARE, we've been working on and implementing something called CASI, which is a program we have that partners with governments to provide technical support in strengthening your NAPs and your NDCs, and helping them with the implementation of NAPs and NDCs. And I think there's a special focus on food security with a lot of the partners that we're working with through this program come from the food security community. So I'm excited to see how we can help further strengthen and live up to the commitments that we made last year and are already advancing those forward. And would recommend for those of you working on NDCs and NAPs in countries that USAID is working in is to talk to your USAID mission about how to partner on these efforts to strengthen the NAPs and NDCs to include strong food systems efforts. Thanks.
Thank you. Sarah, over to you. Can you give us some insight around that?
Okay. Can I start by saying that I'm Sahar, I'm not Sarah?
Oh, sorry.
No problem. So I have to say that honestly, not like not all the commitments have been done, like in terms of like financial commitments. The target of 100 million billion dollars as a target per year was not met till now. But from the parliamentary side, I can say that the community of parliamentarians through the IPU have been mobilized and active. So, for example, the IPU in 2022 adopted a new strategy. And I don't know if a lot of the audience know the IPU. It's the Interparliamentary Union that represents parliaments in different countries, 178 countries. So when they adopt a strategy, that means that they are going to advocate for all these countries to adapt the policies that we are promoting for. So that it's a huge impact. So the strategy now from 2022 to 2026 has the climate change for the very first time. And the second thing is we also had a declaration in our Nusa Dua in Indonesia Assembly, highlighting the importance and the strength and the risks of the climate change currently that we are living in, and the future risks that we are going to face. We had a declaration about the climate change, where all the countries attending the assembly adopted it. The third, especially for the young MPs, I'm glad to say that we were very active. And in this very city, Sharm el-Sheikh, last June, like before COP, we came together in the Global Conference of Young MPs. And our theme was climate change, to give the voice for young MPs and the perspective and ideas and solutions that they want to share with state leaders who are coming to the COP. And we did. And it's been translated and it's been channeled through the president of the COP, the Minister Sameh Shukri. We had 170 young MPs here and 60 countries here, so it was very dynamic. And lastly, I am pleased that when it comes to food systems, we have a series, online series, where we meet together, all the young MPs. We talked last May about the food security and the nutrition. So it's very important topic for us, and we definitely, as young MPs, are on top of things when it comes to action and implementation.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for that insight. Maria, I would like to come to you now. Would you like to share some insights around the position of food systems around all this negotiation? Before we actually, then you can actually add that, how can young people actually, hold government accountable for all their commitments? Because one thing is for them to actually make commitments, and one thing is for them to actually follow up with this commitment. So as young people, how do you think we can actually, hold government accountable and make sure that their commitment is really yielding positive impacts, especially for young people, for rural women, and building their resilience around climate change, and for them to actually adapt to this menace? How do you think young people can actually, hold government accountable? And what we're talking about government, we are talking about governments in our various countries. It's actually very strategic for us to have like a roadmap to hold them accountable for all these commitments. So what do you think, and how do you feel we can actually do this as young people worldwide? Over to you.
Okay. In climate transparency, food system is not like a main topic. However, I think it will be important to talk about this, about how we tackle the climate and also the food system, because it's very important to food security, and also how we, as youth ambassador, use this topic. And also for governments and in authorities, we need young people as me to be part of these spaces. And I mean, we need more participation of young people, not in side events, but also in the negotiations. I mean, they need to be more like us, yeah, in this project because it's our future that is in challenge. So yeah, that's my message for the youth.
Thank you so much. And do you want to share some insight how young people could actually strategically position themselves to actually make sure they are holding government accountable? Because you are not a young person, but then as a leader, you can actually give us some insight around how we can actually play our part to hold government accountable.
No, thanks. Very good question. And I have to say, one of the best events I've been at was hosted by the Dutch, so credit to the Dutch for this. They were hosting a panel at the UN General Assembly. It was a high-level panel looking at a big water summit that we're going to have next year. And they had a youth moderating the panel. It was not a youth just sitting at the end and getting to do like your observer status and raise your hand and say, hey, this is how the youth feel. But actually having a youth kind of at the head and to start conversations, I think it changed the dynamic among high-level officials that were speaking to this important topic to have to reflect, like, we're doing this, and it's impacting you. And having, like Maria say, this is my life, my future, my children's future, was incredibly impactful. So I think changing how we do things, having you as a moderator, changing how we do it and flipping the script is really important because I think it makes, we're all people, even though we come in as countries and negotiating blocks, but at your heart, making it a little bit more personal, I think is something that's helpful. So, and I know it's already being done. Youngo's doing a great job with this, but to keep pushing. And I think the transparency and making sure you're sharing documents and your position papers early and often with specific recommendations makes a huge difference versus blanket statements, because it's hard to know how to implement blanket statements, but the more specific always the better, especially when you get into technical conversations. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. Ma'am, do you want to share some insights before we go to our last speaker, and then we'll have like a final reflection, and I will call it a day. Over to you.
Okay. First, one just observation is, and I like it, the FAO pavilion is next to the youth one. And there's very often that they have to stop their presentations because the youth is singing, dancing, claiming. It's fantastic. So that's first. I think the youth is also come to these climate COPs. I also want to say, I want to use this energy which we have here in the climate COP, and it would be great if we could bring this energy to the biodiversity COP, because in the biodiversity COP, which is happening, I think, only 4 weeks ahead in Montreal, we will talk about the global framework for biodiversity. And there is the same urgency to integrate food systems in the new program, which will be the program for the next 8 years. And I really want to encourage you or your colleagues to participate in Montreal and also raise your voice, claim, sing, whatever you want. Help us, and and we will have also a food day in Montreal. So if anybody of you knows already that you will be in Montreal, let me know. We will integrate you in our events. We need the voice of the youth also at the Biodiversity COP.
Thank you so much for that. Saha, can we have your insights and your final reflection before we wrap up?
Sure. To hold our governments accountable, as parliamentarians, it's in our DNA of our jobs. We can use the parliament procedures like questions, inquiries, committee inquiries, public hearings, and for voicing young people, we have 39% of the parliaments around the world, they have youth committees. This is a channel to voice the youth opinions. And in 16% of the world parliaments, they have youth caucuses, which is a very important tool. These are tools how to communicate and how to hold accountable the accountability of the governments. And I think also the youth can be an overseer through the role from the civil society angle. And lastly, I can say that I hope to see more youth represented in the decision-making processes. to see more young MPs. Again, we are only 2.6. And at the end of the day, we are representatives for the citizens. So I hope that everyone and every citizen in our communities to speak up and to share their opinions with us, so we can really make a difference, because working together is like in a holistic way across countries, across generations and stakeholders. That's how we can address the crisis of climate change and food systems.
Thank you so much. So, Maria, can we have your final reflection and your final words for people joining us today? Then we do Anne, and we wrap up.
Yes, my final reflection would be use your voice, share your experiences with your colleagues, and get involved in these spaces. We need more of you in negotiations, in climate change agendas. Thank you.
I'd second that, and really second Sahar's point. Run for office. It's wonderful to hear Sahar talking about all of this too. And then sort of secondly, to come back to the topic of the panel on NDCs and NAPs, really appreciate the report and work done by WWF. Back in your countries, make sure you're following it. It's not just what's happening in Sharm, it's what's back in capitals that will make a real difference in people's lives. So just as one example, food loss and waste is not covered a lot in a lot of NDCs. How do we incorporate and push more? There's some really good resources called Target Measure Act. There's policies we can do to improve how we are reducing food loss and waste, which is great for nutrition, food security, and the planet. So get specific with your asks so we can make some real change. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, our panelists. And to wrap up, we can all agree that yes, food system is actually here to stay. And food system is really gaining ground when it comes to being at the heart of every negotiation. And as young people, we need to really get involved. We need to be more involved in concrete negotiations. We need to get ourselves together, and we need to also build our capacity. It's actually very important. And we have also agreed that, yes, we are willing to work with our leaders. Intergenerational approach is actually the way to go. We're actually willing to work with them. We're actually very strong. We are agile. We are resilient, and we are willing to follow up with all the commitment that is happening at COP. And really interesting that we are going to follow up with post-COP. It's really strategic for us. We are willing to work with you. And also, to wrap up, collective responsibility. We need to work together to achieve a common purpose. With this, we've come to the end of this session, and I would like to thank our panelists and also our audience for joining us for these sessions. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
I would kindly like to ask the speakers to go over for a quick picture. Yeah. And stay tuned for the next session, 15 minutes.
Check. Oh, it just has to be on. Okay, thank you so much for the technical assistance that I probably could have figured out myself. My name is Jenna Tesdal, and I am the director of YPARD. And it is my huge pleasure today to welcome you to our special format event called Borrowing the Earth from Our Grandchildren. What does intergenerational justice mean to you? We want to hold this event in an interview style format to give the two presenters a little bit more time than perhaps the normal panel presentation would allow, and to give us a little bit more in-depth discussion with the ideas with these intergenerational champions. I know you've seen a lot of youth on the stage today, which doesn't happen very much, and now we're going to see an intergenerational exchange about ideas about how to push forward change in organizations, because organizations also have a huge role in upholding the status quo, current power relations, and also these systems that we're trying to change and that we all say are failing us. So we have two illustrious interviewees today, I will call them, because we have more time to go into this. We have Martina Fleckenstein from the Worldwide Fund for Nature, and she has been a huge ally of youth, working with Youngo, working with YPARD, and so we're really interested to hear her views. And we're really interested to hear from Karen Minoko. She works at FARA, the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa, who is a longtime partner of YPARD, and especially of YPARD Africa. And so we want to learn from her expertise in agribusiness, in gender, and also working with youth. We have a small change in the program today. As you may know, many folks have been getting food poisoning, and so, actually, my face is already on there. Someone was very quick, but actually our moderator for today, unfortunately, is not feeling well. And so we have a very generous new moderator, Lindsay Hook, and she is an expert of communication. She works with the World Food Forum based at FAO. And so I'll invite her to the floor to do the interviews with our panelists. And our first panelist up is Karen Minoko. And so I would also invite her to the floor and invite you to take a seat.
Hi, thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Please have a seat here. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you so much, everyone. I understand the food poisoning struggle. I had it yesterday, so here we are. But it's great to be here. Thank you very much for having me. So I do have a first question for you, Karen. So how is your organization, FARA, working to drive intergenerational partnerships? I know you act as a supporter to the next generation, to the young people, and through your mentorship of your younger staff members and partnering with these youth organizations like YPARD and the like, how does your organizational framework complement, help or hinder your personal ideas on this?
Thank you, Lindsay, for that question. As you've heard, my name is Karen Munoko. I work with the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa. Before I get to that, I would like to make a very important point that actually guides the work that I do. So when I was younger, my dad always planted trees. Everywhere we move to, like we'll move to a new home, he'll take me to buy the seedlings, and then we'll plant trees in our new home, and that became a culture. So when I was picking a course for my university, that's what guided my decision. So I ended up doing environmental science. And I realized that it became so much a part of me that one of the things that my dad said when I picked environmental science is that was the right choice. And I asked him why, and he said, because it's the first career that God created. I'm like, what do you mean? And he said, in the Bible it's written that God created livestock, animals, plants, and then man, and then he told man, go take care of the earth. So I was excited. At least my career choice had a sense of purpose. So fast forward, I'm currently in FARA, which is the technical arm of the African Union on matters to do with agriculture research for development. I am overseeing agribusiness, youth, and gender portfolio, and working very closely with YPAD Africa. And the first question that came to me is, how can we make youth, the youth work relevant? And I realized that most of the programs that were running, the youth initiatives especially, were running in isolation. It's like youth initiatives are run by youth, decisions made by youth, but in isolation to other programs. And so we developed a strategy on strengthening the youth engagement in the continent. And we work very closely with the sub-regional organizations. From East Africa is Azareka, Southern Africa is CADESA, and West and Central Africa is CORAF. North Africa is NASRO. So we developed a strategy together in collaboration with YPAD that mentors youth in the work that we do. Because I grew up from a place of, my dad did not only tell me the importance of trees, but he showed me the importance of trees. And I believe that for us to work with the youth, we have to show them. We don't just tell them what to do, but actually do what we think is right. And or we've agreed is right. So the strategy basically allows young people to be part of the organization's programs. So, and all the projects that we run under FARA, we make sure that we involve youth. For example, we have a knowledge management for agriculture development program that's currently running. We have Africa Agribusiness and Science Week, which is a convergence of science and business. We have a youth portfolio, very strong voice. They're part of the organizing team. We have foresight activities that we're currently doing with MasterCard Foundation and Foresight for Food, and many other programs. But I think what I would like to finish with is to make sure that we are also accountable for the activities. We've aligned it with the tracking, monitoring, and evaluation mechanism under the African Union Commission. It's the CADEP BR process. CADEP is the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Framework that, so the biannual review, the tracking progress of our commitments to achieve Agenda 2063 at the continent level and Agenda 2030 at the global level. So we've mainstreamed the youth activities under that process so that we can track the progress and the process that we are in. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I'd love to hear a little bit more about the more specific activities that you're doing, more of the projects. Maybe you could tell us kind of about your favorite ones, the ones you're most passionate about. And then I'm definitely going to ask you more about the trees.
So I'd started mentioning the project earlier. I talked about the knowledge management for agricultural development. It is being carried out together with sub-regional organizations to strengthen our knowledge systems in agriculture for development. We have a project called Strengthening Knowledge, Research and Innovation Ecosystems in East Africa. This one is being carried out in Kenya, Rwanda, and Uganda. And we have WIPAD Rwanda actually as the sub-grantee of the project, which is funded by the Organization for Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific States through the OSCPS funded by European Union. We have the project that I mentioned earlier, Foresight, carrying out foresight activities. This is my favorite, and this is exciting for me because I realize that, when it comes to foresighting, just deciding and setting up scenarios for the future and seeing what does the future look like. What are the plausible scenarios for engaging youth now versus never, or when we're talking about science, developing climate smart technologies, what does it look like for the future? Who benefits? It really brings in the whole systems thinking, who's the driver of this? Who are we developing the technologies for? And at the micro level, are these technologies accessible, affordable, available? At the macro level, are policies established in a way that it actually allows young people to benefit or even to be able to start up businesses with these technologies? And talking about entrepreneurship, it was mentioned earlier, we don't know. I mean, the startup ecosystem in Africa is not very conducive for young entrepreneurs to just set up a business. So who are we doing this for? That's the big question. And so when we design these plausible scenarios for the future, then it gives our policymakers something to work with. And they're like, okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 scenarios, so which one do we pick? And it really brings in the element of accountability, strengthens transparency, helps with decision-making processes. Yeah, so you can tell that's my favorite. And so we have capacity development initiatives as well, where we've engaged the youth to be part of the process of facilitating even this process, not just being the recipients of the training, but also facilitating the training. And this is being done together with the FAO. And lastly, the Africa Agribusiness and Science Week, where we are launching it next year in Durban, South Africa, in June from 5th to 8th. And we have WIPAD as the main collaborator. They're going to be organizing a global congress in South Africa. But this is not just a one-off event. It's a 5-year partnership. We are looking at tracking mechanisms and seeing, having matchmaking sessions where we're bringing in businesses to actually get, we're matchmaking business and skills, youth skills, and bringing young entrepreneurs for showcasing their work, for hackathons, to hopefully attract investors for their businesses. So it's an exciting event for me as well. So there are two, Africa Agribusiness Science Week and the Foresights. Yeah.
Okay, great. So I would also like to know a little more. It sounds like your organization is very conducive to getting the young people involved, having these partnerships that are conducive to your goals. But have you run into any kind of issues going against getting the youth involved, and how have you overcome them?
Well, yeah, initially it was a bit tough because, like I said, the youth were beneficiaries. The youth were to be told, you know, when I have an event like this, I would call the youth to sit in so that I can report that I engaged the youth, but they wouldn't really be part of the process. And so mainstreaming that at the national level has not been very easy. And that's why we are having the Mentorship Youth Summit every year. Part of our strategy in youth engagement is mentorship. And we're pushing for engaging youth at the sub-regional level, at the national level, because we work closely with national agricultural research systems, where we're advocating for youth to be part of the process. And in our annual summit, we make sure that the youth come and present the work that they're doing, and they say, this is what they're not coming to ask to be involved, but informing the national systems that we are already doing and we can collaborate with you, So that has been a success from the challenge that we had initially, but it's a slow process. Yeah, the uptake has been slower than we hoped for. Yeah.
Of course. So my last question for you in this part of your interview is, I know you spoke about having also some successes in getting the youth involved in policy. And do you have any suggestions for other countries in Africa how they can get youth involved? Is there any kind of steps that you've taken that you find successful that other organizations can take to make sure that youth are involved in policy making?
Thank you for that. Yeah, so the first suggestion I would say is mindset. So we've had this mindset of youth may not really know what to do with money, for example. So even if we give them these opportunities, they still need an adult, which could be true, but also we've had to, so what we've done about it is we bring youth together for mentorship discussions, where we're getting the youth who are involved in the process, who are accessing resources, who access like funding, and they talk about their experience, And one thing that we've also had to remind young people is to be humble and accept that, yes, you may need an older person to hold your hand, and that's why we really work very closely with them in the processes that we do so that they don't work in isolation. Because in isolation, they might feel left out and they might just move by themselves. And there are systems in place. There are people who've worked to make things better, but we agree it could be better with the voice of the youth. So now we're saying, okay, youth have a perception that may not have been integrated into the system, and that's why we need the youth on board. But we've had to do the mentorship to ensure that the youth actually are getting the headspace in the right place, but also for the other generations to know that youth have something to bring on the table. And they've seen, it's actually within our organization, there's a tremendous change. We're getting youth more involved in speaking engagements, in organizing such events. Yeah, well, I'm a youth and I'm here. Though I'm transitioning slowly, but yeah, it's been a success so far.
Well, thank you so much, Karen. I think it's very clear from what you've told us that the first step of getting us young people more involved in policy and really getting us kind of included in the decision-making process is just to take a first step, is to create something concrete, to actually approach these people and say, this is our expertise, this is what we can do, here are some examples maybe of what we've done already, here's what we can achieve together, now let's begin. And just kind of start with that first step. So thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you very much.
I'll call you back up soon.
All right. Thank you.
So I would love to welcome you, Martina, to come up, and we're going to go through the same question from a different perspective, so I'll just repeat it. So how is your organization, WWF, working to drive intergenerational partnerships, as you are such a supporter of the younger generation, also as we heard before? Do you tell us about the mentorship to your younger staff members, their opportunities, working with the youth-led or partner organizations like YPARD and others, and how does your organizational framework help or hinder everything you want to do with youth?
Thank you. I was really listening very, very interesting in the previous interview. WWF, and just to explain, we are a global network. So we have about 80 to 100 offices in different countries. And so the engagement with youth is not a top-down process from WWF International, but it's really coming from the ground, from our national offices. And in this context also the priorities or the focus of the national offices might be very different. So it really goes from climate to wildlife to oceans to food to forests. So it depends a little bit on also the urgencies on the ground. Just to point out, for example, one urgency where I think especially youth had been very successful was on our plastic campaign. So this was also which started in several countries, and it was then at the end a global a movement and a global campaign. And I think we had been successful now with the UN Convention on to avoid plastic. So that's a little bit just one example. The other example, maybe on the food sector, and our food program is the newest and latest. It's the youngest program WWF has. It's just 4 years or 5 years old now. And also here we work with young people. We currently are running EU-funded project that's also possibility really to get funds for these activities, which is running in 10 European countries, in Argentina and in Brazil. And it's called Eat for Change. And it helps young people really to decide or to get engaged, to decide every day what is on their plate. But it's more than just a personal engagement. Also, our partners in the different countries are then working together with other youth organizations. So we always try to build up networks of youth organizations in the different countries. And as I mentioned, it's really different in the different parts of the world, but the idea is really to raise awareness for everything which has to do with environment, with people, with nature.
So I would also love to hear about some of your favorite projects that you're working on a little more specifically in some of these regions, especially with youth, because I love to hear that it's not a top-down approach, that it really comes from the local level.
Yes, I just to me personally, I work very long with WWF. I was very long with WWF Germany. And so most of my experience working with youth, with young people, is at the moment also based what's happening in Germany, but also at a more European level. One good example, what we have done on food loss and waste. So this is a priority, and we really have brought together a huge campaign in Germany on reduction of especially food waste, where we are going to parliamentarian, and I think it's a very, very strong message to bring young people to parliamentarian. And let's say the role of old senior people is then to open the doors for young people. So very often parliamentarians, they don't want to talk to young people, they want to have the senior. And so it's very nice. So we really connected our youth groups with the parliamentarian to talk about the problems, what they see. And one of the things WWF is want really to go in a dialogue, yeah? To talk to decision makers, and to explain decision makers also the concern. And on this campaign, at the end, we made a huge, what's the English word? We had a huge event where we had food which was or has to be thrown away, but it was you still could eat it. And we had a huge event in front of the main station in Berlin, and parliamentarians were coming. So these are these small things. Maybe sometimes it looks, oh, this is not a big decision, but it helps on the mind setting. And what youth could do is a gender setting, yeah, really reiterate. And if you want to influence politicians, you don't have to have 10 different messages. Have 3 and repeat it all the time, and then they get it. So that's a little bit also my advice on youth. Short, clear 3 messages, and one day they get it. And that's a little bit also from the experience, maybe based a little bit on the ground. And we also are doing similar things also with our colleagues in the African countries. We're working with youth, and I'm very happy now to be better connected to Jungo and Weipart, because this is also an opportunity that our organizations are working more closely together. I think if we want to have the power and to make change, we really have to get alliance, yeah, and that's super important. So I'm very happy, and now I think I'm much more better connected to young people at this COP than I ever have been before at any of the other COPs. So strong voice, and great to have you here.
I love to hear that this COP has been such a good year for young people. It's my first COP, but I've really seen a lot of young people, a lot of indigenous peoples, which has been amazing as well. So I'm very happy to hear that. And since it is Champion Day at the Food Systems Pavilion, I know that the WWF has really been a champion for the Cornivia joint work on agriculture. And I know that is a very big topic for us right now, especially just us colleagues working together in this pavilion. We're talking about it all the time. We really bleed for the cause. So would you speak to us a little bit about that? Talking about, like you said, these 3 specific action points. Is there anything that we can do besides just continuing to spread the word? Could you give us some tips on how to try and encourage these policymakers to really take action and stop, kind of being asleep at the wheel?
Yeah, first of all, I have to say that we had already a great support from GPAT and from Jungo on the way to the COP27. So we met in Bonn already. We worked together on submissions, which I think is really, really strong. If we bring together different organizations to show we have the same opinion and it could not be ignored. Moment, and I think the Coronivia negotiators are once again this afternoon between now and 3 o'clock to discuss, and we are really a little bit concerned that there is this huge discussion on the integration of a food system approach in the Coronivia, which we really need. And I know that we have just launched a letter, which we have published also, is published, and I think Jungo or GPAT has signed this letter. So this is also a strong message. I'm really a little bit struggling with these microphones. This is also a strong message that we bring together youth organizations, but also World Business Council for Sustainable Development and the CGR, and we all have the same voice, and this is exactly the intergeneration things. What we need, that it's not just the senior established organizations, but we have the voice of the youth, and they also raise the concern on this very, let's say, important process under the Coronivia. And I'm really grateful to everybody who has supported this on the way to the COP, and I think we will have to continue. It's not the next time that we talk about Coronivia, and I hope to count on you that we could continue this journey also to the COP28. I think there is a lot to do and nothing is set in stone at the moment.
Absolutely agreed, and thank you for shedding some light on that, because I know it's not maybe so popular, not everyone has heard of it. Of course, as a communications person myself, such a big part of policy and science and publications is actually telling people about it and the marketing of it, so that's really important. And through all of us kind of coming together and communicating with our networks, I really hope that that will kind of take off as something that more people know about, because food systems are such a critical part of climate change as well. So it sounds like that, in addition to what Karen said about actually just the first step to getting youth into policy being taking that first step, something important to remember is not going in with vague asks, as we don't want to see vague policy. We need to go in with something very specific as well. So in addition to taking that first step, we should also have those kind of 3 very clear points, very clear asks, to make sure that there is no room for interpretation. This is exactly what needs to happen, and having those facts to back it up. So thank you for that. And since you're already on stage, I would love to ask you our second question, which is, how do you feel your current work with the next generation connects to early career experiences? And what are your hopes for the future of intergenerational renewal in agriculture?
I mentioned it already in the previous session. We have now COP26, and I remember when I look back, let's say COP10 and beyond, there have not been any young people, and I think even in the last 10 years, I think the number of young people going to climate COPs and hopefully also to the biodiversity COP in 4 weeks has increased, and this is super and very important. Without the voices of young people, and politicians are listening, believe me, they listen now more than ever to young people. As when I was young, it was really hard to get in contact with politicians, and my perception is now that the youth is really pushing. Yeah, the youth is loud, like at the youth pavilion, and I think the poor FAO pavilion, they a little bit suffer under the loud voices of the youth. So that's a little bit, and that's something we should continue. We should use the power of the youth. Yeah, raise your voice, get in policy processes, in a parliament, engage in NGOs, in non-state actors. And also what we as WWF are offering are internships. Not every office, but especially the European one and some others. We have also an internship program, which is a good opportunity also for young people to learn what WWF is doing. So that's also something where we really try to bring in and engaging also young people. And when I was looking back, we never have got this kind of support. Yeah, everything was very organized. It was the senior people who told you where to go. And this has totally changed, and having this huge number also of women, I think also that it's a second change. We have more women, we have the indigenous people, we have youth now in these events, and this is really a door opener for us. It's a huge opportunity, and we have to take this opportunity.
Absolutely. And I know you spoke about in the previous session as well, the Biodiversity COP, and that you do want that youth involvement in there. So could you share a little more about WWF's work in biodiversity, and especially the Biodiversity COP, how youth are involved in that, as it's such an important part of your work?
Yes, also just to mention, I think it's now only 3 weeks ahead, the biodiversity conference will start in Montreal, and this is a very important conference because there will be the decision made on the global biodiversity framework for the next 8 years. And also in this, it's important to integrate food systems. And there are some of the new targets which are still under discussion, need also the power and the voices to bring in a strong message that also when we talk about biodiversity, we cannot ignore food production and consumption. For WWF, we are going to organize a full day, we call it the Food Day, in the week 2 in the Rio Convention Pavilion, where we really want to talk about the different aspects and why food systems should be integrated in these global biodiversity frameworks. And we are really happy and would like to have young people who know already that they will be on the ground. Just let us know. We are really interested to integrate young people in the sessions. It will not be hybrid. It will be also only in person. So maybe that's a little bit a challenge, but maybe Canadian people could participate. So that's a little bit at the moment. Also, there is a youth movement within our biodiversity team.
Amazing. So everyone who is going to Biodiversity COP and here online, please get in touch with Martina and make sure that your voices are heard in everything biodiversity related. So thank you so very much for these answers. And I would love to invite Karen back on the stage. And then after, maybe we could do some questions and answers with you both. Welcome back. So I will repeat the question for you as well. How do you feel that your current work with the next generation connects to early career experiences? And what are your hopes for the future of intergenerational renewal in agriculture?
Thank you for the question. So 2 things come to mind. One is from my previous experience, knowing what I know now, it would have been easier if I got into this sector, if I see the profitability of it. You know, when you talk about protecting the environment, you know, climate smart agriculture technologies, going into science and research, and it's very easy for someone to say it, but how do I earn a living out of it? How do I make money? You know, and so one of the things that I believe would be, should accompany these discussions is how do we make the business environment equally conducive as we have made the research environment conducive. A lot of research is going into biodiversity, into making sure that we get things right, but is the same effort being put into connecting this research to the business. And that's my current drive. That's what's pushing me to do what I do, so that we can get more youth engaged. We can get more youth not just engaged in the research, but also in the business, but not just any business, but business that supports the research and is relevant and valid, for the future generations. The other thing is, I believe that whether we like it or not, the systems discussion is, when you talk about food systems, it's about the interconnectedness of who we are today. And we can't ignore the fact that these are different cultures coming together, different communities, worldviews, behavior, perception, and going in with just the mental knowledge or without understanding the behaviors, understanding the social or the values that make us human, who we are as human beings, so engaging the heart. I think it's a conversation that we need to start having. And this will allow us, even as we're moving into the systems, food system, transitioning into a sustainable and inclusive food systems, then we are not just establishing structures and systems that are knowledge-driven, but also socially acceptable and inclusive. Yeah.
Definitely. And, when I was thinking about this question, just talking about intergenerational renewal in agriculture, I had to kind of think about it for a moment. But the way that I interpreted it as well is how we're passing on the sort of traditions that are in agriculture, the indigenous, the traditional knowledge that we have, rooted so deeply in so many different countries that's so diverse, especially with the local varieties of plants and trees, the local breeds of animals that are either wild or domesticated for agriculture. And I loved how you started telling us about how your dad would always plant trees everywhere he went. And it sounds like he was a great example of that intergenerational renewal with you. So do you have any suggestions on how we can get the future generations, our generations and the ones coming after, to kind of stay involved in these agricultural traditions?
Thank you. Actually, I was going to conclude with the same point I started with. So the same way I was introduced into loving the environment by action is the same way we will proceed. And we have to reimagine the future that we want. We have to reimagine what the future would look like when we do things right, Not just talk about it, but actually do it, so that the generations coming after us will know this is the culture. We're changing the norm, And you talked about tradition. Yes, it is important to also understand what people hold dear, what values everyone is going by. But once we reimagine what we want for the future, then we need to do it. And I believe it's only right that we do what we want people to do what we do rather than what we say, because that then translates to justice, I know a lot of people say, oh, just do what I say, not what I do, but no. We learn best by watching. Kids learn best by watching, what we do, and they pick it up. So once we reimagine the future, then we do, and others will follow. Yeah.
I love that. Okay, so it sounds like from this question, the important things are to make sure that you walk the talk, like we've been saying in several sessions. Planting trees, I think, is even a good way to start. It's really easy. Find a variety that's local to where you live, I think is the best way. And just make sure that you are an example, as the youth, we're the present, where it's not even about the future anymore. So we need to be the ones actually showing people, the young generations even younger than us, what could be done in the future, and making sure that our voices are heard and not giving up, which is something that I've heard from you both today as well. So I think we have a few minutes left for questions from the audience. So I would love to kind of hear if anyone has any questions. Martina, please.
I don't have a question, but there's one thing which is really important. If we want to keep youth engaged, we need structures which are financed. And I recently learned that Yongo didn't even have a secretary and finance. Yeah? And if these conventions want to bring youth in, they also have to set budget aside to really help youth either to travel to these places, because always young people have to find a sponsor to pay for them, and they have to set up the structures. Otherwise, it's a little bit for me a greenwashing also. Yeah, they want to have youth there, but they don't give this kind of support. And I think we really have to call now that even UNFCCC somehow organized in secretariat and have a kind of grants where youth could apply for to participate in these events. And that's also one of the things we really should fight for, guys.
Thank you, Martina. That is definitely the truth and what we needed to hear. Absolutely true. So does anyone have any questions from the audience? Don't be shy. We have two amazing speakers.
Can I add to that?
Please.
So we are organizing a global youth forum in Durban next year, and we need funding. So I'm saying it just as a follow-up to Martina's comment. Please, we need support, we need funding, we need to bring the youth there. They don't just need to push and fight and really struggle, because we need them. We need these young people there. We need them we need to see what they're showcasing, and we need to support their businesses as well, which is actually connecting with the science that we have been producing. Yeah, so thank you for that.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, if we don't have any more questions, do either of you have any final remarks you'd like to add? Jenna, yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much for your comments. I can't resist the temptation to ask a question because, Karen, you were touching so much on the cultural aspects and who we are as humans. And one of the suggestions that Martina made for good policy work and good advocacy work was having those 3 clear messages. Might you also have a tip or an insight like that? Does that apply also to the context of the AU, or do you think another tip is more relevant for youth to take forward in their work?
Yeah, no, thank you for that. So actually, I think what I mentioned, like we shouldn't just come from the mind, but from the mind to the heart. That is my take home. Like whatever we do in our interactions, in our research, in policy making, because one of the things that we have suffered as Africans is that policies that actually are not implementable. Why? Because we don't relate with them, you know. They were developed, yes, but do we really, can we relate with that, you know? And so that's my take home, just moving from the mind to the heart. Yeah. Thank you.
I love it. Okay, last chance for questions. Okay, then I think we're all set. Thank you so much to you both for being here today, and we will see you at the next session. So thank you.
I would kindly like to ask the speakers to please take a picture first. Yes, I know. Give me a second. She's getting some things. Martina, they need your face again for the picture.
Where is the speaker?
Speakers. Yes, and then she's the moderator. Michelle, here. And a happy one. Yeah. Martina's like, no. Thank you. You're 1, 2, 3, testing. I'm kindly going to ask everyone to please take the conversations over there as we prepare this room. Thank you. Very well appreciated. And I would like to ask the speakers that are here for the next session to just connect with the moderator over here up front to coordinate.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Can you hear this okay? Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this critical conversation on the climate crisis and next steps for youth in agri-food systems. I apologize, I'm losing my voice, so I will try to speak very close to the microphone and let me know. I'll repeat myself if you're having a hard time hearing me. But we are here today to elevate and celebrate three incredible climate champions who are transforming our food systems and really enabling another generation of young people to take action, to find their place, to find their power in our food systems. And we are so excited today to be able to talk with them. There have been so many great events this morning and this afternoon already, and we really want to build on all of the different items that have been identified and discussed. Youth washing and tokenism of young people in these spaces, the need for finance and enabling environments and structures of support that allow young people to take an active role and to be a part of the decision-making process. All of those different items that we've been discussing today, we want to highlight through your three very different, powerful examples as young leaders that are affecting meaningful change. So very excited for this conversation. My name's Keegan Kautsky. I work for the World Food Prize Foundation as the Senior Director of Global Youth Programs and Partnerships. And why I am so excited to be here and have this conversation with these three incredible leaders is because the mission of the World Food Prize Foundation is to elevate innovation and inspire action to improve the quality, quantity, and availability of food. We do that in one way by every year giving the World Food Prize, a $250,000 prize to the person who has done the most to advance this critical work, to advance food systems that are resilient and healthy and equitable for all people. So again, to have young leaders who are affecting this transformative change is so powerful and important, and it aligns very closely with our mission. Since the World Food Prize was created, there have been over 50 World Food Prize laureates, and I think incredibly, in the last 3 years, the three individuals that have received the World Food Prize have been recognized for their work in climate-smart agricultural solutions. This is so important in the world today, and these advances and innovations are so relevant. So again, it's something that we focus on all the time. And here this week, you've been seeing some of these incredible people like Ratan Lal and his work on soil-centric approaches for carbon sequestration, Shakuntala Tilstead and aquatic food systems that are sustainable and appropriate to our changing climate. So as we look at these incredible innovations that are taking shape, excited to connect it to your work and the impact that you're having right now. Now, we don't just recognize at the World Food Prize a lifetime breakthrough achievement, we also recognize young innovators. And we have a Borlaug Field Award that celebrates individuals under age 40 who are innovating and affecting this change. So again, when I see you and I hear about the incredible work you're going to be sharing with us, the incredible thing is it's in line with those individuals like Aditi Mukherjee working in West Bengal, developing, systems for smallholder farmers that give them the ability to manage their water resources. Or Elliot Dosayovu in Benin working on climate-smart rice production systems. Or Mahalingam Govindaraj, this year's Borlaug Field Award winner, who developed biofortified pearl millets. So again, a climate-smart crop that allows us to address these nutritional issues and increase our drought tolerance as our climate changes. So I mention all of those individuals because we just had a great session about intergenerational justice. And we cannot empower youth unless we are creating systems of intergenerational collaboration to affect change in our food systems. And that's what you're all a part of. So again, at the World Food Prize, so excited to have this conversation with you as we think about what needs to happen, what is working, what isn't, how do we take these next steps to empower young people in our food systems. So I'm so excited to introduce to you these three remarkable young leaders. Bimbai Caetano with SNV Opportunities for Youth Employment. We have Sophia Luna with the Re-Earth Initiative, and Yu Huazong with the Good Food Fund. Now, we're going to ask a couple of questions, but we want to then open it up to the audience, so I want you to be thinking about what you want to ask and engage with these incredible young leaders about. So to get us started, Sophia, we're going to kick it off with you. Share with us about your experience, how you got here, and what's allowed you to be successful in creating these transformative opportunities to change our food systems.
Hi everyone, thank you so much for the invitation. I am Sofia Luna Quispe. I am 18 years old and I'm a food security and climate justice activist from Peru. I grew up in the periphery of the city of Lima in a district called the Comas district. My district is one of the biggest and most crowded districts of the city of Lima, the capital of Peru, and also one with the highest poverty rates in the city. My grandparents immigrated there in the 60s from an Andean indigenous community in Cusco and settled in a human settlement. I grew up experiencing poverty and observing how my community could not access resources, and the biodiversity in our place was slowly dying. And we could not access resources because of our social situation. Now that I am a university student, I am part of the board of directors of Ollas Sostenibles, which is a youth-led organization that works specifically for or in human settlements and peripheral areas in low-income and underrepresented sectors of Lima. We work implementing sustainable projects to tackle food insecurity and build resilience communities that will be able to make the change in their communities. We work with a circular system that is basically a biodigester and a community garden that works basically like this. We have a biodigester and then a community garden. The community garden provides the communal kitchens or communal pots that we work with food. And those vegetables serve the communal kitchen, the communal pot to cook. The food waste from that communal kitchen goes to the biodigester that creates biofuel. That is something that the communities can use to cook. They usually used to use firewood, which was very damaging for their health, especially because most of the people that cooked in these communal kitchens were women. So, apart from creating the biofuel, it also creates this fertilizer called that the community can sell. And this whole initiative is not only presented as a tool to create sustainable communities, but also as an opportunity for economic growth within those spaces. And this was a response to the food crisis that was happening in Lima that was aggravated by the supply chain disruptions that happened during the COVID-19 pandemic. Communal pots, communal kitchens were a response of solidarity in these spaces where families were not able to afford healthy diets, were not able to afford food, and there was so much suffering during the pandemic. We put hands on and started working in these initiatives, and we have been working with 2 communities in the city of Lima, with the communal kitchen Los Halconcitos in Pamplona Alta, in San Juan del Urigancho, in Lima, that is a district, and then with the Fishermen Association in the district of Chorrillos, that is called the Asociación de Pescadores Artesanales Peñeros de La Chira, Conchán y La Herradura. La Chira, Conchán y La Herradura are 3 beaches because those are like coast of Lima. We've been working with these incredible communities, building this circular system that has so much potential, and I would love to tell you more about it because, as I mentioned, I got involved in this whole sustainability world and climate justice and social justice because it was something that was affecting me and my family and affected us for generations because we started living in a human settlement that lacked access to resources. And now I'm very, very proud to be part of Ollas Sostenibles because we are building the solutions my younger self would have loved to have for their family to stop their suffering. That's all I have to say for now, and I'd love to tell you more about it and hear the stories of my fellow.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Vimbai, why don't you share the great work that you're doing and how you got to this place?
Thank you so much for that opportunity. My name is Wimbai Kaitano from Zimbabwe. I started my farming journey 2 years ago, coming from the corporate world after retrenchment and not knowing really what to do. And a friend of mine encouraged me to start farming. It was only then I realized how passionate I was about farming. But I had no idea how to go about everything. So I was learning everything from the ground up. And you know, when you really don't know anything about a certain field, when everything is foreign to you, you're bound to make so many mistakes. I really did make a lot of mistakes, but I did not give up. That's when SNV came into play. They really helped me from the ground where I was. They've been in terms of mentorship and networks with the right people in the agriculture field. We have helped me to be where I am today, and also with financial aid. And with that, I was able to upscale my operations, and I contribute significantly in the food system, and I've provided employment as well for other youths. And I see that with seedling production, because I know the journey, how it is like when you have no knowledge whatsoever, but you've got the zeal. So with me, when I am producing my seedlings, wherever I meet, I also get to have a conversation with them to see where they are on their journey. If they are a novice, I then help them. I walk with the journey with them so that I'm able to instill confidence in them, and the journey is easy. We all need somebody. So because of how my journey started and the help I got to be where I am today, I take it on myself that I would also want to impact others that are also starting the journey so that they do not give up along the way. They get to really know exactly what to do, how to do, and there is so much that they can do to contribute towards the food system. So I'm all about also helping others in as much as I'm contributing towards food security. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yuhua.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me on this session. It's truly an honor to be speaking about what I've been doing with these two very special and talented youth. So how did I get involved in what I'm doing? It all started with an internship job at Green Party's office when I was in Canada. So I grew up in China, and in 2014, I moved to Canada for university. So before I joined this internship position, I had no interest or knowledge about politics or sustainability. But although I was learning finance and business, so there's a very great contrast between what I was learning compared to what I was doing on the job. Because at the job, as we probably all know, that Green Party is really focused on sustainability and local communities. So I start to realize what I've learned, it's not what feels right to me. Because in business, they all talk about maximizing shareholders' equity, maximizing profit. But when I'm talking to those people that are looking for guidance and looking for support to their local communities, I realized that what I learned is probably not the right way to help people. So that time, it planted a seed in me that I know what's right, at least for me. So after that, I did a program called Venture for Canada. So I joined this food manufacturer where I didn't know the word food system at that time, but I was working in the food system. I worked with farmers for the supplies. I worked with consumers. I even sold food in farmers market. So I talked to a lot of consumers and vendors at that place. And I just realized that food can be the link between sustainability, a lot of social issues, and what I can achieve as an individual. So after that, I was actively looking for opportunities to work in this field. And then I found this opportunity with the Good Food Fund. So a year ago, in the lead up to the UN Food Systems Summit, Good Food Fund started to build this UN Food Systems Summit China Action Hub. So Good Food Fund is actually one of the first organizations that promotes healthy and sustainable food system transformation. So I found that opportunity, I applied, and I got the offer, and it just all seems a dream come true to me at that point. So in last April, I was doing a lot of youth engagement work because I was in this youth working group. And then I got connected to this Act for Food, Act for Change campaign. So our campaign is about engaging youth all over the world to act for our food systems. So we had a pledge And last year we had over 10,000 pledges collected from China alone. And now we're promoting the actions for change. So fast forward 1 year, now we're doing more of a structured and developed youth program, which aims to provide food literacy content to Chinese university students, and we would help and guide them to create campaigns in their own university to promote healthy school meals. Because we believe university canteens, university dining halls is one of the most influential place to foster that kind of healthy and sustainable diet, especially for youth.
Thank you so much. Incredible and very diverse work that the three of you are doing to advance these causes in your communities and across countries. Our focus is really on the next steps. So I'd like you to think about not just, in your cases, what's worked, but what obstacles still remain. When you look at the experiences and the lived reality of the young people that you're supporting, what are those barriers that still need to be addressed, and what would you specifically recommend we do to solve that? Sophia, do you want to start us off again?
Hi, okay. Definitely, it's cutting. Thank you. Hi, great. Well, I think that there are two main things to say here. And the first one is maybe something that we've been hearing a lot, not only here, but around all the pavilions and around the conference in general, and is the issue of funding and lack of resources. It's very, very tiring to always talk about this, but it's a reality, because as young people from young organizations, from vulnerable areas of the world, we need resources and funding to actually put our solutions in places where we know we can increase their impact, when we know that we can have actual solutions. What happens if we have the solutions and we have the ideas, but we don't have the funding? If we don't have the money, nothing is going to happen. And it is a responsibility of our politicians and of all the politicians that are here right now in this conference to talk about climate funding, climate finance, and open funding opportunities and create structures to get funding to our organizations, because it's a fundamental part of our future and of our path. As many of my fellow climate justice activists will say, show us the money. Show us the money and create the opportunities for us to be able to build the tangible solutions that we want to see to solve the climate crisis. And as my fellow champion was saying here, the climate crisis is not only affecting one community in the world or two communities, it's affecting everyone. It is an intersectional thing. It's affecting women, it's affecting indigenous communities, it's affecting multiple sectors of government. And it's important to call it what it is, a crisis. And a crisis needs to be solved with emergency responses. And emergency responses need resources, because if they don't have resources, they're not going to work, and that is a reality. And another thing is that we have as a challenge for the future is the need to strengthen climate education. Because right now we are in probably one of the most important, or the most important place on earth to talk about climate policies. And the concept of sustainability is very, very well known among this room and among this conference, but it might not be as familiar to other communities around the world, because we have had the privilege to learn about what is climate justice, about how environmental policies work. But so many communities around the world are so busy trying to survive that they do not have access to this kind of resources to learn about how they can build solutions. And that is not fair. And it is the responsibility of our government, of the parties in this conference, to work for that, to show us the money, to talk about climate finance, and to strengthen climate education. Because we're doing our job here in our communities, and we need you to do your job now. Thank you.
Incredible. Thank you. And I know we're going to want to come back to several of those themes. So thank you for getting us started. Actually, could I ask you, Hua, for you to go next? Because I think one of the themes that Sophia just brought out is something that's actually quite important in your work, right? If we have shared goals, how do we make sure that we're using common language or shared language? And how do we create that understanding?
Yes. So in terms of the barriers, I think the first one would be the toxic industrialized food environment that we are in. So as youth, we're being force-fed with information that is produced by industries, by those marketing campaigns of unhealthy and junk food. So as individual, we don't have that kind of agency. We don't have agency at all to choose what we want to eat unless we empower or enable ourselves by learning more knowledge about food. And the other one, I think I want to give you guys a little bit context about China because China is very special, has a special situation. So China is still a developing country, and that means we are moving away from agriculture to industries that is more capital driven, that is more glamorous to young people. And there is also this urbanization process that has been going on for many years. And due to the tremendous economic growth that China has seen, the society has formed this short-sighted, unhealthy kind of mindset that young people have to, so it's the definition of success is just very narrow. So young people have to bear this pressure to become successful, to go to those high rises, to find the jobs that pays well. Nobody is willing to learn about food. Nobody is willing to go to the industry of agriculture. So that is really what's causing a lot of barriers, because that simple mindset. Young people, they don't have the liberty, they don't have the financial means, they don't have the resources to choose what can be right for the future. So that's what we're doing in our program. We're trying to give them the confidence. We're trying to build a different perspective. We're saying that there's not only one way you could go, and that is, to be honest, very difficult to get into those participants of our programs, because sometimes they just are so overwhelmed with these social norms, with the status quo, that they have to somehow go to those glamorous jobs. So and food to them is not something they can find a connection with nature. One thing I really want to bring up is that as youth, we are the generation that is needed to reconcile with our nature, with the land. However, that is just not in our mind right now, because what's in our mind is, as I mentioned before, how to get a good life, how to find a job, how to find a nice job. So I don't really know the answer to tackle that kind of mindset or the social norms, but what we're doing is to at least first provide them with food literacy, let them know the food we're using is connected to a lot of social issues, to our own health, to climate change, to the land, to the soil, to the futures, to the future generations behind us. So we hope that through this kind of knowledge, and they will start to realize that they can be the change makers. There is other options that they can choose.
Thank you so much. Vimbai, what do you see as the major barriers that we need to address as you work in the communities and spaces you're in?
Okay, I absolutely agree with what you have said. When it comes to farming, it's really underrated. It's looked at something that is done by the retired and the old. So we need to find ways to encourage the youth to also get involved in agriculture, seeing that it is actually the backbone. For anyone to be here today, they ate something, right? So with the fewer percentage of those that want to be involved in farming. They've got the zeal, all right? They are seeing others posting on social media, doing 5 hectares, 10 hectares, and they just want to get into it and start very big. Yet, it doesn't really work like that. You need to start from somewhere. You need to learn, to understand the fundamentals. You need to learn to understand the fundamentals, right? So there is need for that channeling of knowledge to the youths, where they are educated on what farming really is about, what it takes to be a successful farmer. And that mentorship for the youths, because it's not just about putting a seed in the ground. There's a lot that is involved around the area of farming, the crop production, the management, the marketing, how to run even a successful business in farming. It's not just farming, but it needs to be done as a business. So what does that entail if we are saying farming is a business, all right? Because we want to create something that is sustainable. It's not just about someone seeing that so-and-so is doing great in farming, so I can just do it. But we need to be able to teach, to be taught as youths what it is that it takes to be successful. Not just to compare on what is being done on social media, because that is where people are losing it. If they look up to someone who is doing big and they're unable to match with that, they then give up, and that's it. So there's that gap that needs to be fixed. And also, like she said, we need the finance. We need that capital. But it's not just about finance. How about it's followed by support, right? Capital development support. Yes, we are given the finance. Then what? All right? We don't want to create a dependency syndrome, saying that we're just going to be getting finance all the time. After being given that finance, there is need for that that character development support, so that the youth are able to really realize their fullest potential, because they are being guided, they are being mentored to become great leaders at the end of the day. So there is need for that as well.
So we have touched on so many different topics and issues that we can really dive into. Thankfully, we have about 8 or 9 minutes here to open it up for questions from the audience and to have a real conversation and to allow you to go deeper on some of the things that you'd like to. So let's open it up now. Does anyone have any questions they'd like to ask or topics for us to really start focusing on?
Thank you for this opportunity. Really like what the last speaker said, Caetano, that we need to define what success looks like when farmers or young people are going into farming, because I also do realize that there's a certain conversation a few years back that young people were saying we need money, and then money came and said, oh, we need training, and then they get training. But then now it's like, so we need to learn how to use the money, or, so I think this is like a chicken and egg situation. Do we give training or money, or? But I like that point, and I think it's what I would just like to add on to Caetano. You can comment on it, but I really like what you said, that we need to define what success looks like. And I also would like to add on that may not be the same in, different settings have different definitions of success. So maybe you can comment on that. Thank you.
Would any of you like to speak to that? I know many of you are creating support systems. You are creating training. You are creating that broader ecosystem of support so that it's not just about the intervention that you're providing. What else do you see as needed, or how do you determine what's the greatest priority in providing that?
Hi. Okay. I think that it's also about creating structures to get funding to our organizations. And it was something that was mentioned in the last event that was also talking about youth in food systems. And I had, to share experience with you, I had the privilege to work with the Global Fund for Children and the flexible grants that we're offering from the Spark Fund in the Americas sector. And they did something very, very interesting, that it's a very useful and applicative model. Um, they built a call for applications and a selection process to get the flexible grants, calling young activists to design these processes, which means that the call for applications, the selection process, everything was made by youth activists. And that is so important because as young people fighting from frontline communities against the climate crisis, we know what are the necessities of our communities and what are some of the obstacles that are keeping us from applying to these kind of opportunities, because there are a lot of things that keep us away from those. Like, for example, if you're in a rural community, how are you supposed to get access to internet to fill out a 30 pages form that asks you so much information that we don't know how to fill correctly? We needed to get those opportunities closer, and the work of the Spark Fund was very successful, and we managed to give 15 organizations from around South America, specifically from Mexico, Peru, and Colombia, flexible grants to grow the impacts of the projects. And it's not also about giving them money. It's not only about giving them money. It's about having a follow-up of what those organizations are doing with that money. Because as you mentioned, it is very true. To build our solutions, we need money. To know how to use money, we need training, and we need support. And the Global Fund for Children is implementing this amazing structure where it's giving money. Who decides who the money goes to? The young activists that know the communities. And what happens with the money? The Global Fund for Children has this flexible grants, right? And a representative goes to visit the organizations to see what is the progress that is being made. And that is an amazing support for all of us, because we are getting closer to the donors and reminding them that we are not only asking you for money, we are asking you to join our cause. We're asking you to care about what we're doing. It is not about favors. It is not about something that is nice to do. It's a must. It's a must, and it's about you getting involved with a problem that most of the philanthropic sector is also causing. So yeah, it's about accountability too. Thank you.
Thank you. Over here.
Is this on? Yep. Hi, I'm Ryan from Glasgow. One of the big things that I think works for me well in Scotland is that usually in more recent years there's been a kind of drive to have members' assemblies around an issue in legislation. So recently we passed a Good Food Nation bill in Scotland to empower local farmers and local producers to have their food that they produce more in supermarkets, and a lot of that came from the Scottish Food Coalition, who sat on a members' assembly, to discuss these issues, to then, impact the legislative process. So I know that members' assemblies are quite big for bringing youth to the table, but also youth then changing the table and changing who comes to the table, because it's on their terms. So I'm just wondering if the panel agree with that notion that young people should lead these groups and ultimately change the legislation themselves, because that's ultimately what's happening in Scotland.
Who wants to speak to that? Any thoughts? How can youth change who's sitting at the table, and why is that important?
It's very important for the youth to have a seat at the table, because they are the ones that are affected the most. It's the decision should not be made just based on hearsay. They need to have people that are really involved for them to have practical decisions. What really is affecting the youth at heart? So you need to be able to find the youth that really want to voice out the things that really affect them, so that there's actually change. Because if no youths are involved at the decision-making table, then whatever is being said that is going to help the youth, does it really help the youth? So they need to be involved in those decisions-making.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you just mentioned. And I also think that we really need to work on the gaps that exist in the strategies for youth empowerment. A couple of days ago, we were having this event at the Youth and Children Pavilion with the UN high level, with one of the UN high level champions for COP27, and I mentioned this to him, and then people thought I was challenging him. I was not trying to. I was just bringing some things to the table that might have been uncomfortable, but were important conversations. And is that right now we don't have enough young participation in decision-making spaces, in high-level spaces, because we have a youth pavilion and we have events all day, but we're mostly talking about youth empowerment and how important it is to have youth voices with each other, with other young activists. And we need you as adults sitting in positions of power to go visit us and ask questions and learn about what we do in our countries, because we have very important people that have been coming to Youth Pavilion. But most of the times it's because we bring them there. We need you to have the initiative to go and visit, and also to have us present in, as you said, the decision-making spaces. We have seen the World Leaders Summit, for example, where we have had very few participation, and that is just not fair for us, because the decisions that are being made today by world leaders and politicians are the problems that our generation is going to have to face in the next years, in the next decade, our children, our little sisters and brothers, and that is not fair. We deserve a seat on the table, and as we always said, we are going to hold you accountable for your promises to the youth, to the young generation. But we also want you to hold us accountable for what we say and what we do in high-level spaces. This needs to be a relationship of reciprocity. And another thing, the final thing that I think I forgot to mention when we were talking about challenges, is that as young people participating in these spaces, we want to be seen as equals. We want to be seen as people that have their own opinions and that might disagree with you. We don't want to be seen as icons or as saints or as angels. We want you to see us as people that are making and promoting climate policy from our countries, that are making solutions. We don't want you to feel that you have to be kind to us just because we're young people. We're troublemakers, as I heard someone, our fellow climate justice activist say a couple of days ago in this very same pavilion. We're troublemakers, and this is not a threat, but you should fear us if you don't include us. And again, accountability for you, accountability for us, and participation, meaningful participation from us in those spaces. Thank you.
Anything else you'd like to add, Yuha? So, and again, I want to amplify what you both just said also, and I think it's a stronger message. Earlier today, they said it's not just about having a voice. Young people have a voice. Social media, in their communities, in taking action. It's not just about a seat at the decision-making table. If it affects you more than any other generation, you should have the greatest say, the strongest vote. It shouldn't just be a seat at the table. It has to actually be meaningful action for it to matter. So thank you for amplifying that. We do have time for one quick question if anyone has. All right, otherwise we're gonna go to a call to action. So in one or two sentences, what do you want to leave us with? What is the most important message that you can share about what's needed for next steps in youth in our agri-food systems?
For me, I'm very passionate about the young farmers knowing really what to do and not to fall into things blindly. So if they can be like youth hubs that are created where different youths come together and share their skills, because we are all different in our own ways and we can create something very big. Not everyone can be involved in crop production, but we can help each other. Some will be on crop production, some will be on packaging, branding, marketing, all of that. So we need to be able to to create ecosystems where we feed into each other for us to be able to create something that is sustainable, a food system that is sustainable. We need to have the youth to join together, join hands together, and know that together we can actually build something great. It can move from doing communal, right? Community. You go nationwide, global, all that, making noise and waves in the industry. So we really need that. We really need to work together as youths and be able to discover our talents and help each other. It's basically about feeding from each other. You can't do everything on your own.
I prepared something because I really want you to remember this. And is that the consequences of the climate crisis disproportionately affect vulnerable, low-income, and underrepresented sectors all over the world. But it is also affecting every one of us, each one of us, no matter what sector we belong to. So remember that when we ask those people sitting in the positions of power for resources, we're not asking them for favors, because justice and our future are not negotiable. And again, we're asking for no more empty promises. We're asking for you to protect our right to a healthy environment. And we're asking for real, meaningful action and an honest commitment with the solutions from our generation and future generations to come. Thank you.
Being a representative from China, I do feel like the Chinese youth is quite lacking in terms of the engagement and interest in politics. So my call to action is to the youth in China. Please just be brave, be fearless, because the climate action is personal. And don't ever try to fall back to business as usual, because it doesn't work for us. It might have worked for the generations before us, it might work for our parents, but it simply will not work for us. So please just be active, try to embrace this uncertainty that will come. The climate change and the food system is only going to get worse before it gets better, and it takes us to make it better. So please just join us and become one of the youth leaders, become the change makers in this youth cohort. We are not only the future, we have to start acting now, and we are the strongest force. So please join us.
Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us, for sharing your powerful personal experiences, your perspectives. You are championing food systems transformation and climate action today. And I think I want that to be my call to action. So often when we have these conversations, we throw out these phrases: young people are the leaders of tomorrow. They are the leaders of the future. No, you are leading us today, and it devalues and diminishes the power and the importance of young people when we talk in terms of the future, and not acknowledging the incredible work you are doing right now to set a real moral vision for what we should be doing and how we should be living and how we should be acting. So thank you for demonstrating this in your lives. Thank you for showing us the importance of this every day.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to kindly ask to please exit the room as we prepare for the next session. Really?
Because it's a brainstorm session. We need mics all around.
I'm going to charge it and give it back to you, okay? Because there's no charge. Can I see this one? This one.
Are you ready? Sorry? Anywhere. You can start, Craig, if you like. You can start if you like.
But you want me to talk like about still stay on the food waste warrior
Yeah.
right?
Just bring it in as a case, and then we start brainstorming on what a
Hello?
society organization can do. Ready? No, it's fine.
Okay, then we can say go ahead.
Yeah.
Sound is not the best. You have to hold it.
Yeah.
I know. Breathe into
Well,
it.
I'm just here to pass the mic to the. It's a very free format. Everybody can take the mic.
The last one? Gray suit?
The middle one.
Oh, okay.
Great. So ready? Welcome, everyone. Can you hear me? Great. Come on, take a seat. Yeah. It's not standing room only quite yet. Welcome, everyone. Come around this way, too, so we can see you. Yeah, we don't need back rows yet. There we go, right in here. There we go. Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me? Not really? Even then? Now you can hear me. Okay. Great. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. This is different than any other session you're going to attend here at the COP. So you should be glad you're here, right? Because this is really a brainstorming session. This isn't going to be us talking at you. It's going to be you talking with us as we generate some big ideas to help take a bite out of food loss and waste. My name is Craig Hansen. I'm Managing Director of Programs at the World Resources Institute. I'm also lead the Secretariat for something called Champions 12.3. This session here is sponsored by Champions 12.3, FAO, and UNEP. It's about something called and Rabobank, our host here who actually got the space for us. That's really phenomenal. What this is about is something called the 1, 2, 3 pledge. 1, 2, 3. Do you have any idea what that's about? Those of you know, I know. 1, 2, 3. What this is about? Yes, SDG 12.3, the Sustainable Development Goal target. That's about cutting in half the rate of food loss and waste by the year 2030. Food loss waste is a fundamental issue. More than a third of all food that's grown is lost or wasted between the farm and the fork, and it contributes to at least 10% of greenhouse gas emissions, and that's why we're talking about it today at the Climate COP. Now, one thing that's being kicked off today through Champions, UNEP, FAO, and Rabobank is something called the 1, 2, 3 pledge. We're going out there, we're getting governments, companies, individuals, global institutions, NGOs to make commitments that by the year 2030, they're going to do something really big at reducing the rate of food loss and waste. So it's a 1, 2, 3 pledge. It's not a pledge just to say, yeah, I'm going to cut it in half. We know because we're supposed to cut it in half. This is actually about what actions you're going to take to actually cut your food loss and waste in half. So we're looking for pledges of my institution is going to do X to drive down, to help someone else or my own institution to cut the rate of food loss and waste in half. Okay, so these are pledges. We're already starting to get the pledges starting to roll in. The Champions 12.3 Secretary is getting a lot of them already. We've got 3 organizations today. They're going to talk about inklings of a pledge or a pledge, but this brainstorm is to get your thoughts onto how can we actually strengthen and new ideas around the pledge that can make it even stronger. And hopefully it strengthens the pledges you're going to hear about. But then also, hopefully you all go back to your own organization and say, you know what, I was just part of this great session on these pledges. We need to do one too. So I want to hear from you afterwards about the pledges you've made, okay? So first, to kick things off, we're going to hear from Rabobank, who's going to kick things off. But then after that, we're going to hear from WWF, and then we're going to hear from Nestle. And we're going to finish on the hour. Each organization will speak for a little bit, and the latter two, we're going to really have a lot of the brainstorming session here. So without further ado, to be a fire starter to get things going, it's my pleasure to introduce Kirsten Konst, who is a board member of Rabobank, the world's largest bank for farmers. So Kirsten, the floor is yours. Really close. Yeah, you can say, yeah.
So let's make it a little bit closer still. There we go. Hi.
There we go.
There's still one empty chair here right in front of us. So if one person would come up front and fill this empty chair, that would be wonderful. Thank you very much. Great. So a very, very warm welcome to this session. Thank you all for joining. Thank you. I hope you can hear me, and if not, please raise your hand. I'm very happy that you're here in this brainstorm on how can we reduce food loss and waste. At this time, in this time, the vulnerability of the food system that we have is shown, is visible more than ever. So we as Rabobank are very committed to drive the systems change towards a more sustainable food production system that also provides and ensures food availability, food safety, food healthy, food affordability, and make that the new normal. Now, food loss and waste reduction is one of the most important factors within that. And why is that? A third of all food that is being produced is either lost in the value chain or wasted after it's sold. And that 1/3 of food that gets lost adds up to 10% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So if you today can help us strengthening all these initiatives to cut food waste and loss, and we can even only half reduce it, we solve 5% of the greenhouse gas emissions. So it's very rewarding. It's a very rewarding effort. And it can be done. So we as Rabobank engage in all kinds of food challenges. We do that as our own company with our own catering. We do that in the value chain with our clients. And we do that with our employees, since we are all consumers as well. This Thursday talked about the pledge on food and waste reduction, and we as Rabobank endorsed that pledge this Thursday. So today, a very warm welcome to this brainstorm. Let me introduce two guests from WWF, Pete Pearson, welcome, and Pete, welcome, and from Nestle, Owen Bethel. And you were kind enough to prepare a brainstorm case for all of us. So thank you all for joining. I wish you a very inspiring brainstorm.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kirsten, and I just want to thank Rabobank for all the great work that they're doing. Their executive is a member of Champions 12.3, Wiebe Dreyer. He's been a champion. He was one of the founding champions. Rabobank's doing fantastic stuff, not only, as you heard, not only in your own company, in your own bank, but also in the value chain. So that's where really the traction is. So, and thank you for sponsoring and hosting this event here today. So we're going to do something kind of fun here. It's called popcorn brainstorming. How many people have done popcorn brainstorming before? 1, 2, all right. So what popcorn brainstorming? Like you eat at the movie theater, but you don't eat this. This is actually, what this means is going to go fast, like popcorn, right? So Pete's going to spend 1 minute talking about the inklings of a pledge. Then you're going to think about it for a second. Then I want to see hands go up, kind of like popcorn. Start throwing out ideas. Pete, have you thought about this? Pete, how can you actually strengthen this? Or have you thought about what can we be doing to actually take it to the next level, right? So it's kind of that popcorn rapid brainstorming. There's no bad idea, so don't raise your hand and critique someone else. We can do that afterwards, right? This is every idea is a good idea. We'll do it for about 10 minutes, okay? And then we'll wrap it up and go on to the next one, all right? So, Pete, you've had time to think about this. Are you ready for the popcorn?
I'm ready for the
all right.
popcorn. Let's
So
do it.
start up, add the butter, get cooking. Here we go.
Timer on, right? Here we go. Okay, so World Wildlife Fund, we are a biodiversity organization, right? And so food loss and waste is fundamental to our work, but it requires awareness. It requires change on the consumer level. One of the things I'm really passionate about, I live in the United States. We have 100,000 public schools in the United States. Every single day, 30 million students are fed in our cafeterias. That's just in the United States. 30 million meals a day. So my idea is how do we institutionalize food loss and waste curriculum and lesson plans and turn the cafeteria into a classroom? Imagine what happens when you have students and youth thinking about this every day and understanding the impact on the food system by looking at how much food waste they generate in their cafeteria and actually getting involved in solving that problem, right? 30 million meals a day, 100,000 schools just in the U.S. alone. Then take that global. That's my idea.
All right, thank you.
Go.
All right, oh, wow, great. So we have a runner here. Lika's gonna kind of manage that. Go ahead, and when you just say your name and who you're with, and then your idea. Stand up, too, so we can see you.
Oh, my word. Elizabeth Alfano, I'm with VegTech Invest. We are the only plant-based innovation ETF on the public markets. Make it homework and math class, so they're involved and they're solving the math problem. When they see the numbers and they see the scale, I think people have a hard time understanding the scale of our global food supply system when they do the math and maybe get graded and a star. If they get it right, they'll
All right.
be involved.
Great idea. Great idea.
Hi, Glendice from YPAR, Young Professionals for Agriculture Development. Children like to use their hands, so what about recipe classes, how to use food scraps, for example, in the classroom, make your own meal, then take it to the cafeteria.
All right. Is that a great... over here and then over here. All right. This is the popcorn. We love it. All right.
So Richard Swaddle from RAP.
A little close. You got to put it really close to your lips.
Richard Swaddle from RAP, usually booming voice. And
There
we're a
we go.
pledger tomorrow, just to encourage others to pledge. We're pledging tomorrow. But just to say, okay, turn it into a science project. I mean, building on the maths project, let's make it a science project. And let's also take it home. Let's take it home. So let's look in the kitchens and use it as a science project, and then suggest we go home and let's do an audit on what we're doing at home, because that could drive household waste down as well.
Great idea. Great idea. Lika's got it here. Perfect.
Hi. Clara from the Food and Land Use
A
Coalition.
little louder. Right next to your mouth, Clara.
Clara from the Food and Land Use Coalition. I'm just thinking, why not bring it to the next level and bring rescued food into the cafeteria as well? So teach students that actually this food has been rescued, and bring it into math class and look at how much food have we saved from this and how many emissions have we captured.
Great. Rescue food into the cafeteria. Lika, it's up to you. You choose how you want to do it. Here we go, right here.
I think Gautam Narasimhan from UNICEF, take both of your ideas and, as you said, calculate the food savings, turn that into carbon emissions, monetize that for carbon credits, and plow that money back into education.
Financed by Rabobank. There we go. There we go. Wow. We're getting going here. Here we go.
Okay, I followed that good idea. I wanted to build on your idea. Oh, sorry. I am Jenna Tesla. I'm the director of YPARD. My colleague introduced that, Young Professionals for Agricultural Development. And she was talking about rescued food. And kids like to look at the shapes of different things. And you said they were really tactile. Rescued food is often ugly. So I can also see it being a cute art project as well. And then I don't want to take the idea that you had, that we were talking about earlier, just before the session, about apps. And maybe there's some type of app that a little bit older students are interested in using, that they can see like, oh, mom, there's fruit, or dad, there's food waste in the fridge. I'm going to type that in, or take a picture of the wilty carrot in the fridge, and see what we can make tonight.
I'm gonna do a moderator's intervention here. Don't give an app. Have the high school create an app For in the computer class, right? So.
Yeah.
Computer class. Good.
Yeah, I will talk about two issues. I'm Sami Zalat, a professor of biodiversity in Egypt. Yeah, my specialty is biodiversity, but I went to one of the main vegetable market, one of the main vegetable markets in Egypt, and I found tons and tons of food thrown by the people selling them just to keep the money, the prices up. So I moved to create fodder for animals from these wastes, to reuse them. But this is not enough. We need to do something with that. There's a lot of waste. That's one. On the national level, global level, I think if we're producing more food than we need, and if our waste is 1/3 of our food, why not? We're using pesticides, monoculture, why not to return and publicize regenerative agriculture, make our land healthy with biodiversity, absorb our carbon, then we can help. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Who's next?
So David from Winnow, we develop AI tools to help chefs measure and reduce food waste, kind of like an app for food waste, if you like. Building on the idea over here, why don't we put some of our tools in schools, show students what they're not eating, and then give them the agency to create new recipes in their kitchens, which would reduce waste and increase awareness.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Hi. This is Mustafa Ibrahim from IAS Egypt. Mustafa Ibrahim, IAS Egypt. Yes, it's not reinventing the wheel, but again about applications like Karma in Sweden, for example. Yeah, mobile applications like Karma in Sweden. It's about students and even household. Before the expiry of any food in the supermarkets, bakery, or whatever, half the price, go and just grab this food. But here is the new point: just get points. When you save the planet, save the point, and then you can exchange these points, okay, for something, maybe product, bonus, money, whatever, voucher. Yeah.
Great, nice. Wow, look at it. This is a big batch of popcorn. Here we go.
Hi, hello, I'm Michelle. I'm from the World Food Forum, where I work on policy action. So I think it's really great to talk about food waste and what we can do, but I think for education, where you say with cafeterias, it's also important to teach people why not to waste food, because there's a whole social aspect to it, also the value of food as well. So bring them to the farms to see how it's produced, how labor intensive it is, and what is the struggles with the farmers as well, but also to teach about, food banks, distribution centers, refugees, why we shouldn't waste food and why we have to actually, not waste food, basically. Yeah.
Excellent. Wow.
Hello. It's working. This is Inji from UNDP Egypt Accelerator Lab. There is one thing that we did with children that really helped in raising their awareness about food waste. That's called future thinking. Children usually they take at schools, they take the info and everything. In future thinking, they try to imagine the future. They act as if they are part of designing how, for example, year 2050 would look like. So we made for them some kind of future immersing, where they imagined what possible future would look like, what desired, if they designed their own future, how would they like it to look like, and in that we integrate food and everything. And then we put them in a scenario where the world has no food because of the excessive food waste. We have reached a future there where there's no food. And they start to imagine how this world would look like. And then the reflection that we received was how much they started to reflect on their own bad habits with respect to food and how they are planning to change that afterwards.
Great.
So that could be something.
We've actually lost the microphones. You went the wrong direction. There we go. Louder. There we go. dial wrong way. There we go. Here we go.
Oh. My name is Monica Yator. I'm from Kenya. I'm a permaculture by trainer. I have two ideas. That is what I'm implementing in my community now. Let's think of regenerative agriculture by using food waste from schools and produce red lid glass for manure, and also using and human manure to make fertilizers. That's viable. And lastly, crop waste. That is crop waste from farms to make biowaste manure. Thank you.
Great idea. Here we go.
I'm
Right here.
Veronica from
Rodwa
from Egypt.
Right here and then in the back.
Me first? Okay, Rodwa from Egypt. Actually, I have an idea about like
Close.
this.
Really close. Almost like you're going to kiss it, but don't kiss it.
Okay.
It's
like
COVID,
this.
right? So really close.
Very
there we
close.
go. There
Okay.
we go.
Okay, this is Rodwa from Egypt. Actually, the idea that I have that we have to teach children when they are kids. For example, now we have a lot of cartoons, Peppa Pig, Paw Patrol, Disney cartoons. So why we don't do a theory to teach children or kids about the planet, how to save water, how to do food, how to volunteer in different projects related to climate. So I think this is a key to mainly start from the early stages and to let them really understand how they can help us to have more sustainable future.
Excellent.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
Now in the back. Here we go.
I'm Veronica from the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research. And I think a whole lot of the food loss and waste does not happen at the consumer end. It happens because we've got big corporations shipping food like crazily all over the world. So how about let's get behind the World Food Programme's initiative on localizing value chains. And look, let's face it, a value chain within the Pacific Islands is probably unlikely to deliver sufficient income to the farmers. So then let's take agricultural subsidies in developed countries and repurpose them as bonus payments to farmers in developing countries who are localizing their value chains.
Great. All right. One more. Two. Three more. We'll be okay on time. Then we got to close it off. But one,
Yes.
2, 3.
Hi, I am Lucy from Climate Corporate Governance. And I would agree with what has been said about two different levels where the food is waste, which is on the consumption side that we explored a lot, but also on the production and sales side. And here I would have some ideas, but maybe I don't want to repeat some is there already. Like we have in the CO2 discussions, we have disclosure by companies how much CO2 they emit and targets, how much they should reduce, and banks who make decisions not to lend to, for instance, coal mines. I think it would be nice to have a similar pattern in the food production industry, that company will be disclosing how much food they waste themselves in the process of the production. And ideally, maybe banks also have this information, what are the food waste by their clients, and withdraw from financing these businesses that are generating more food waste than they should. So the corporate level should take the lead here as well, and especially like players like we have here today.
Great. Thank you. Final two for the ideas on the school system here. Here and here.
Yeah, again, it is not about reinventing the wheel, but this time I'll talk about the food bank in Egypt, for an example. Big events, okay, like ceremonies, like wedding, and yeah, a lot of wasted food. So just call this food bank to start repackaging of the food, okay, for the poor people and for charity, for an example. Yeah, this is also very important. The other thing is about the intermediaries in the value chain, like the supermarkets and the marketplace, like vegetables and things like this. I believe, like, again, digitalization, the ERP system, okay, to tracing the supply and the demand. Just Dr. Sami was talking about something like this. It's just matching the supply and demand day to day, then week to week, month to month, then with the accumulation of data, we can match the supply from upstream with the farm or the producers to the, by analyzing the data to the consumer
Great.
side.
Thank you. Final suggestion for WWF.
Okay, good. Divine Njie from FAO. So my idea is simple. It's kind of building a bit from behind there. It is waste at the consumer level, but it begins way before that. So we've got to work with farmers and the procurement companies. But we can build on the innovative power of these young people to make those supply chains more efficient. So it's a combination of two ideas. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We got the. Okay, one more.
Bringing it back to the schools. While we're dealing with food loss and waste, we can also create little agriculture producers as well. Yes. We can the food scraps. So a lot of this Yes, thank you. Love that. A lot of schools I know in the U.S. already have urban farms, gardens, and whatnot. We can take part of this food loss to create, obviously, manure, fertilizers, and whatnot. Have them grow their own food. They can learn how to grow their food producer, cut down food loss.
In the U.S., it's called Future Farmers of America, FFA. Really big program that I'm sure WF could tap into. All right, we're going to have to close this one. We're going to have to close.
And compost.
The popcorn is overflowing in the movie theater here, right? So thank you. So let's give a round of applause to yourselves. And now the burden is on Pete and WWF, the panda, to amalgamate and figure out which the ideas they're going to take here and turn to reality. So no pressure, Pete, but we're expecting fantastic results from this. All right.
By the way, we already have a Food Waste Warrior program, which I'm going to plug, and that's part of a curriculum. So we can take more of these. It's going to make it better.
To the next level.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Pete. Now, Nestle, Owen, you've had enough time to see what the heck's going on. So are you ready for this? Are you ready to tee it up? Okay. Here we go. So Owen's from Nestle. He's going to tee stuff up, and we're going to do the same thing here. So listen closely, and here we go.
All right, there was so much ground covered there that I'm desperately finding a new angle to come in on here, but I think I've got it, which is around innovation. So it's mentioned just briefly there. But as a company, what we're doing is we're looking to valorize parts of the agricultural supply system which otherwise go to waste. So, for example, using used coffee grounds to create new types of soft drink, using the coffee grounds to power our biomass boilers to roast new coffee beans, and then likewise that creates a circular system. Second example was around using misshapen fruit and veg for soup, bouillon cubes. No one really cares what those vegetables look like going into a bouillon cube. And the third one is around a chocolate product which uses the pulp from the cocoa fruit instead of sugar as a sweetener. So that would be normally thrown away. And so how do we create more innovation and ideas like that and share them in maybe in a non-competitive way in the food industry to avoid more food loss and waste? That's my idea.
All right, get your round of applause for Nestle here. He did mention chocolate, so there's got to be something good in here, right? So, okay, we got the ideas. You heard chocolate, right? Here we go. Here's the idea.
I want to ask a question, actually.
All right, that's allowed.
What does the soft drink made out of coffee grounds taste like?
It keeps you up, that's for certain. Here we go.
I didn't say it was a commercial success or not.
Hey, innovation, that's what happens. Oh, here we go.
Am I allowed?
You are in the game now.
Okay,
All right.
so what I think would be cool is to take and try to create a global index of all kinds of different surplus raw ingredients and start to address value raw ingredient. And if you have a value associated to all those raw ingredients, then you start to create marketplaces for them to be sold and used, like your example.
Great. All right, here we go. Richard. Just introduce yourself again, just so folks remember.
Thanks, Craig. So Richard Swannell from RAP. This is a brilliant idea. Wageningen and RAP actually put one together, a database of these sort of things. But I think what's really needed, and this is still on the website, what's really needed, I think, is clarity from the industry. They want these products. Almost go out there, shout from the rooftops, and say, we would like these new innovations. Please, can you come up with them? We have one which is milk into textiles, which off milk turning into textile fiber, which that seemed totally wacky, but it's perfectly possible.
Who's way in back? Oh, right here. Our fire starter.
Yes. One of the things that I would like is great is invite those like 3-star chefs with all these great programs on cooking and make a TV show on it and see what you can do with all the food that you would normally throw away, all the parts of the food, And I would actually love to be in that studio and do the tasting.
That's right. So the offer is there as long as she's there to the tasting. All right, here we go. Clara.
Yeah, I was just thinking, listening to you, just why don't we combine, you know, the school education program and innovation and create sort of like an innovation campaign in schools where people come up. I don't know if you ever did this in your school, but you know, you have to come up with an idea of how to make something fly. Why don't you do that for food loss and waste, and you could have an annual prize for it or something? That would be quite cool.
Okay, great idea. Here we go, right here.
And so David from Winnow, I'm building on your idea for chefs. So one of the best things about our technology is where chefs see something in the data and then create something delicious from food that would have been wasted. So an example of that, one of our chefs found that they were peeling lots of parsnips. And so instead of throwing those away, they dusted them in cinnamon, they deep fried them, and they put them on top of an ice cream as a dessert. And so I think we should look at our peelings and find something that is delicious and delightful in our peelings.
To paraphrase Shakespeare, to waste or to waste? That is the question. All right, here we go. Who's next?
Okay.
Right here.
Okay, I'm Mahmoud Saeed. I'm from Crop Life. So I'm going to build over this and this because I remember that in school we had these events. We have international dishes. So people can learn about different diets and they can see that we can't lose all this food, and we can see some people, they eat diets, it's large amounts, and they see the portions. It would be really because we need to change the behavior before the process. The behavior is really, really important to be changed, I believe.
Excellent, excellent idea. Who's right here? 10 minutes left, great. Right back here.
Hi, me again. So I guess a question of like how to find new innovations, but I think like the thing that popped out in my head was like, first let's look like what's existing already, like look at like what local knowledge and what local systems are doing. So for example, like the way like soy sauce is produced with soybeans is actually a circular system. So you have soy sauce, tofu, tempeh, and then you have all these systems. So I think it's also looking into those and utilizing local knowledges as well, so we don't lose those practices as well. So yeah, and also startups and innovations.
Excellent, excellent. Right here, here we go.
Yes, sometimes again it's not about not to reinvent the wheel. I will talk about some Egyptian company, for example, oil, taking the frying oil from the houses and recycling or upcycling them in other product. The other thing which we here suffer, you know, about the latest devaluation of the Egyptian pound, because for sure the trade balance and the dollars, the foreign currency problem and challenge. So some luxurious products like animal feed or pets feed. So sometimes food waste from houses, from cafeteria, from restaurants. So recycling this or upcycling in pets, inventing nutritious, locally produced pet food, for example, would help to reduce our importation bill. The other invention that I have witnessed myself in one of the factories, for example, it was about for olive and pepper. Okay, deformations in the fresh produce, they just waste it and sometimes sell it as fodder. But however, if you just simple something like mincing this and creating a paste or something like this, and then selling it as what so-called base of the pyramid local consumer product. Okay, this will be very helpful instead of wasting food and also adding value, which and turning profit.
Great, great idea. We have right here, Richard first, because you've gone before, right here.
Quickly, I think the issue of the people between countries, I think is a great, is very important issues. My students, I told them, if you are going to leave cow meat because and you will eat, for example, locust or bufu or whatever, they will say, no, we can't do that. I think food habits need to be put on our agenda.
Great, great. Thank you. Richard, and I'm going to chime in. Richard.
So coming back to the sources of waste, I'm building on David's idea. Why not having an inventory of all the waste that you currently don't have a use for, and then encourage innovation around that? That could link to the innovation prize idea. But to give you an example of this was done in a cheese manufacturer in the UK. He did this. He found he had a lot of whey from his wasted. So he looked at the options and he came up with vodka. And he actually produced black cow cheese and black cow vodka made from the wastes he got from milk. So that could be a way of turning it into high added value markets.
Watch out, Diageo. Nestle's coming for you, right? There we go.
You heard it here first.
So one thing, you mentioned chocolate. So there is such thing as wasted chocolate? Wasted cocoa shells. Okay. So I'm just wondering, you know, I mean, in a sense, waste is kind of like politics. It's all local. So maybe you do this already, and building up on what Richard was talking about. Is there a way, like for each of your sites, you know, non-competitively, just to post, look, we have so many, you know, pounds or tons of X, so many tons of Y. Who is there, like the consortium of industry, the local chamber of commerce of city X or whatever, where you can post that, and look, someone might raise their hand and say, well, actually, I could use that type of thing. So it's kind of a way of a transparency of your waste, and using the internet or using some type of transparency to bridge demand and supply. There's a question back here, right here in the blue.
Actually, just an example of what you were just talking about. So the Australia's National Science Organization, the CSIRO, did this in manufacturing. They created actually an app where lots and lots of different manufacturing folks could put what they put both what they had generated as waste and what they required as inputs. And the app automatically did matchmaking.
It's like a too good to go, but upstream for industry.
Yeah.
In a sense. There we go. Right
Another
here.
example of that came from a session we had on food loss and waste last week, and there was a company called Olio. And that's an app where basically consumers or restaurants can post what food they have left over, and then within minutes and hours it gets snapped up. And I can't speak for Olio, but they were talking about it on the panel, and they're spread around quite a lot of different countries. So another way we could do that.
All right. We can get the school kids to make the app that does that. There we go. We bring these all together. All right. Any other questions here? Right here, Divine. Here you go.
Just one question to the innovation proposer. Just, are you thinking of the food safety side of things, and how will you bring that into your innovation? Because that's very, very important. Thank you.
I mean, that's an easy one to answer, of course. Yeah, 100% committed to food safety, you know, in everything that we do. I think what I used were a variety of examples there. So if you look at, like, for example, coffee grounds, which are going to waste, and you put them in a biomass boiler, there's no food safety issue there. If you're using misshapen fruit and veg, again, there's no food safety there necessarily. They're all coming from the same place. It's just they don't look as nice as people maybe want them to be in the shop. So I think you just have to be, you know, you have to keep that consideration front of mind, but think a little bit beyond it as well in terms of your own operations, and not just have a very linear kind of binary approach to it.
Any more? We're going to round this out here. Going, oh, here we go.
Hi, Gotham from UNICEF. But just building on your idea, I don't want to say mandate, but maybe mandate for, especially for multinational food companies that have operations all over part of the world, and in theory should be able to share their IP and innovations within the same company, to require that the bottom 10% of people who are wasting, or sites that are wasting the same amount for developing the same product, are required to up their game. So building on what you said a little bit, also making sure there's a little more on the responsibility, not just on consumers, but also on producers.
I had just kind of building on that too. In terms of mandate, one thing that would be really great is for large companies to be supporting farmers and producers to actually do measurement of what kind of surpluses there are. And when you have that understanding and the inventorying of the raw materials, then you can try to create value from that. So, but the farmers need help. They're not going to measure things just because they want to. They need to be compensated for that.
Great. Any final one? This is the last
yeah,
word.
I feel like we're missing a little bit, for example, hair and beauty. Like you can use a lot of these products for hair products, hair treatments, shampoos, conditioners, all these things that actually need fruit extracts oftentimes. And honestly, not only for like the smell, but also for the components that are needed for hair.
Coffee grounds for the hair. Here we go. We got it. We got it. I mean it this time. The very last one.
Just adding on that, a lot of food is upcycled to be leather, so non-animal leather. So that's just another option.
Okay. Now I really, really mean it. The last one right here.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add a bit of the point on Glindy's because this week actually...
You can really close to your mouth.
Yeah, hello, does this work?
Yep,
yeah, okay,
yep,
better.
yep.
So actually this week I've been to the green zone. So we are all here in the blue zone, but actually in the green zone there's been a group of artists that have been displaying their work on how to work with food waste into a circular structure. So there's this one artist from the Netherlands, a girl, she's using leftovers from coffee production to make coffee cups, basically. You only need to add hot water and pressure, and she can make it waste into usable products that she can then sell, and in that way creates a job for herself. There's been another girl there as well, from Egypt actually, and she uses nut shells and egg shells to turn into jewelry and to turn into cabinets or into marble structures like doors, for example, or floors. So there are many nice ways, like Glindy's, you mentioned it already, in beauty products or something else. You can also use food waste for these types of products, and it can also become like a different market segment in that way. So
Great.
just wanted to add that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I will close now the popcorn session. For how many of you, that was your first popcorn session, right? How many of you thought it was fun? Yeah, wasn't that fun? You guys were fantastic. Give yourself a round of applause. That was fun. A lot of great ideas. I'm sure Owen and Pete, the burden's on you now to integrate some of those. We're all looking forward to seeing what kind of good ideas you have. If you don't take all the ideas, we understand, but there are a lot of good ideas here, right? Maybe, I bet you're going to take, maybe not the vodka one, right? But maybe the coffee grounds for the hair. That might actually be one. So with that, thank you both. A round of applause for our two panelists here giving out their ideas, because they are the ones and their organizations who are making the pledge. You've got the input here. Round of applause for Kirsten from Rabobank for the great fire starter here and for all the leadership that Rabobank has on this issue. And I'd be remiss if we don't give a full round of applause for the woman that put this all together, who thought of a popcorn brainstorm, Lika. Right here, let's give it up for Lika. Give it up for her. She made this happen. With that, we will close on time. Thank you very much. And when you go home, eat everything that you actually buy. So walk the talk. Thank you.
Before you go, the speakers, please, the panelists, a picture. And organizers, please, for the picture. Yeah. And for everyone else, we'll see you in 15 minutes. So everyone, we kindly have to set up for the next session. So please, I kindly ask you all to exit the room as we prepare for the following session. We're going to do straight rows, actually, for the chairs. And we need 6 chairs on the stage. Some people are virtual. Okay, so 4 chairs, actually. Sorry. New water, new cups, if possible. Everyone, as you come in, please make sure to start filling up the seats on this side so that those that come in later can be over here. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. This one is not very loud, right? Yeah, I think.
Hi. It wasn't even on. Now it's on.
No, yeah, okay. Can you hear me well? Can you guys hear me in the back if I
Are they
speak?
streaming or can we do a Cheetah Girls performance?
I know. Can you please come to the front, friends? Don't be afraid. Can you just move to the front and move to the side? Fill up the room. Welcome, everyone. Please come to the front. Don't be afraid. Let's fill up those chairs. Hello.
No, I'm the speaker. The moderator is in the white jacket. Oh, okay. Yes, yes.
Great. So
We
you're
are
one of the
speakers.
speakers.
Yes. And this lady is a speaker as well.
Okay. Hi, welcome. So you're all here, and then the rest of you are going to be online. There's two of you.
There's just one person signing in for the panel.
For virtual, okay.
And one person virtually doing the closing.
Virtually doing the closing. Okay, good. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. I know, but it cuts off sometimes. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing.
Hello, welcome. So exciting when you turn the mic on and it works. Thank you to the tech team here for that. Greetings, everyone. I'm Diane Holdorf, Executive Vice President at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and a very proud supervisory board member to the World Benchmarking Alliance. And we're very excited to invite you here today to participate with us in a great session, really driving transparency and accountability. Accountability seems to be one of the absolute key words of this COP27. And we're going to be talking today about how we leverage change and transformation and accountability, particularly to drive the change needed in the food sector. So this is going to build on the successful G7 Sustainable Delivery Chain Initiative that was launched last year. We're very excited to hear more about it. So to get us started, I'd like to invite Felicitas Rohrig, Senior Policy Officer with BMZ, the Germany Minister of Economic Cooperation and Development, to kick us off with a keynote. Please, Felicitas, welcome.
Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear allies for climate change mitigation and adaptation, dear representatives of the food and agriculture sector, of the World Benchmarking Alliance and the OECD Center for Responsible Business Conduct, thank you so much for the warm welcome. I'm very delighted to represent the German government as G7 chair today. Germany is determined to raise ambitions to jointly achieve the Paris climate goals as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. We want a green and socially just transformation of our global agri-food systems and supply chains to ensure food security worldwide, promote decent work, and reduce poverty while protecting the environment. We all must face the responsibility to reduce greenhouse gas emissions as much and as fast as possible. For this, transforming the agri-food sector is crucial, considering the intense effects that our current agri-food systems have on our climate and vice versa. Up to 42% of global greenhouse gas emissions are caused by the agri-food sector when we look at the whole production to consumption chain. And 90% of worldwide clearings of forests are for agricultural purposes. Germany's aim at this year's COP in Egypt is to build bridges for global collaboration on action and solidarity. Young people and future generations will bear the costs of an overheated climate and inefficient agri-food systems. Up to 828 million people worldwide faced hunger in the last year, and we have an estimate of 45 million children under the age of 5 that suffered from wasting, and 149 million children showed stunted growth. It is clear that we need a stronger focus on the youth and treat them as advocates and central stakeholders. They are the stewards of our planet, and they are rightly urging us to move from talking to taking action. At COP26, there was a clear call from global youth activists that the time for talk is over and that those with power must urgently take action or be held accountable. It is also clear that we need to act together. In order to close steadily growing investment gaps for mitigation and adaptation, the public and private sectors must engage with each other strategically. The G7 Sustainable Supply Chain Initiative facilitates this cooperation. This initiative, it was established under the British G7 presidency last year and has continuously received our strong support during the German G7 presidency this year. With the OECD Center for Responsible Business Conduct leading the coordination of this initiative, we have a strong and reliable partner by our side to establish the initiative as a credible and impactful platform for dialogue and action. Now, what is it all about? In this initiative, 22 of the world's largest agri-food companies have committed to improving the sustainability along their own supply chains. Their progress is measured on 45 indicators set out in the Food and Agriculture Benchmark provided by the World Benchmarking Alliance. This Food and Agriculture Benchmark constitutes an important independent monitoring system that holds companies accountable for their contributions to the Sustainable Development Goals. It covers indicators on environment, nutrition, social impact, and governance and strategy. For example, some indicators are directly linked to climate action, such as the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions along the supply chain. The benchmark results of 2021 showed that there is an urgent need for companies to take action. For example, it revealed that only 26 of the 350 benchmarked companies are actually working to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in line with the Paris Agreement. Now this year, we have already seen progress in the actions of G7 Sustainable Supply Chain Initiative companies, especially when it comes to environmental indicators. Victoria de Bourbon de Palm of the World Benchmarking Alliance will elaborate on this further in a minute. The partnership of the G7 initiative with the World Benchmarking Alliance allows for increased transparency for the private sector action. It also creates a level playing field where companies are able to compare their endeavors. I want to take this opportunity today to invite more global food and agriculture companies to join this initiative. You all have a key role to play. Working collaboratively, sharing best practices, and fostering dialogue is key to reach joint solutions. Last but not least, I would also like to once again thank the Center for Responsible Business Conduct of the OECD and the World Benchmarking Alliance for their immense and support in this initiative during the G7 presidency. I'm now excited to hear about thoughts and needs of our youth and provide insights into our work on how to ensure food systems are fit for future generations. I wish you all an insightful and exciting, interesting session today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Minister, and a big thank you to the government of Germany for being such a significant advocate for this supply chain transparency work as it relates to food systems. As you said, building off of the leadership of the UK government, but carrying it even further forward has been incredibly a powerful motivator. I'd like to now turn to you, Victoria. You've been leading the World Benchmarking Alliance's benchmark work on the food system companies, including working very closely with the 22 companies that the minister referenced who've been part of this G7 benchmarking accelerator. Talk to us a little bit more about what this work has looked like and how you see the progress of these companies and the system as a whole on the climate agenda.
Thank you, Diana, and thank you, Felicitas, for really putting our eyes on the urgency why we need this crucial action. The numbers of hunger are rising, nutritional, healthy diets are not available for families, and of course our climate impact, the climate impact of the food we eat every day. And we are here today, positively and optimistically, because we have a good example to share. We hear a lot, indeed last year it was about target setting, and we need to move beyond talks. We need to move to action and accountability. I'm really glad that in the sessions that I've been visiting over the past few days, a lot of attention is brought on accountability. And as has been already shared, accountability works, and this initiative is a great example of that, because 22 courageous companies have set themselves out not just to pledge something, but really to be assessed independently by, in this case, the WBA's Food and Agriculture Benchmark, whether they're actually progressing. And in just 12 months, it has been only a year ago that this initiative has been launched, we've seen progress by the vast majority, by 75% of companies involved. And all companies that have participated in this initiative have been fully transparent. 100% of companies have showed new reports, new documentation about their work. And that's important to us. with all stakeholders, not just investors that get to see behind the numbers, but all stakeholders that are impacted by businesses should be able to see this data. And we, in our role, try to compile that and empower stakeholders to be able to call corporates to account. And so we're very, very delighted to be able to share this. So there's multiple folds. One, this is an example. Two, we are opening this up for other companies to join. And three, very importantly, in this pavilion today, it's Youth Day, but I'm also sharing it broader than only the youth, really stakeholders, civil society, and the youth voice to come in and to really be, as Michael said to me earlier, to be the moral compass of this initiative, to keep us sharp. We can say where there's lagging and where there's progress from the corporate companies, but civil society and youth can really point us in the direction of where we need to set our priorities. So being at a climate COP here with you, it is very positive news to share that actually the most major improvements of businesses in the past 12 months has been on environment. Several companies already had leading practices on reducing their greenhouse gas emissions, aligned with the Paris Agreement. As has been said, only 7% of the 350 companies in total aligned their targets with the Paris Agreement. But I'm really excited that the companies a part of this initiative, the vast majority of companies, have those targets that are aligned with the Paris Agreement. So these are really leading companies that go beyond what is required, really are at the forefront of taking steps and showing how that it can be done, that it's not impossible, the benchmark is not too high to reach, it can actually be done. Another area where we saw a lot of improvement was on social inclusion. So activities to make sure to eliminate forced labor and child labor in the entire supply chain. And we're not asking companies to make a pledge that there's 100% child labor-free supply chains. We're asking companies to have a structure in place to report and to assess and to produce due diligence assessments in their supply chains, not just have a pledge and a nice statement, but really to annually document and check where the risks are and how they are mitigating those risks. So there is improvement on that space as well. In governance and strategy, which is an overarching theme looking at general governance KPIs, interestingly enough, we saw the major improvements on companies aligning their highest board members' KPIs with sustainability targets. Now, last year in our assessment, we only saw that less than 2% of companies have aligned their remuneration policies with sustainability goals. And we have seen major improvements on that in the past year. The one area where we see the least improvement is on nutrition. And I'd really like to call that out as well. We are, of course, here focusing on climate as a center point. We know that this climate change, climate adaptation, climate mitigation needs a just transition, needs equity along the value chain. But if we're talking about food systems, we can't transform food systems without focusing on the quality of food. So really focusing about the importance of the nutritional value of food. And while we have some leading practices about portfolio diversification, companies improving the availability of healthy foods, we don't yet see that if we look at the accessibility and affordability. So health shouldn't come at a premium. Healthy foods should be available for all, especially for vulnerable groups. So as an independent assessor of this initiative, I also like to call out some areas where we haven't seen improvement and we don't see leading practices. If we look at environment, most predominantly that is on deforestation measures, having a deforestation-free supply chain. We don't yet see enough actions, and I think there's more collaboration to be done as well, how to ensure that transparency in that value chain can be created to really be comfortably to say we have 100% free, deforestation-free supply chain for high-risk commodities. High-risk commodities are really the key in this. Plastic use and packaging waste is another area. Animal welfare is also an area where there's no leading practice and no improvement yet that we've signaled. And on nutrition, I've mentioned this affordability and accessibility. And in the social inclusion area, I'd like to just bring forward that we also look at areas like the health and safety of vulnerable groups. That is also captured in how socially equitable value chains are performed. And pledges to be paying a living wage. We hear a lot of momentum on living income and living wage, but it's hard for companies to really put that into action, to implement that across their supply chain. So we don't see those results yet when we are measuring the benchmark. But overall, I think, especially considering that it's so recent, it's really just been a year ago that we've launched this, there's reason for optimism, and there's reason to recognize the leading companies in this initiative, but it's also a call to share this, that accountability should be embedded in every action, every pledge and every project that we are enabling here in this COP27. And COP28, as you all will know, will have the global stocktake. So accountability will be even more important and very prominent for next year. So looking forward to really sharing that work further as well, and to hearing from the others.
Victoria, thank you so much. It's encouraging to hear that from the benchmark already, we can see progress. So really good work being done by these companies in the area of environment. Progress, but certainly work to be done on the social indicators of performance, and kind of a long way to go yet in the area of nutrition. So high level, good visibility. It calls out where we need to focus, but as you said, where we've started to see progress and where we can recognize some beginning parts of success, which we have to also celebrate. I'm very excited now to turn to a panel. In addition to Felicitas and Victoria, I'm very excited to invite our youth panel participant, Silke Remitz. You're a youth leader with Eye for Nature. You're joining us virtually. I think you'll come onto the screen here in a moment. And Michael Okorafor, so we will come back to you in just a minute from McCormick's after we hear first from Silke. So Silke, welcome. It's great to have you participating with us virtually. We've been hearing, obviously, in the first sessions here about the G7 Sustainable Supply Chain Initiative and how it's bringing these companies together to advance progress together with governments. But tell us, what's your perspective? How do you view these types of accountability mechanisms, and how do you view the performance that we've had so far? We'd love to hear more from you and your experience on engagement. Please, over to you, Silke.
Yes, thank you so much for inviting me here, first of all, Victoria and Diane, and thank you for the great work done by the World Benchmarking Alliance and being that moral compass, as Victoria just said. As a part of Eye for Nature and through my involvement in several youth participation projects in the agri-food sector, this is a question which has also been on my mind a lot. And I think it's so important to talk about. So thank you for giving me this floor. And I've been dying to answer this question at an event like this. So thank you very much. Because first of all, I believe that work done through the World Benchmarking Alliance is key in getting young people and companies to work together on a better future. As in my work, I often hear young people stating that they do not want to work together with certain companies or organizations because of the social and environmental impacts these companies have. Which is fair, I believe. But in order to first get young people willingly involved, we need reports like this G7 SSCI and benchmarks on which we as young people can decide whether these companies are worth getting involved with. So young people, as seen here today at the COP, are here to fight for their futures and to create impact, whilst we also want to work together with companies to create this impact. But I believe that there are some things that we need before we can decide whether we want to work together with certain organizations and companies, which I believe are three things. These are like vulnerability, openness, and equality. So vulnerability and openness is done by being transparent, so companies can be clearly held accountable for their actions. Also, only then young people can properly decide whether they want to work together with certain companies or not. Vulnerability and openness are also highly necessary in creating equality. So when companies want to work together with youth, they should ensure that young people are treated on an equal level. And this can only be done by being vulnerable and open. Because with a knowledge gap, you just cannot have equality. Equality is also necessary from companies to have young people play an equal role in decision-making processes. instead of just inviting them for like a quick session of talking, having them act on a certain project and then moving on. A better example would, for example, be having young people participate equally in your board of advisors, to have them on an equal level as the rest of your company and have them equally participating in decision-making processes. So these three things, vulnerability, openness, and equality, when these are ensured, I believe that we can create a new level of trust between young people and companies. And from this point of trust, I believe that young people are here to drive and create the changes needed in stimulating company action. Youth are needed to drive these changes, as we generally come with a mindset which is fresh and new and without too much previous judgment, which makes our opinions out of the box and highly needed. Creating this new level of trust through being vulnerable, open, and creating equality will also help in getting more highly involved young people in your companies. As I often hear like companies wanting more young people to work in their companies. And then on the other hand, I hear young people wanting to have an impactful and meaningful career. So by creating openness and trust at your company, you can show young people where they can create change and what is needed to create this change. Thus, to trust, I believe that we can also fill this gap in youth employment and ensure that there will be more young people in these impactful careers at the companies. But above all, I really believe that young people should be the key stakeholders in holding companies accountable, because we are the ones that have to live through a future created by the actions of these companies. A lot of these harmful actions are hopefully acts of yesterday, and so that young people, we, are here to work together with companies on better tomorrows. Thank you.
Silke, thank you. You brought out such key points around how to actually engage together with our young team members, our young leaders, community leaders as well. Trust, inclusion, vulnerability, and openness. You know, really laying out the ways for us to think about what good engagement looks like, but then having a real role in contributing to planning and decision making and action. It's very key. So thank you for making sure that we've got the focus on that. And Michael, I'm going to come to you now. Chief Sustainability Officer at McCormick. McCormick plays a key role in food systems. You've got direct engagement with a wide variety of farmers, many smallholder farmers across the globe, and you're a supplier to many of the world's biggest food companies. So you sit in the middle. You've got big transformative opportunities in the work that you do, and you've done a lot of, you're one of the courageous 22 companies, as Victoria said, in this sustainable supply chain initiative. So we'd love to hear from you. You know, what have you learned on this journey? What can you share about your business practices? And then picking up on Silke's key points, what has it looked like for you to engage youth in with this?
Dan, thank you very much. Let me say this. First of all, to share this stage with the promising youth. And all of you is really a privilege. And for most of you that don't know, Dan used to be a chief sustainability officer as well. So I think she knows the journey very well, and thanks for being the moderator. Let me start by saying, Minister, thank you very much. I just want to recognize and commend the presidency this year of the G7, Germany, and everything you guys are doing. I think you're building on top of what the UK did last year, so that's really a delight. And of course, Victoria has been what I call a champion, a true leader. And most of these things you don't do because it's work. You do it because you have the commitment. So one of the things I want to talk about is really, before I go, I want to give you a general statement that kind of how people have always talked about this. And it's also part of my upbringing, which is, you know, to be honest with you, on this journey, we don't inherit the planet from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. I want to make sure that sinks. Because when you look at young people now, this is their future. This is not our own. So that, to me, is a metaphor that we need to take into this. We talk about climate. It's all also interrelated with social issues. And what I would tell you is that we are really, I think, privileged to be part of these companies that have made this commitment. And the work that World Benchmarking Alliance is doing is really critical as we go on this journey. That's one. But most importantly, I want to tell you this. I, as the Chief Sustainability Officer at McCormick, I have what I call reverse mentors. Those reverse mentors are kids, my children, the kids that are working in our companies. They are my mentors. You probably don't understand that. Because if you can't accept their ideas, you're not going to think about the future. And if you look at McCormick, obviously we're the king of herbs and spices. We are in we source from over 85 different countries. And most of the countries that we source from are in the global south. Think about this COP27. This is really about talking what is happening, not just in the global north, but global south as well. And what do those countries have in common? They bear the brunt of climate change. So if we have to really have an enduring supply chain, we have to make sure we're taking care of those farming communities. That's one. Second point is that most of those farmers are individual mom and pop. As you said, Dan, these are smallholder farmers. These are not big corporations. Most farmers are individual operations. And the other thing that is important is when you look at those, you have to understand. By the way, I think I have to do a little bit of a confession. I grew up in one of those farming communities in the eastern part of Nigeria. My mom was a subsistence farmer, okay? So you can understand when I speak from the heart, right from the head as a scientist, that you know where I'm coming from. And this woman lost her husband when I was 4 years old. My father died when I was 4 years old. And my mom raised 4 children, okay? And I would tell you, she was able to make enough money farming her crops and selling them. She sent me to an all-boys Catholic boarding secondary school, as we call it those days. And the other siblings went to the same type of school. And I can tell you that changed the trajectory of my life today. I don't want my story to be an exception. I want it to be a reality for every young child. Remember, I was 4 years old when my dad died, and this woman did that. Why do I say that? Even at my level, I'm still the least successful of my siblings. So it tells you the power of a woman. And I'm going to give you another quote. Growing up, we used to say, if you empower a woman, you empower a community and you advance a nation. I stand here to tell you it is true. But what does that translate? That translates when you look at farming communities, there is an unspoken word. Most of the farms are owned by men, like me. Most of the workers are women. McCormick strategy is to change that. And what are we doing? So it is not sufficient to say we partner with Rainforest Alliance or Fair Trade so that we source everything sustainably. We do that. But that's farm level certification. To me, that's not true sustainability. That's just a piece of sustainability. What are we doing at McCormick? And it's encoded in our business principle, and I'll come back to that later. What we're doing is, in addition to the farm level certification, we've created for the first time in the herbs and spice industry what is called Grown for Good. This is what it is. Rainforest Alliance is our partner. So farm level certification plus building community resilience. 1, 2, women empowerment and gender equality. 3, ethical supply chain. Because why is that important? We made a commitment by 2025 out of our 5 iconic ingredients, which is black pepper, red pepper, oregano, cinnamon, and vanilla. They constitute the majority of our sales. By 2025, those communities that farm them will build resilience, 90% of them. We actually put a number when we did this in 2017. We said we're going to have 35,000 people impacted positively to build that resilience. Today, we're tracking, happy to say, 23,000. We also said we're going to have women empowerment. It's not just about talking. One of the things we've done, women now own the farms. How did we do that? We actually partnered to create a village savings and loan where the money was given, in the case of Madagascar, to women and men, and they started their own business. And McCormick paid the interest on the loan upfront. They took the loan, they farmed. When they sold their crops, they paid back the loan without the interest. Today, when I went back just before COVID, these communities were thriving. They were celebrating because of that. Second thing that is very important, these women can now afford to send their kids to school. How did we do that? if you understand the farming community, I'm talking a lot from my own personal experience. What happened when I was growing up in a farming community still happens today, which is predatory activities in the farming communities. This is the act of selling through a middleman. So a farmer, you come to a village of 500 people, they farm their crop, they sell it to a middleman. That middleman in the village sells to another middleman in the big city, sells to another middleman who now sells to our export partner. In the process, these farmers are impoverished. These middlemen are driving German cars, Mercedes-Benz, and living in fancy houses. We're changing that. So how are we doing that? How we're doing that is we're eliminating the middlemen, and we don't do it ourselves. We partner with NGOs, and yes, Victoria is right. We think the NGOs are the moral compass of this journey. We partner with NCBA, CLUSA, and CARE. CARE went in and understood what the women need to do to get along. But NCBA, CLUSA, which is another NGO in Washington, D.C., went into those communities to train them on cooperatives. They come together, they don't sell to a middleman, they set their own prices, and we commit to take it at a premium if they do those things. By the way, it's good for business because they do all those sustainable things we want so that you don't have to deforest. You don't have practices that would go against climate change. And we pay a premium at that. And they guard it very cautiously because they want to make their money. So these are some of the things we are doing. And last but not the least, when they talk about child labor, the reason a woman would even think about sending her child to go and work is because they can't eat. If you have a woman that is thriving through farming, like my mom, they're going to send their kids to a school. And by the way, in those farming communities, education is not free. You have to pay. So if you don't have money, how are you going to talk about child labor? But if you have money to send your kid to schools because you're making enough money like this young kid was talking about, there is no reason to worry about that. That's how you do it, not through inspection. And that's what we're doing. We are enabling communities to thrive, take care of the children, so that's what it is. So I'll pause. Thank you.
Michael, thank you so much. It's really inspiring to hear your personal story has informed the strategic direction that McCormick is now driving. You've spoken about the level of investment you've made to bring your business leaders and your suppliers and your customers along the journey with you, but you've really demonstrated what it takes to engage at the farm level to allow the transitions, the financial support, the exchange of value down that supply chain that is the fundamental baseline from which these programs can more successfully build. So much more that you shared within that, but really great tangible examples of what it takes to strengthen the programs on the ground that support the business as well. So, Felicia, let me come back to you quickly. We've talked a lot about the role of business. We've not touched yet very much on the role of policy. And enabling policy, as we all know, is key to help as an accelerator. Maybe just take a minute or two and talk about, from your experience, where you see the best opportunities and support.
Thank you very much. And I compliment and thank you for the very inspiring examples that you're giving on private sector action to more social environmental sustainability. Oh, okay, is this working? Yes, okay. Yeah, when we look at the global supply chains, we see a lot of environmental harm, we see a lot of human rights abuses, and we see that there is a downside to globalization. When we look, for example, at the garment, the mining, the agriculture industry. And so far, we've had far too few companies actually conduct human rights and environmental due diligence in their supply chains. And we've seen that voluntary standards and measures have not resulted in sufficient improvements on this regard. So that's why we think that mandatory regulation is key. It will allow to set a binding and a guiding framework to achieve such private sector action towards a more sustainable operation in their global supply chains. Now we have quite some exciting examples lined up for such regulatory measures. We have in Germany the German Due Diligence Act, which will come into force in 2023. But then we have the European Commission's legislative proposal for a corporate sustainability due diligence directive. And we have also a forthcoming EU regulation on deforestation-free products. So that is also a topic that you touched upon, and I think it can really go a long way in providing important opportunities to strengthening the private sector's contributions to the implementation of the European Green Deal, but importantly also to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, looking at the example of the EU regulation on deforestation-free products, I mentioned it before in my opening remarks that 90% of worldwide deforestation is actually caused by the expansion of agriculture. And with this regulation, the EU Commission will oblige companies to ensure through due diligence that the relevant products, at least of certain high-risk commodities such as palm oil, soy, beef, cocoa, coffee and timber, that will be placed on the EU market are produced without deforestation or forest degradation, and also in compliance with relevant law. And we believe that this will sensitize companies for the negative impacts of their operations on forest, land and biodiversity, and in the end compel them to take action and take responsibility for their actions. That said, however, I also want to stress once again that legal due diligence obligation is only one element of an overarching smart mix that we need to achieve. So these demand-side legislative activities, they must be accompanied by comprehensive supply-side measures. The private sector must receive incentives from the government to support vulnerable actors such as smallholder farmers. And we think that it's really crucial to combine public and private sector efforts to ensure, in the end, meaningful outcomes.
That's great. I mean, there's clearly a role for the type of regulation that will drive transitions that we need to see developed in a smart way to really move the whole system. So that's great. Victoria, just a minute for you, please, to share. Let's come back on this youth piece. Tell us more about what you see as the role for youth in this movement, building on the comments from Silke, and then reflecting on some of these other things. And then we'll move to our close with Shivani at OECD.
Yeah, I think youth is very important because you see it here at COP as well. Youth will be constantly involved as of next year. So their efforts into really sensitizing us to the urgency, but also to the priority setting is very important. And in our work, I think it's not enough just to benchmark, but in our work as benchmarks, we don't come up with the measurements ourselves. We work on on the metrics and frameworks of others, where there is a global consensus. What does society expect from these businesses? And the best barometer to check that is the youth. What does the youth expect of businesses? And that really we want to translate into what we then look at and ask in our assessments of companies.
It's a great demonstration of what it's going to take to have actual true youth inclusion and how they're already helping to drive this, so thank you. I want to acknowledge that OECD has been a key partner in this as well. They've really been helping to drive this and to help bring closing reflections to what has been a fantastic panel. I'm excited to welcome Shivani Kanabaran from OECD. Shivani, thanks for joining us virtually. Over to you to help us with some closing remarks on this great reflection here today.
Absolutely, Diane. Thanks so much. And to all of you on stage there, and also to Silke, who's joining us virtually. Thanks so much. What an inspiration. And thank you for this opportunity. Look, I just want to make 3 points and some concluding remarks here. Transforming our ag and food systems, it's critical if we want to meet the climate goals. And there's no planet B. As Michael said, we are borrowing the planet from our children. I was really struck by comments from Silke. I thought this idea, which we rarely hear in these corporate or high-level policy events, vulnerability, openness, and how that leads to equality and helps us to create a new level of trust. I'm really taking that away from this session. We need to get young people engaged and to be part of the future that we want, to be part of impactful careers. And I think, Victoria, I think you said it, this is really food for thought for us at the G7 Sustainable Supply Chains Initiative, and maybe picking up again on Michael's points on the need for reverse mentors and how can we build that in. And I really took to heart as well Michael's point on making our actions farmer-centric, especially empowering women farmers and helping them not just survive, but really to thrive. And I think that's another keyword that we want to keep front and center. So the question for us, on the policy side always is how can we do this at speed and at scale, particularly on these urgent matters. We need government action, we need corporate action, and we've heard it over and over again today, we need accountability. And here we need to include young people in keeping us accountable and to have real concrete ways in how we can make sure that farmers are really at the center of our thinking here. About 10 days ago, the OECD agricultural ministers meeting with 42 countries, the EU, signed a declaration on transformative solutions for the sustainable agriculture and food systems, and it acknowledges the urgent need for transformation. So you've got governments committed to increasing climate change mitigation efforts in agriculture and food systems, and to support this economic-wide goal of net zero emissions by 2050. So that's good, right? But commitments, as we know, are just not enough, and we need these commitments by governments and by businesses. While they're really important, we need to move beyond statements and pledges. Sector transformation needs to happen. The sheer numbers of people involved in these supply chains, it makes it complicated. But in order to deliver genuine, sustainable agricultural supply chains, we will need a whole host of strategies. Felicitas mentioned a few actions that governments are taking. We're looking at some actions that business can take as well. We need this smart mix of policy and action. What has come through loud and clear for me today is the scale of responsible business conduct really needs to be increased dramatically. And here's where, on the deforestation angle, Diane, we're really pleased to say that on the OECD side, we're working together with the FAO to develop resources for businesses to help them operationalize due diligence in their risk and corporate management so that they can identify and avoid adverse impacts such as deforestation in their global value chains. My final point really is that private-public collaboration is really key to achieving action at scale and speed. Governments have a critical role, the enabling environment, as you mentioned. And the good news is that we have standards that can help us achieve this. The OECD has a number of these that can be really a blueprint for governments and companies to move forward on their pledges. And much like the ambition of COP27, I see the G7 Sustainable Supply Chain Initiative as helping us move the food sector towards the center of the climate agenda. Again, we heard from Victoria, the good news is that companies in this initiative, even over this really short year, have made progress. But we need ambitions to be raised and actions to be really operationalized. I would say that the governments and companies have committed to a dialogue to support systemic change. And especially here, this is, I think, what makes it personally really motivating is that we want to work on those difficult to shift areas like nutrition, like deforestation, like social inclusion, like packaging, like animal welfare. And so my invitation to those of you listening today, especially the companies, consider signing up to the initiative and to commit to greater transparency. Again, transparency isn't the end goal here, but it's a critical ingredient. I just want to conclude saying that the mission is possible and we must succeed. There's just no two ways about it.
Thank you so much,
Again, this
Shivani.
discussion has been inspiring and challenging. Please stay engaged with this agenda. Keep track of what we do. Hold us accountable. Be that moral compass. And just once again, thank you to our partners and to all the speakers. I wish you continue productive.
Such a
climate COP.
brilliant call to action and a really lovely summary of what's been an incredibly robust conversation. So thank you so much for those closing comments, Shivani. Huge thanks to the entire panel, including Silke as well, who's back on screen with us. What a remarkable conversation. Great to celebrate progress. Let's keep the focus on what we have yet to continue to do. Thank you, everybody. Take care.
Okay, Silke, you're up. Yeah, you're up.
Hello. Hi. Hi. What? Sorry. Test the mic. Do you want the mic spot? Hello. Hello. Hi. 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 Hi.
Mic check.
Through them gang.
Annars vi kan
Sam.
Ryan. 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 Get up.
Roll. Kamu
Hello. Hello.
on the 18th. So it's literally the oh my god, that would be bad.
Well, we have one audience.
I've been in this situation before.
We're presenting to you. I will even sit here. The only thing you see in the camera is bloody.
Because like when you want to present, can I stand there and present with the mic this way?
Why don't you just
Exactly.
Hi, what's your name? Stephanie. I'm Stephanie from German Development Corporation. Nice. I'm here because I saw you in the other event and was very impressed by you.
Thank you, thank you.
So that's why I stay. I'm also tired. Yeah, we should actually try to get people in.
Yeah.
But you will also have the online audience.
I know we have a couple of people watching online.
Yeah, I feel there are few people here. And now it's evening. A lot of people have left. People are tired.
For dinners, for stuff, so...
No, but yeah, she might be making it. So because they have to go to dinner. Dinner.
Can you sit on the stage? Can you sit in the front row? Is it about to start?
شوية أنا دغري بعمل حالي هيك.
You can just go. I think it's okay. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming to our session today. My name is Dara Karakolis, and I am a youth leader from Canada. So I just want to say first a big thank you to the Food Systems Pavilion for hosting us today, for hosting so many sessions about food and also including young people in the discussion. It is so crucial, so we want to say thank you. So if I can have the presentation. Our session today is going to be focusing on the actions that our campaign Act for Food, Act for Change are taking to fix our food systems. And we wanted to focus on showing real key examples of how youth are taking action. So I just wanted to start off by talking a little bit more about Act for Food, Act for Change. So who are we? You have some of us here. We have 4 of our youth leaders with us, and at COP this year we have 6 to 7 more youth leaders representing Act for Food, Act for Change. We are a group of 30 youth leaders from 26 different countries, but we also have a really great following of advocates from all around the world. We are supported by the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition as well as the Food Foundation, and we are working to change our food systems. So here are some pictures of our youth leaders. Like I said, we are from a very diverse background, not only from different countries, but also from different areas of the food system. So we have agriculture, health, human rights, conflict, all that you can imagine within our food system. So I wanted to tell you a little bit more about our campaign. So it started off, it was based off or inspired by a Bangladeshi pledge where they collected millions of votes for young people to advocate for having healthy food around their schools. So 2 of our youth leaders, Sophie Healy-Thau and Maureen Muketa, they were inspired by this and they wanted to take it global. So our campaign started last year around the UN Food Systems Summit, and we are trying to gain buzz and get people involved in taking action. So it started with a pledge. So if you guys want, we have a QR code. You can still pledge. And we're asking all people, not only young people, to pledge to support food systems and to do so by taking their own action. So that can be many things, but it's your own personal way that you can work on the food system. So we have the pledge, and to this date, we have over 160,000 pledges from over 120 countries. So we're really proud that there's that many people that have been able to say that they are happy to support. And the second thing was we wanted to have the pledge, which is our kind of act for food, but the second part of our name is Act for Change. And so we wanted to show that we are going to be taking action. So we did a consultation called the Actions for Change, where we got a long list that was given to us by youth leaders, and we asked them what they wanted government and business to do in our food system. So we had a list of 17 actions, and we asked young people to vote for which actions were most important to them. And we did a large consultation. We had over 100,000 votes. And now we have a long list of 10 actions for change that young people want government and business to take. So here are our top 10 actions for change. And this is really important for us because not only is it showing what young people want, but it's also an advocacy tool that we can now use to then enforce these actions in the national and local level. And that's what we really want to highlight later today in the session. But since we're at COP, here are some of the actual actions for change that we are really focusing on here at COP. These are the ones that are related to climate, and I mean, the other actions they all fill in. We know the nexus between health and nutrition and in our food systems, the relation to climate, but these are the ones that we've been focusing on. And then last year at COP, we were here and we were focusing on getting food at the table. And I'm really proud to say that this year we have 3 pavilions or more that are representing food. We have so many sessions. So definitely very happy to see that. But this year we wanted to highlight more action. So that's what we're going to talk about through the next sessions. And I'm going to pass it on to Yuha, who's going to talk more about actions for change.
Hi, everybody. My name is Yu Hua. I am the youth leader from China, and today I'm going to talk about some national and local campaigns our youth leaders from all over the world have been carrying out. So for India, for example, India, they have developed a India Food System Summit, as well as a Act for Food, Act for Change India platform. They engage a lot of schools across the country, and they empowered a lot of students among those countries to become the participants of our campaign. And also they had this creation of an advocates program across schools with over 200 schools, 78 advocates, and they hosted 36 webinars in the end. Also, we have our youth leader from Ethiopia. They carried out their campaign last year as well. They hosted this national dialogue on Ethiopian food and agricultural system. They have created a small and medium-sized food vendors competition as well. So the event promoted healthy and safe food businesses through empowering the next generations to engage in safe and diversified food sectors. And also in China, because we have 2 youth leaders from China and 1 from Hong Kong, so we did a lot of activities promoting our campaign last year. In the end, over 50,000 Chinese youth signed the youth pledge, and we didn't just tell them to sign the pledge. It was actually embedded into a food contest because we want them to be educated on food systems. And in the end, there were almost 100,000 university students across China participating in that food contest. And in the end, there were over half of them signed the pledge and finished the contest. Also, in last year, we built a youth advocates network with over 70 people, and all those young people, they hosted over 10 webinars on different food system related topics such as food waste, indigenous food traditions, sustainability, healthy and sustainable and healthy diets, and plant-based diet, animal welfare. So the theme were across many different topics that are related to food systems. Also, if you can see the picture right here, this is a very high-level event in China, and it's called the Nanjing Peace Forum. So in this Peace Forum, we hosted a sub-forum for healthy and sustainable diets. And we engaged a lot of policymakers and many organizations that are working to promote healthy and sustainable food system transformation. And in the end, we signed a Good Food Youth Declaration. And also from the end of last year, we launched this youth talent development program, also in partnership with Act for Change, Act for Food, Act for Change, but it was a program under the Good Food Fund. So it was a 3-part program. We had a food literacy training camp, we had a project proposal writing camp, and then we had this internship opportunities provided to the participants. So as you can see here, we are really trying to break into that thinking globally and act locally into action. Here in the corner, we co-hosted a Najathon with Harvard University to promote healthy and plant-based school meals. So basically, we're really trying to broaden our connections and our reach to all the youth across the world to come together and act for change in the food system scene. And next, we will have Ryan and Taylor, our youth leaders from Lebanon and Canada, to talk about their campaigns in the next.
So this is exciting because these are just going to be launched today. So the campaigns are going to be happening this year, and we're really excited to have them. So the ones you just saw were ones that I've done in the past, and we actually have Aziz. He's also done a campaign in Nigeria. Lots of action that's already happened, but these are 2 that we're really excited to launch today.
I'm
I'm gonna stand up because I'm really tired of sitting down. I know you're all tired, you're hungry, so let's just make this much easier. Are you all tired of having people going hungry? I'm from Lebanon. We experience a lot of refugees in our countries around the area. I'm tired of organizations getting paid millions and millions of dollars to give food banks to refugees. That is not okay with us. Over 200,000 people pledged that they want to protect food systems from political conflicts and the effects of climate change at the same time. That was action for change number 9. Hence why we decided to experiment with this project. Just to note, this project is in the development phase. We haven't started it at all yet, but it's a creative idea. We want to try something new. We want to enable these livelihoods of these communities. And so this is the project. I called it the Food Proof Project because it's like bulletproofing your food systems. We're food-proofing our food systems. It might become a disaster, but, well, we're going to try. The purpose of it is that we want to provide micro-scale, very micro-scale, partially self-sufficient food systems to local communities. These communities isolated in the middle of nowhere, they don't have access to the retailers, the production is disturbed, the distribution of food is cut off from them. So we were thinking, how can we make these communities rely partially on themselves? How can they secure food that is nutritious at the same time, that is not oil and sugar and rice only, but that is actually nutritious? Of course, they won't be able to cover all their needs, but at least this is a kind of a way out. If it's successful. And of course, we're combating the climate crisis because we're actually providing healthy food and not processed and unsustainable food at the same time. What are the risks? There's a lot of risks with these projects. First of all, when you enter into a camp, sometimes you're not allowed to help isolated communities because that's like a political statement that you're asking them to stay. And that is a very complicated thing to handle. But well, we will try it out. It doesn't only have to be communities in camps. It could be communities in poverty, anybody suffering from malnutrition and isolation from the food system. So we have climate migration. We have a political crisis that is accelerating the climate crisis. Climate change might be the might be the primary driver. So we're saying this is a community either affected by climate change and they had to migrate, or they're a community affected by political conflict and they also had to migrate. They're both in the same situation in the sense that now they're out of the food system. How do you bring them back? And these are hundreds of millions of young people around the world, not just young people, people in general. And so I was a delegate at the UN Food Systems Summit, and this is a continuation of the work from there. As you can see, these 5 bullet points were kind of pledges from the coalitions that emerged from the UN Food Systems Summit. So this isn't stuff that we're making up ourselves. These were decided in the UN Food Systems Summit. Respect access to food as a human right. That is a very basic need. Build bridges between humanitarian action, development, and peace building. Again, we say, when you give aid to communities, you're not tackling the root cause of why these communities are suffering. You're just trying to put a band-aid on the problem. Hence why we're kind of trying to help out, but this project is not the solution at all. It's just a temporary fix. And fourth, integrate local capacities. This is really important because we don't want to give aid to people. We want people to be enabled to produce and consume their own food through innovations that we will talk about right now. And fifth, it's improve the data situation and better link different data sets with early action. Early action. This is what we think is happening. Raw material, because of conflict, because of climate change, it can get to the production phase. That can get to distribution and it can get to the retail, and hence the consumer can access the food. So hence why you see the bulleted circle around. They're isolated. What do you do in an extreme situation when a community is isolated? I don't have all the answers, you might do, but I'm trying my best here. We have enabling factors why these communities are in isolation. drought, forest fires, sanctions, trade, loss of transport safety due to conflict, for example, increase in prices as well, and other factors as well. How do we adapt partially, again, partially, because this is not the solution. It's just a temporary fix. Number one, very partial self-reliance, alternative carbohydrates, carbohydrates that are not processed like white rice, things that can give very high nutritious to those communities, nutrition. And third is we could have alternative protein to meats because, well, that would be really difficult to provide these communities with meats. We could go, like, explore burgers made from insect protein, if these communities accept them, of course. Any alternative that is easier to produce and consume and is also nutritious at the same time is within our lookout. This is the IPC Food Security Indicator. Just take a look at a few countries. I don't know if well, anyway, yeah. So, just take a look at Lebanon, the Syrian refugees as well, percentages. You could see here, it's 89%. Take a look at Yemen, which is suffering from the world's worst humanitarian crisis as well as food. This slide is just to show you that there are millions and millions of people who need projects like this. This isn't us just trying to communicate with a few 100,000 people. This is millions of people. And we don't agree with what is happening because some organizations have won the World Food Prize, Nobel Food Prize, for giving aid. And this is not okay with us. Hence why we're saying these conflicts and climate change are not going away anytime soon. So how are we going to adapt? We need to get creative here. The food-proof solution, again, this might not work. I'm just saying here, this is an experiment. Number one, what will happen if this project is successful is what you see here. We could decrease the reliance on external sources and trade, provide small-scale and short-term food supply through the consumers themselves producing the food. Third is to increase the certainty of food security. We want to eliminate that doubt, that fear communities have that they're not going to access food. That should be one part of the solution. It isolates food from political influences. This is very important because a lot of countries use food as politics. This is one way to kind of disrupt that. Eliminate the likelihood that food will not be transported, and so on and so on. There's a lot of benefits if things like this work out. The deliverables of this project, of course, micro-scale self-sufficient food systems. It's long-term, it's low-cost, self-maintenance. As in every community through decades in the past, you want to enable them, you give them self-maintained, low-cost, long-term solutions that they can maintain themselves without relying on you. Because if they rely on you, it's fishy. There's some profit in that you have to come back every year to try to help them, right? So we want them to maintain this by themselves. How are we going to do this? We're a youth-led campaign. We're going to target young people in specific. They're going to have capacity building through toolkits, guidebooks, technological transfer, and they're going to try to implement this with their communities. Why young people? Because they're more receptive to new ways, creative ways, and then they could kind of enable this in their own communities. Some technologies, this is where we need help. If you are an organization listening to this, if you know other organizations that can support us, these are kinds of innovations that we need your support on. We're thinking about vertical farming, we're thinking about hydroponics, community gardens, urban gardening, any kind of innovation that is very productive and efficient at producing food. This is where we need your help. This is the slide of, if you think you can help us, this is where we need your help, on this slide in specific. And that's it. I just want to end by saying this will start in a very small community in Lebanon in specific, with about 20 to 25 people with a very small budget of $7,500. We're going to start off, see if this works out. Will the nutrition of those people improve? Will the reliance on external factors under extreme conditions decrease? Yes or no? We'll tell you next year. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ryan. So now we're going to be hearing from Taylor, who's another youth leader from Canada, and he's going to be talking about his project.
Hi, everyone. You can hear me okay?
Yes, we can,
Okay.
Taylor. Hi.
Hi, great. Thanks for having me. Similar to Ryan, my work is focused on how do you move their food system from providing food aid and kind of short-term fixes to trying to build long-term solutions. And so I run an organization called Tailored Food, and we believe that every family everywhere should have access to nutritious, delicious food in their day-to-day lives without the need for food aid and emergency food relief. And so for us, and I'll be talking about a campaign we're running in Canada, but the inspiration for this work started in Liberia during the Ebola crisis back in 2015, 2016. And March 23rd, 2016, I met with the head pediatrician of Liberia's Redemption Hospital, who explained to me, he said, look, Taylor, I feed children who come to me suffering from acute malnutrition. I feed them what UNICEF provides or the Red Cross, all these different food aid products. But since there's no nutritious food in local markets, kids are dying of malnutrition, and none of the nonprofit structure is doing anything about it. And sorry, Dara, next slide. Great. Yeah, so this is the quote that Dr. Jude told me, and that really kind of was the tipping point where I said, okay, the food system is an interesting one compared to our climate crisis, compared to our education system. Families, even low income families, are spending real capital on food every day. So there must be a private sector solution here. So next slide. And so at Tailored Food, we believe in creating a food system based on these 4 core pillars. Food should be nutritious and have a customized nutrition profile. Food should be delicious, designed by chefs and local culinary experts. Food should be affordable, accessible to the lowest income families, and food should be local. The next slide. And so the way we do that is we conduct anthropological research in the different markets we work in, whether that's Canada, whether that's Liberia, whether that's Congo, to understand what are the needs, especially of children in the countries we work in, what food forms are kids excited about, what flavors are kids excited about, and how do we make food products based on the needs of our target consumers, which is kids. Here is a picture of research we were doing in primary schools in Liberia back in 2017. Next slide, Dara. And you can click play. And so, we've developed products for school feeding programs and school meals, and universal access to school meals is the third action for the Act for Food campaign. We're all about how do you design better tasting, nutritious, low-cost products for school feeding programs around the world. So this is a protein bar that we developed based on a 150-year-old Congolese recipe that we designed for the Congolese market, and it's being rolled out in school feeding programs in Congo over the last 3 years. The product's called Mampala Pinda and is made with cassava, peanut, chili, and is packaged in banana leaf. Next slide. And in Mozambique, for example, we're developing low-cost peanut butter for school feeding programs. This is both serving as a way to fund school feeding programs. The business is generating income that funds school feeding programs. And the peanut butter is also added to school feeding meals across kind of north central Mozambique right now. Next slide, Dara. And so the type of organizations we work with as Tailored Food include some nonprofit stakeholders like the Gates Foundation and the UN World Food Program and GAIN. But we also sometimes partner with companies who are looking to develop nutritious low-cost food products for underserved markets. And now to get into what we're doing in Canada and why I'm here talking today. This is a picture of a market in Liberia, and if you're a school child in Liberia, your access to food kind of at lunchtime or after school is often processed food, starchy staples, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide. When you think about Canada, though, you'd think that Canada is a very developed country, has very high nutrition outcomes, generally speaking, but that's not true if you're a low-income child in Canada. And this is a picture of kind of a classic Canadian convenience store and what food products are available to a Canadian child if they're maybe not able to access nutritious food at home and not able to access nutritious food at school. Again, a lot of processed packaged foods that are high in sugar, salt, and fat, and starchy staples. And to get into more of the details on why Canadian kids might need to access, food at a place like that shop, Canada is, interestingly, is the only G7 country without a national school feeding program, and we rank quite poorly when it comes to the world's wealthiest countries and feeding school children. So interestingly, in January of this year, January of 2022, the Canadian government committed to trying to change this. So they committed, they made a multi-billion-dollar promise to create a national school feeding program in Canada. But as many of you, at this event know, a government promise at a high level doesn't really mean anything until it's actually becomes real. And so Canadian young people are not yet involved in this campaign. And it's a huge opportunity, this government promise, to create a really transformational school meals program that would have a huge impact in Canada. But unless there's good advocacy for the government to actually fulfill this promise of creating a national school meals program, the worry in the advocacy world in Canada is that this promise might not actually develop into reality. So next slide. And so at Tailored Food, we've got a small grant from the Act for Food, Act for Change campaign to run a youth campaign for universal school meals in Canada, where we're looking to connect the really exciting policy level advocacy work that a number of organizations are working on with the power and the force of Canadian young people. Next slide, Dara. And so, as mentioned, our project connects directly to number 3 in terms of the actions for change. And next slide. And so, very briefly, like what our campaign actually looks like. Our goal is to generate national awareness among Canadian young people that Canadian kids do have a right to a universal school meals program. And our specific goal is to engage with 5 of the leading Canadian youth organizations and to get them to participate in a national campaign to very directly advocate the Canadian government to follow fellow countries in creating a universal school meals program. And we'll be working with policy level organizations as well as Canadian youth organizations and Canadian young people directly. Building out advocacy campaigns through social media and other digital means. And so some of the collaborators for our campaign include the Breakfast Club of Canada, which runs breakfast programming in a number of Canadian provinces, the Coalition for Healthy School Food, Food Secure Canada, and youth organizations like the Boys and Girls Clubs of Canada. And so final slide, if you want to get engaged or learn more about what we're doing in Canada or in the other countries where we're super focused on trying to build a world where nutritious, delicious, low-cost food is available to everyone everywhere, you can send me an email at taylor@tailoredfood.org or check out our website, tailoredfood.org. The Canadian government is about to launch an open consultation. So if you're in Canada, keep your eye out for that. And you can follow our work on LinkedIn at Tailored Food. Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to attend this event at the end of your day. And I appreciate the chance to share a little bit about what we're working on.
Thank you so much, Taylor. We're really excited to bring that to Canada, and I know I'm going to be there to support you. And Yuhua is also based in Canada, so we're really excited to take that forward. So thank you so much. I know it's early, too, so thank you for joining. So now we're going to open up the floor to any questions. So whether you have questions for Taylor, Ran, or just about Act for Food, Act for Change in general, please feel free now.
I'd love to know more about with such diverse initiatives happening at the national level and locally and as an organization with this reach, but also just that creative kind of exercise that's happening and ongoing. How do you align it strategically and kind of fit it into those broader goals as an organization, or is it really designed bottom up by the local leaders and needs?
Thank you so much for your question. After the Food Systems Summit, we decided to do the pledging, right? And then we decided to do the actions for change. What happened is we got 50,000 people just from China and then the rest from around the world. Our target, our goal was to understand what young people want regarding food systems. And we had suggested a lot of things for them as the actions for change. We had around 19 or 21, I think. And then they voted. 200,000 people voted. You could say it is a bottom-up approach, but and then after that, now we kind of, boil them down to 10 actions for change, which include a lot about climate change, lose nutrition, other stuff. Our plan for the next year will be that we kind of want to know what young people want at the national level. So we're gonna select we're gonna select 10 countries, and we're gonna see what young people there want regarding food system. What are their demands? What we're trying to do is advocacy. What we didn't want to just talk the talk. We wanted also to do the projects. That's why we're kind of starting to experiment with these two projects. Aziz over here from Nigeria has done a lot of work in Nigeria as well. We're trying to create some alternative change in the way we can. But our focus is on what these young people want. That's it, without telling them what the national government is doing or anything else.
I would just add to that the actions for change are like the guiding principle that keeps us on our mission of what we want to do. And then we kind of want the freedom to go to the young people to decide how they want to do their campaigns, what they want to do, and then which action they also want to do. Because we realize context is different everywhere, and we need to acknowledge that in allowing freedom from the youth leaders. I don't know, Taylor, if you want to come in.
No, Darren, Ryan, you both said it very well, and I think we're very aware that the different contexts we work in, as Dara said, are pretty different. But I think our core through lines are the same in each of the markets or each of the countries we work in, which is really important. It's just a question of what is the best actions to get to a world where we have a food system that works for everybody. That's kind of our core through line that binds us all together.
Thanks, Taylor. Another question?
Thank you. I was just going to also add that for us in Nigeria, all of what we did last year around UN food systems engagement was to do a lot of campaign, but now we are looking at implementation. And the 10 actions for change are actually guiding some of the implementation plans. And of course, they've already picked the ones that are really peculiar with their countries. For example, in Nigeria, we are looking at how young people can also be gainfully employed around, young people and agripreneurs can also be employed. And what we're actually doing is to actually see how we can train them on technical aspect of agriculture, because we understand that you really don't have to be on the field to call yourself a farmer. And we are trying to open their eyes to different agricultural value chains they can actually key into for them to actually sustain themselves. And we are not doing this alone. We are working with the national government and also at the subnational level. And we are also trying to see how we can actually engage in the food system policy making, to see how we can also bring young people involved, inclusion in the food systems, not only as beneficiary, but also in the planning stage, so that as young people in the planning stage, we can also take them and hold them accountable as they plan to implement some of these activities. And that is really what we are also doing with the national government in Nigeria and also at the subnational level. And the process is just starting, and we are looking towards engaging them in details and also getting young people, even at the subnational level, into the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Aziz. And I think one thing that came up last year when we were talking with like leaders from the UN or wherever they were from is that we found that they were saying, well, how are you taking action? And they were asking that question to us. So we're here to say we are taking action. We have these tangible projects, campaigns that we're doing in the national and local level. So now we need you, whether that's resources, whether that's connections, whether that's support. So I think this was a really important thing for us for the campaign, was to show that we are taking action. So there's no excuse anymore to not join in it and be with us in this journey. So we have time for one more question if anybody has one. Awesome, thank you.
Well, my question is that, is there any way for younger people to get involved in these type of things? Like, for example, I'm 15, and usually teenagers don't have this kind of spaces to participate and be part of the chains and the decision-making processes. So that's what I would like to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I ask which country you're from? Do we have youth leader? Yeah, so we don't have a youth leader from Spain right now. So probably you can be the next youth leader for our campaign. So for a question, so you are a high school student, correct? From my experience in China, we have high school students who are organizing plant-based clubs in their university, because plant-based diet could be a potential solution to the food system transformation, also to climate change. So they're working with their school cafeterias to open a plant-based window to offer plant-based diet options. So back to your question, I think as long as you have that passion, there are tons of pathways you could take to participate in a food-related campaign or climate-related campaign, because there are a lot of information from organizations like us, but also from other organizations as well. You can apply those kind of toolkits to your communities, your schools, or your family, or other communities that you are involved with. So you have a lot of power. You just need support to unlock those powers and enable yourself and people around you. So find those kind of organizations. Those informations are online everywhere, and start with a very small group with a couple of friends to start some kind of initiative in your communities. I think that would be a great start.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I hope that answers your question. No.
Taylor, would you like to add anything?
Nothing for me.
Awesome. I will just add one thing. Every skill that you have or that everyone has is important. We've seen really amazing campaigns in Nicaragua where they did art, poetry, and showing advocacy in a different way. So I would just say don't be shy, no matter what you feel your skill is or your passion or whatever drives you, use it. There's a group or there's someone that's doing that everywhere. So definitely also come speak to us after. We would love to include you in the network and to connect you with someone that can help you. That's all I can say. All right. Well, thank you so much for everyone who joined. We're really excited to get people involved. So if you have anyone, please follow us on all social media platforms or follow us on our website. So thank you, everybody, for the session.
Thank you for god, that's the worst photo ever.
I've got loads.